bam, bam. I love that. I love that song. Good evening, guys. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome to the late night chat of the closing argument. Um, Great to be on. Looking forward to the rest of the guys joining. We're going to have another fascinating conversation tonight. Fascinating conversation, I can assure you. How everybody's doing tonight? First of all, let me ask: how's everybody? How's your families? How's life? How's everything going? Just want to know if you can state in the chat. Just let me know in the chat how's everything going. I would appreciate it. We want to thank you for remaining loyal to the closing argument, for listening to the regular show. Don't mind me. I'm not trying to, I heard Pewee saying earlier that Chairman Ben has abandoned the old closing argument. No, I have not. I just have been extremely busy. And because I've been extremely busy, so I try to now see if I can hop on in the evening to share my thoughts, right? And like I said, we can all chill with a glass of something, something just kick it, wine, dine, stay away and just remain, just remaining engaged, right? Just remaining engaged. So I want to welcome all of you. Want to welcome all of you guys to the Maurice Jabate watching from his CMC corner in Ganta. Maurice Jabate, he's watching from his CNC corner in Ganta. And Yvonne EO, the weather is quite nice here in Northern Virginia. I used to live in Northern Virginia in Manassas, Northern Virginia. Love Northern Virginia, but it's just too expensive, so I moved down south. Martin Willie, yes, we are here. I'm watching from Seoul, South Korea. I want to come to South Korea, so hopefully, Martin, I will reach out to you soon, and I will be able to give you. We'll be able to get some where you can welcome us to South Korea. So I want to thank you guys. Thank you guys for remaining loyal. Like I said, I thank you for just staying the course. Sometimes it's a little difficult. There's so much out there, so much content out there that people tend to sometimes forget what that we will try to bring quality, right? Try to bring quality. But I'm excited about tonight. Victor Morgan from Morrisville, Pennsylvania. Victor, it's good to see you, my friend. And I want to thank the folks from YouTube. I think a lot of people, YouTube is very popular. A lot of people watch these shows from YouTube and not just only Facebook. So I want to thank them. I see the numbers are growing so far. People are sharing. Continue to share the show, please. Just share the show. We're going to have a fascinating conversation tonight. Tonight, we're going to dive deep in some history. I like to continue. You all know me. I like my history business. We're going to continue with talking about the history of Liberia. My big brother, Comrade Nangwe, will be here. Tomalin George will come in. I think Winfrey Russell. Hopefully, we can get Lloyd Scott or somebody on. Some of the rest of the guys. Maybe Kef Hassan may pop on here. I'm not too sure yet. But I'm sending out some messages. But I want to talk today about some history, right? Isaac Nipu. Thank you, my brother. Minnesota. Is it cold in Minnesota or is it warm? Is it cold in Minnesota? That place, that way I can run away from that place because it's too cold. My brother Helmut Peters will kill me and he hear me say that the boy just love Minnesota. Martin, thank you. I am definitely going to take you up on that offer. I'm going to be doing some traveling in the second half of this year. Once my work schedule comes down, I intend to globetrot a little bit. I intend to move around. I want to visit. Marv, you see it? I just say it's still cold in Minnesota. Can you imagine? I mean, while we're getting ready for one where now my AC is on in my house here in North Carolina. Why it's still cold over there? So looking forward to having a fascinating conversation. Tonight, like I said, we're gonna dig deep a little bit, dive into some history. We're gonna talk about some things. I'm gonna share with you some of the books that I'm reading right now. I'm deep diving in some historical books about Liberia, right? I'm reading some historical books about Liberia, thinking, because as I sit and think about what is going on in Liberia, or what has happened over the last couple of years, sometimes I tend to want to look back to see if we are making some of the same old mistakes that we've made in the past. Have we learned anything from the mistakes that we've made? Are we a people that are just stubborn in our ways? Do we only want to embrace our habits and don't let go? Because change is very hard, right? Change is something that a lot of people don't like to embrace. And so, they say power don't cede easily. So what kind of change am I talking about? I'm not really necessarily only talking about political change. I'm talking about changing our attitude. My big brother and someone who I have a great regard for, Larry Brooklyn, he has a program called Changing Minds and Changing Attitudes. I'm trying to figure out where we are as a society. Are we just stubborn in our ways? Do we just want to believe that, okay, this is the way we are and we're not going to be able to make the change, or we're not going to be? So what I've been doing is I've been reading a lot. I've been trying to figure out what is the method behind some of the things that we do in our country. That's what I've been trying to figure out. So listen, it's going to be an interesting evening. An interesting evening. I'm looking forward to sharing my thoughts. Okay. Peabody sent me a text and he said, I'm a lit fighter. Yes, I'm a lit fighter, Doc. My man, show fit. Let Tomalin right here too.
Look.
Tomalin just joined.
One of your fans, on the phone, one of your fans, Ben.
Who's that?
One of your fans. Oh, and let me talk to Ben. Hold on, Ben. You live.
I'm your former cousin-in-law.
Hey,
who's that?
Hey, me. Don't put him in trouble. We are not talking.
I'm trying to figure out who's that.
Ben Sanvee. Look, Ben, I know how much money you are making. You better be coming on time.
How are you? Tomalin, who's that?
That Patience Yama.
Oh, Patience Yama. Oh, Patience are good. Yeah. Patience, how are you?
No.
Ben, don't put me on air, Tomalin.
You on the air? Man, listen to you talk. Man, listen to you.
Yeah, the guy won't get on air. Pick off from on air.
Okay, but text the man in inbox now.
Yeah, now send me a message in my inbox.
Yeah, message the man.
But Tomalin, it's good to see you, my brother.
Yeah, brother.
We're gonna have a fascinating conversation here tonight. Like I said, we're gonna deep dive into some history. We're gonna look at. I've been reading a lot, Tomalin. I'm an avid reader. I love to read. Sometimes in my quiet time, I read, and I like to read history, right? So I got a couple of books here that I've been deep diving in, right? First one, Victoria Talbot, Lifted Up, right?
Oh, Ben, I need that book. Ben, you on Amazon?
Huh? Yeah, it's on. Well, no, it's not on Amazon. It's sold out. No, actually, it's sold out.
I need to get one of that book.
It's sold out. But Lifted Up by Victoria Talbot. This book. This is the former First Lady of Liberia's book, and she detailed.
Yes, please. What happened about the night?
The night of she details the death of her husband. She talks about, it's a very fascinating read. Very, very fascinating read. I'm done with it, by the way. Very fascinating read. I encourage people. I think I paid almost $120 for this book because somebody made me buy it for them because I was looking for it so bad, right? Maurice Jabate said the sound is low. Please let us know. Y'all let us know if the sound is low. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear, or if it's just not only Maurice Jabate. Everybody who's watching, just put a thumbs up, and so we can know if the sound is okay. But Lifted Up is one book that I've read. So much history in this book. So much history, Tomalin. Then the next one, In the Cause of the People by Du Toit Ware Mason.
Damn it, Professor Du Toit Ware Mason.
Very powerful.
Former Liberia's ambassador to France.
Yes, very powerful. The Honorable Drew Mason. Very powerful book. Like I said, history. Folks, I encourage all the young politicians today, because me, I'm not a young politician anymore. I've been in politics too long. So I don't consider myself a young politician, right?
Veteran now, man. With veteran.
Yeah, I encourage everybody to deep dive in the country's history, right? So in the course of the people, I think Comrade Nangbe, when he joined, he will see how far you can join when you get ready. But we are here.
Of the people, the struggle continues.
In the course of the people by Du Toin
Professor
Mason.
Ambassador Professor Du Toin Mason.
Yes.
In fact, I'm sure the funeral I'm going to next week, Saturday in Maryland, I'm sure you'll be there. Ambassador Tapper's funeral. I'm sure
very powerful read, like I said. So Lifted Up by Victoria Talbot. It's called Lifted Up, the Victoria Talbot Story. History. This book is so rich. It's so rich with history. If you want to get in the mind of William R. Talbot through the lens of his wife, read this book. Such a powerful tool. And I'm going to talk about some of the things that I've read in this book. The man, Talbot, the myth, the legend. He was way ahead of his time.
Way ahead of his time.
I have some of his presidential papers here, but I'll keep it for another show to show it on the screen. You know, I don't want to oversaturate it. But then there's another book that I found very, very interesting, Tomalin, before you come in. It's this one. What am I doing? It's this one. No More Boss Man.
Oh, I see that one.
My friend Castanoso. Do you know who Frank Castanoso was?
No.
Frank Castanoso is a former U.S. Information Agency Foreign Service officer.
That's serving Liberia.
He served in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, Monrovia, Liberia, Kolkata, India, Milan, Italy, and Trinidad and Tobago. When you want to know about deep U.S. things as far as Africa, mostly Liberia.
Where you find that one now?
There's one is on Amazon. No More Boss Man. It's all about Liberia. This is about his role in Liberia. He talks about Charles Taylor. Listen, Tommy, you won't get deep into the thing of Liberia. U.S. policy. The other good U.S. policy book is by Lester Hyman.
Yeah, that one.
I have that too. I will show that to y'all on another show. And then so I got what? 5 books and then 1 magazine, I will show, and then we'll get into the show, right? And then I've been watching this. I've been reading this book. This is another one. It's by Steve Ogan. This is not about Liberia though, but it's called "You Can Fly Like an Eagle." This is probably one of the most powerful books that you will read about mindset, about having the audacity to do things that ordinary will not want to do. Ordinary people doing extraordinary things. This is the book. You can fly like an eagle. Eagle, you know. Listen, let me just get you Ben. I'll buy to promote. Okay, so it says it's almost like a kind of like a ghost. It's kind of like a spiritual but inspirational book, right? Eagles, to fly like an eagle. And I'm going to say this one minute. To fly like an eagle, you must learn to build your nest upon a rock. Because you know, eagles don't build their nest in trees. They build their nest on rocks. That's why they fly so high. Build your throne with thorns. You know, eagles, the way they build when they build their nest, they put thorns in their nest. They build their throne with thorns to scare away potential predators. Building your throne with thorns. Fly on wings of trial. You know how the eagles learn how to fly, right?
Yeah.
They throw their babies out there and they put them on a trial. Sometimes the babies don't come back. That's why when an eagle learn how to fly, forget it. Fly against the storms of life. If you know how eagles fly, that's why the United States a symbol and a seal is an eagle, right? Hunt and feast on fresh revelations. You got to hunt and fish on fresh new ideas. You can't just be stuck in the same old way. Develop a far-off vision. Don't just look at today. Look ahead, right? Keep on keeping on. Don't slow down. And then you retreat. If you have to retreat, you retreat to renew your strength. I'm telling you, these are powerful things. The last book is the Liberian Investor's Guide. This Investor's Guide was Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's Investor's Guide. And let me tell you why I was reading it. Because I know the current administration and other administrations have put out other investment guides, right? Yeah. But this is the 2010, I think, no, what year was this? This is the Investor's Guide from the Ellen administration, because she has a forward in this book, in this Investor's Guide right here. But this is the Investor Guide from Ellen Johnson Sirleaf administration. Liberia, invest, grow, and succeed. I was reading it because I've been trying to figure out what has stopped us, right? This was the period of the $16 billion investment period.
Oh, okay.
I dive deep into this. And then the magazine that I've read of late, I found it deep. It's a little torn up, but I found it in my briefcase. Tomalin, you're going to like this one. The New African.
Wow.
The New African.
Hey, Charlie.
The New African. Charles Taylor. Why me? It's a 16-page special. The real inside story told by Mr. Taylor himself. His escape, how he got arrested when he was at the Cameroonian border. Very, very fascinating. I'm telling you. Very, 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 very fascinating. This was his first picture of President Taylor when he was in the courtroom in Freetown, not in The Hague.
In The Hague, yeah.
He got arrested when he got arrested in Freetown. And when they transferred him to Freetown. Fascinating read. As you can see, it's as you can see right to you, it's a little beat up. So I gotta be very careful with it. But I've had this magazine for a long, long time. So Tommy George, I'm telling you, man, we're gonna have a fascinating conversation tonight about history, about where we are as a nation. Of course, the last time I was on here, I showed you guys this one, the TCs of Samuel Doe. But I have a library of books that I try to read to keep updated on what's going on. But Tommy, yes, I'm going to turn it over to you a little bit to do your little kickoff as we wait for the other guys to come on.
Yeah, there's a book, but I don't think it's in circulation again. I remember when in Nigeria in the mid 90s, it was launched by the guy who was the press secretary to ECOMOG. They call him Guar. The book name is Operation Liberty. Okay, that book is all about the war in Liberia and ECOMOG. Yeah, that book was launched at the Nigerian Institute of the International Studies in Lagos. It was launched by, in fact, Dr. Levi Zanga. He was Minister of State. He represented the interim government at that book launch. And it was launched by this guy. It was in honor of Dogon Yaro, of the late General Dogon Yaro. Yeah. It was launched at that program. We had MQ Abira was there. The late President Awolowo's wife, Mama Awo, she was there. What the guy named former Nigerian Foreign Minister
Tommy Kimi.
Yeah, Tommy Kim was there. Another guy called Bola something. They all had that program. Yeah, and he launched that book, Operation Liberty, the story about the war in Liberia. That was interesting. I see the book. I think off circulation now. But that was an interesting book, though. Very interesting.
You know, one of the things that we don't do a lot, we don't have a lot of history, a lot of books. You know, our people don't write a lot, and I'm encouraging a lot of them. You know, those of them who are old. Like somebody like Emmanuel Buya. I don't know if Emmanuel Buya ever wrote a book before he died. I mean,
he was a historian.
He was a walking memorial, a walking historian, a walking encyclopedia. I don't know if he ever wrote a book before he passed. So, Tommy, you sent the link to Victor Nangbe, right?
Yeah. Where going? I forgot. I gave Victor Nangbe because that how to call him?
Pewee?
That payment, Jerome.
Oh, Jerome, you send it to Jerome? Okay, good.
Oh, yeah. I'll get it.
Please send it to Mr. Nangbe because I think I don't know. I don't have his number too. I need to get his information.
Yeah,
But guys, so we're gonna. So Tomalin, one of the things that I wanted us to talk about tonight is the fierce urgency of now, as Barack Obama says.
Yeah.
Why Liberia is in a moment of the fierce urgency of now. And what do I mean by the fierce urgency of now? What do I mean by that? The country is at a major point. I know people use the word crossroads a lot, right? At a major crossroads. But there is a clash right now between change, between doing things the same old way, between political actors of the present, the future, and the past. And this fierce urgency of now, in its true sense of the meaning, in its true sense of its meaning, comes at a particular point in time where we have to take a step back as a nation and take stock of all we have accomplished, where we are as a people, where we want to go as a people, and how we can be able to sustain the progress that we've made as a people. We've often made progress, okay, Tomalin, and it's almost like sometimes we take 2 steps forward and then we take 4 backwards. So I'm trying to find out I'm trying for us to sink our teeth in what are some of the vices that may have held us back or is holding us back. What are some of the vices that, whether we like it or not, we may never be able to get rid of, but we have to find solutions to work around. And true in all, there's a question that I want to ask tonight. Do we need a bicameral national legislature? Do we need a Senate and a House of Representatives? Do we need that? I really want us to dig deep into that. And I hope the guys will come on and so we can dig deep. Do we need, democracy is, like I said, we virtually, all we did, Tommy and George, was we practically took the U.S. Constitution and replaced the United States with Liberia. Not understanding 2 different societies, 2 different places, right? 2 different people, mindset, everything. But even in this country, Tomalin and George, the House of Representatives, their tenure is only 2 years. 2.
Yeah, 2 years.
2. Every 2 years in this country, we have an election for the House of Representatives, for Congress. The Senate is 6 years. But every 2 years, members of Congress, House of Representatives, of the United States House of Representatives, go to election. In Liberia, we got 6 years for the House of Representatives and 9 years for the Senate. Do we need a bicameral legislature? Because I do believe we need a legislature. I do believe we do. For the system of government that we have, we need a branch to do oversight on the executive. But that branch could only be the Senate. It could only be the Senate. It could just be a single House legislature, 1 member, 1 senator per county. Your job, in fact, is not a full-time job. This is my recommendation. It's not a full-time job. It should be people of professional, people of other means. And they're just there to serve. Because right now, Right now, if they pay them like it's a full-time job, but they don't even do full-time job anyway, right? They work half a year, but they get paid for 1 year, for the whole year. So my question is, do we need a national legislature with 2 houses? Tommy and Josh.
Well, for me, what I would say is that we look at other countries that, like for instance, we look at countries that have emerged from out of chaos, emerged from out of wars and everything. Like the question is, how did it? Where we all talk about Ghana, talk about these other countries. How did they arrive at where they are today? Okay, the question we should ask ourselves, because, and Ben, until look, like I would say, many people don't know yet, but Liberia needs that awakening, that awakening to get us our minds together. Because right now, you even do unicameral legislature, man, it problem will still be there. Okay, like prior to the 1990 war, when Du was president, the legislature were not attractive. People would also be pretty good legislature. You don't much about it. Yeah, when they say,
so that's what I'm saying.
Go ahead. When you see a minister or more important to see than a lawmaker back in the day. Yeah, when you see a minister, say, oh, there's an assistant minister. Imagine, just seeing an assistant minister, it was a big thing. When you see an assistant minister somewhere, it's like you think it's the person just fell from the sky. People to see an assistant minister, it was a big thing to see an assistant minister. Okay, not even a minister proper. You know, the other day I was talking to I think 2 Sundays ago, our friend Alvin, you're in a car with the former Minister of State and Finance Minister Alvin Jones. And he said, oh, talk to Mr. Jones. When I called the man name, I called the photo, he said, my son are old now. All I think talking now. Yeah, wow. God, yeah. He said, how old now? All I think you're talking now. I said, I want to bring you on our show. He said, I said, the talk was, I said, can't give some talk, share your wisdom. That talk. But Ben, look, on a serious note, Ben, our problem is all about this big government. Okay, big government. Instead of downsizing the government, we're expanding the government. Okay, and because of the fact that we have made our legislature to be so powerful, so lucrative, that's why everybody want to go there. Everybody, right now, look, I'll tell you, every day I talk to somebody, the person talking about the first thing, my man, I run you. I'm putting on right now. So Ben, I think Liberia, before we get to that point, Liberia need a reawakening. I mean, either the people's movement, something should happen where the people would even it's not about revolution, it gotta be armed revolution, but some mass people-based movement that would say, look, we want you guys to get your leave power. The country must be rescued for truth. Not a rescue talk about. Honestly, Ben, until go through that process, Ben, we have the problem.
So, but you didn't answer the question though. So, do you think we need both, or we need one?
Ben, right now, I think right now we need none. Right now, honestly, we need to.
So you don't think we need a legislature?
We need a revolution right now. That people's revolution that would take.
Well, but you gotta sustain a revolution though.
Yeah, but then the revolution. Yeah, when you do that point, you get people that will lead and have a transition where all might have a transition and put the country in the right shape. But Ben, right now, because you bring one 15% from each county, the problem will still be you'll still exist. People will be Ben, no, because we're just here 1 week. We're so happy in America. Just Supreme Court justice for one of the states will become a national election, almost a national event here. Because people elect attorney generals. Every state here elect attorney generals. Okay? You elect attorney general, they elect city mayors. I think that. And because people know that if they don't perform well, 2 years later, 3 or 4 years later, you'll be taken out.
So no, but that's what I'm saying though. Jeremiah Giflow is asking should name one. I should name one country where there is only one. Senegal. Senegal recently. This was not under this new president. Under Macky Sall, when Macky Sall took over, Senegal had a constitutional referendum and got rid of the lower house of parliament, and they only have one house of parliament. They used to also have a senate, and they also used to have a representative place, right? I think there is a need for a national legislature, but I think we need a lean and a slim one. My recommendation, like I said, I believe we should have a senate, but not 2 senators per county. I don't think that it doesn't. I don't understand what's the essence of that. To be honest with you, I know they say for the continuity of the knowledge and continuity and all of that thing, right? But and the reason why I'm having this conversation about the house
the counties, Ben, they get some country where they get the south, north, and south, or east and west in the county. So
but it still doesn't matter because it's still all of them too. All of them, the Senate. That's what I'm saying. It's not like the House where Monserrato got more representative seats than this other place, right? But in the Senate, it's 2 across the board. The only reason why they got 2 in the Senate is because they say for the continuity of that's why you see all of them don't go to elections at the same time, right? There's a break in between so that there's always continuity. But I don't think it's necessary. I think if we have 1 senator per county, right? We do away with the lower house of representatives. And let me tell you why I say we should do away with the lower house of representatives. For the last 6 months, we virtually have had no house of representatives.
Nothing is real.
And the country stopped? We can get the Senate to pass the national budget under this new arrangement. 1 per county, a lean budget. It's very clear to you, Tomalin George, you want to be senator in Margibi County. You want to be the lone senator for Margibi County. It is known to you that this is a part-time gig. You get paid when you attend session. You get paid. It's almost like you on a contract. You know how they do contracts in this country, right? I'm a project manager, so I know about contracts. Where they charge you, they pay you per hour. So you draw up. Look, and then what I'm talking about here is serious stuff. We're talking about remaking Liberia. Maybe let's start having these kind of conversations where it is known for Ben Sanvee. Ben Sanvee, you want to represent Monserrato County? That part-time job there. You're not getting 15,000, 12 months a year. 12 months.
We're not buying you car either. We're not buying you car. But this is how to do in the states. The states.
But that's what I'm saying. In these states,
they got a full-time job. They got a real serious job. But they beat twice a week.
You have a lean, effective Senate, truly a house of elders, right? You have 15 of these men and women who are there working part-time. They only meet when issues, let's say, they got to pass the national budget. They will meet. We'll pay them for coming to go meet. However long, tell them how they can do when they come in for extra sitting. You know how they can do when they come for extra sitting, right? Yeah. We pay them to come to extra sitting. When they come to pass the national budget, we pay them to pass the national budget. Critique the national budget. And guess what? The government will provide support. The government will provide a human capital. Critique the budget. They go through the budget line by line. They ask the spending functionaries questions. They have those hearings. We pay them for it. By the time they finish, session close. The session close for that season. They go by the normal business. They go and they go to their normal lives and do away with the lower house because it is totally useless to have a House of Representatives because I don't see what value. I'm trying to understand because when you get something, Tomalin, when you want something, or when you have something, Tomalin George, you gotta see the value in that thing. You gotta see the value. They gotta bring value to the table. We want to welcome our big brother J. Victor Nangwe.
Thank you, Chairman Ben. Tomalin, what's up?
Yeah,
So,
And you know, I'm sure you are. I don't know if you are following. The initial conversation is: do we need a lower house? Do we need a bicameral legislature for a small country like Liberia, for a broke country like Liberia? Senegal went to a constitutional referendum and did away with the bicameral parliament. They only have one house. My recommendation is do away with the lower house, do away with 2 senators per county, 1 senator per county. They come, this is a part-time gig for them. We're not buying them cars. We're not paying their houses. We're not doing any of those things for them. These are professional people. This is Victor Nangbe, who is a professional man. He got his job. He got his companies. He got whatever he's doing. Whatever he's doing, right? He got everything. But he just decides that, you know what? This is not truly about service to country. Where Victor Nangbe is an expert on the budget. He's a CPA or he's something else, right? When we time to come past the national budget, they come and we pay them. Tell us how to pay contractors in this country. I said to Tommy, I'm a PM. I'm an IT project manager. I do contract all the time. All the time. You do, they pay you for 12 months. They tell you, say, you sign a 12 months with possible roll-on and extensions. Right? That is what we need in the country. Do you know how much we'll be slashing off our national budget if we just do that? Because like I told Tommy before you guys come, we want to welcome our brother Diggs. The last 6 months, the country has operated without a functional House of Representatives. As far as we are concerned, there's no House of Representatives in Liberia because we got majority black doing one thing, minority black somewhere. They go over the place. They spent the last 6 months since October of last year. We've been having this conversation. So the case can be made now that we don't need these people. They are leeching on the system. This is the conversation. This is the opening conversation that I thought to throw in here tonight. Comment number, you can go in and then we'll get brother.
So Ben, you know, you sound like you were in another discussion that I was a part of not even very long ago. We were asking, not maybe exactly the same questions, but along those lines. First of all, and I didn't even know. I had to look it up. But yes, the whole concept of a part-time legislature exists. Like Tomalin was saying, they have it here. North Dakota, they have it. Nevada, they have it here. Just like you're saying. When we need them, we assemble them.
We pay them.
A secretarial pool. You take your work there, you know, we say you sequester whatever, 2 months or whatever it is. We pay them, they go. The next time we need them, we bring them back to town. I think it's a concept that we need to give very, very serious thought because one of the major drains on our economy is that legislature, you know, and you're on it. I absolutely think that's something we need to really push. And thank God that some people like you guys, you know, your platform, you know, you are far reach. The people are listening to this idea. I think it's a concept that really, really needs consideration. I think we should push it. Brother Diggs, welcome. I owe you a text. I know.
No problem.
You just lay it straight before you talk. Before you
let me lay it straight. But you know, I agree with you absolutely. Look, we're bleeding, and these guys are killing us. And the unfortunate thing is, to undo this, we require the acquiesce. They have to agree. That's how they set this thing up.
Exactly. It's like a criminal enterprise.
Yes, you know, it is.
Before we reduce tenure, do you know the national legislature got to agree to put the articles of a referendum on the referendum? The one they agree with, it will not go on our ballot.
To impeach them, you gotta go through them.
You gotta go through them.
Yeah.
This is madness.
Yeah.
So how is their power is inherent in the people then? That's what I'm trying to understand. They say the preamble of our constitution, the first line, all power is inherent in the people. Okay, the people are supposed to, you are supposed to be the people's representative. So how are power inherent in us when we don't have a way? Do we have a recall system in Liberia?
Yeah,
no, we don't.
I mean, the people didn't want vote because everybody can be to the same place to represent. So you put the power in.
I agree with you, but Tomalin, that is in a functional democracy.
Yeah.
That is in a functional democracy.
And you know why? But what they've done is they've hijacked that trust that we give to them, Tomalin. They hijacked it. You know, they threaten to impeach the justices if they do anything they don't like.
Yeah,
they can do it.
And like I said, why it's so effective in countries like the United States? It's because members of Congress here serve for 2 years.
Yeah.
By the time you get elected, you better start working. Otherwise, you got no. In Liberia, the person can get elected and rest for 4 years and don't do anything for 4 years. In the 4th or 5th year, they start running in the district, doing all kind of craziness, and then people go and re-elect them. Siafa, come in.
Yeah, I mean, everything you say, I totally agree with it. I mean, we have it in the state of Minnesota. We have it here. We got a representative. We got the senators, and they come for session, and they have a strict agenda. They're going to pass budget. They're going to pass bonding bills. They're going to so the governor has his agenda. He send it over to them. They come for 2 months or whatsoever, and they get that work done, and they all go back to their private businesses. If they don't get the work done, the governor can extend it. Or if there's emergency, the governor can call them back to session and pay them. But yeah, the funny thing in Liberia, these guys get paid 12 months a year. They don't work for 12 months. And when they're on break, why they getting paid? When they get called, then they ask for another pay again.
Exactly.
I don't understand it.
And like I said, this concept, guys, is almost similar to what the president does when he calls a special sitting.
Yeah.
Exactly. They will leave, they go on break, and when the president wants something done, he calls a special sitting, and we gotta pay them for that special sitting.
Pay them,
we pay them for the special sitting, then they still getting their monthly pay.
Yeah.
This is the only branch of the Liberian government, I think maybe it's not even the judiciary, because the judiciary, there is always a justice in chamber.
Yep.
There's always a justice in chamber at the judiciary. But it's the only branch of the Liberian government that works for 6 months, but they get paid for 12 months. Tell me, pray God, tell me, who would not want to go and get that kind of job?
Yeah.
Well, you know what, Ben? Like they said, when the Freemans were putting this thing together, we are a victim of copy and paste.
Copy and paste.
So when they were putting together, they never intended that this day we're going to have these cast of characters to be in that building. You know what I mean?
How do you take of constitution of a functional society, a literate society, an enlightened society? That is the conversation that is happening now in several African countries.
Yep.
Countries like Burkina Faso, countries like Guinea, all these countries that you see military leaders rising up, these are the conversations they're having. Okay, democracy, yes, it's democracy. But is it democracy in the sense, even in Europe, guys, Europe doesn't, there's several countries in Europe that practice different forms of democracy. Different forms of democracy. But
it gotta be native to it gotta be native to your society. It can't just be generic across the board.
You know? And like Thomas Awaji is saying, yeah, I agree with you, Thomas. Too many districts. Grand Crew got 62 cities. Do you know what it is to be considered a sixth city? So as a result, the president got to appoint 62 city mayors.
Yep.
Why did Ellen Johnson Sirleaf go to the Supreme Court to seek the power to appoint city mayors? Because her argument was it's too expensive. If we're going to have election, because originally we used to have election for city mayors. The only difference is that in the 70s and during the Truman party, the J used to have it in those big cities. Monrovia, Ben Sanvee.
The last real major one we had was the Sawyer for mayor.
The Sawyer for mayor won.
Against Quia Johnson,
He was running against, exactly.
No, or was it Quia Johnson or Romeo or was Chuchu Horton? It was Chuchu Horton. They were Chuchu Horton. And then 85, Quia Johnson got elected mayor 85. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
The reason Ellen went there, she said, because it was too expensive. She said, go to Grand Crew. Grand Crew gets 62 cities. So are we going to have 62 city mayor election in Grand Crew?
And some of the cities, Ben, are 4 towns, 3 towns.
4 towns, 3 cities. They're city. Too many districts. Chopping off different districts. Then another representative we got to figure out to do. And so you know, so I really believe, you know, I was thinking about this tonight. I was like, you know what? I was thinking about a conversation tonight for this in addition to some of the other things that I think we should talk about. And I was thinking about this. I said, because Senegal did it. When Macky Sall first became president of Senegal, he was trying to cut waste. He was trying to, in his effort to do, he put it to the people.
Yeah.
Do you want a bicameral parliament? The people say, hell no. Why are you doing that? Like I said, it has been proven, guys, that we can do without a House of Representatives. It has been proven. They proved it to us for the last 6 months.
Yeah, that's right.
But actually, what they say, the past budget, the Senate could have just done nothing.
Yeah.
The Senate alone could have just done it. If we can re-amend, I mean, we can amend our constitution and say, you know what? You, Senator, you come, we'll get our budget ready for you to pass it. We can pay you. You're a contract part-time employee of the state. We're not buying you a car. We're not paying for your cook. We're not doing any of those things. None of those things. Imagine how much money we will save. That is what, that's why I said, if we are ready to have serious conversation about remaking Liberia, these are the kind of conversation we need to start having.
Yeah.
Man,
I think, and not to cut you off, and I mean, my mind is working over. Someone is writing in the chat too. I think they say Alex Cummings may have spoken about it, but this is something we really need to get on the agenda of some of these major candidates. You know, this is something that we should give some very serious consideration.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, there you go. Yeah. So it really is because here, you know, here in the States, there's a formal line. You reach $100,000, then 100,000 signatures, then it gets put on the agenda, you know, on the White House, and it becomes. But we got to find a way to live this topic. I think it's a very important, very necessary, you know, a topic that's worth consideration. You know, like you said, they themselves are proving to us that we can do without them. I mean, we've done without them for the past 6 months.
But you know what, Mr. Nyenwolo? Don't tell me 1 minute. Let me ask you a question. So, out of 12 months in a year, how many months do you guys actually work? Because right now they're on break.
6.
Yeah. 6. So why would you for 12 months?
That is what I'm saying. They're working in 6 months.
Okay, let me ask a question. Right now, one of the problems people have discovered that they have found is that for instance, right now, our 400 platform, we all talk about one change now. But if you ask us right now, say, look, we have identified this person to be the change, the head of the change arrowhead, and we know the person possesses everything that the change that will bring about change. We're back off. And one of the problems we're facing, Ben, we're back off.
No, Tomalin. No, Tomalin. You see, our problem is we're always looking for a savior.
Exactly.
We're always looking for a savior. Look. These things got to be organic, because whenever you try to find an arrowhead, then you won't take a step. This thing is a group of people with the same ideas.
Okay.
So because guess what? I come in for a minute. The society is so corrupt. When you have an arrowhead, the arrowhead will start saying they carry that arrowhead in the room and they compromise him. What happened to all of you on the street over there?
No, but you see,
that's a different thing. So guess what? I'm coming to Ben. The people in power, when they see masses of people outside with no leaders, you got to deal with 10,000 people. You don't deal with one person that represents 10,000 people. You will think differently.
See, Tommy George is talking about his election business. I disagree. Let me tell you why I disagree. Look, if you have the right system functioning in place, right?
Yeah.
That system can absorb any shock.
That's true. I agree.
That system can even absorb a bad leader.
Yep.
You saw Donald Trump, the current president of this country. If America did not have the systems in place, Donald Trump was ready to force his vice president to overturn the election. Do you know what stopped Pence from doing it? Because Pence understood that there are guardrails. That if I go and do this, I will be held accountable. Yeah. That is the reason why America could go through 4 years of Trump and still be comfortable to say we can re-elect him.
Yeah.
That is what I'm talking about. Building a system, look, I'm not worried about personality, Tomalin. Anybody can come and tell you, say they will be a savior. Anybody. It's the same thing I said the other day. We do this thing in Liberia where we blame people for the failure of the system. Oh, Ben, now you're the one brought Joe, we are on us. Oh, Victor Number, you're the one brought Joe Boyka on us. Oh, the person that you're the one. Listen, am I in Weir or Boyka hat to know what he's going to do? I take what they say. I take what they say.
Yeah.
Let Michelle Obama say, right? The president said, don't change the person. It only expose who they are. Some people, they talk a good game until they get there. When they get there, what do you do at that point in time? You know what you depend on in functional democracies? You know what people depend on, Tomalin? They depend on the system to absorb that shock. That nobody can go. Why? Look, right now, if Joe Boyka determines, say, you know what, I won't go for a third term, can he do it? We have an enlightened, not necessarily even a system, but we have an enlightened population that will stand up, right? You saw when George Weah attempted to do his referendum to say, I will reduce the term from 6 years to 5 years. The opposition at that time was so afraid that George Weah was setting himself up to run for a third term that they educated the population to say, vote no. And the people voted no. Why am I saying that, Tomalin? Is because we don't need a savior. We don't need an arrowhead to say. If anybody want to be president, get in the game, convince people. You're not going to tell me, say, oh, yeah, walk behind you because a person say, oh, and the person get a good resume. No. I am talking about a system in place. And starting with the national legislature, going on to the judiciary, going on to the functionaries of government, going on to the mindset of a country. That when people wake up in the morning, just like how you do in the Tomalin, when you wake up in the morning, the first thing you can think about is that you won't go to work. Is that the first thing you can think about? No. If you had your way, you will sleep. If you had your way, you will sleep.
Yeah.
But the reason you get up every morning and go to work is because you know if you don't go, you will get fired.
And that brings us to this whole argument of Kun and Kofa. You understand me, Ben? Because systems mean nothing if we don't allow them to work.
Thank you.
You put the system in place, you got to work within the limits of the system. You can step outside. Even we put it in place, we have to agree to abide by it. Look, you guys are young Ghana. They were having coups almost every other month. And they got together, the upper, military guys say, okay, you know what? Enough of this.
But Mr. Nangwe, before you came on, I was telling Ben, before we get to that point that we're talking about, it must be some movement, some revolution, something should happen.
I agree with you.
Yes, to change that point. Because if we don't do it,
you agree with that one, but you agree with
that change.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, because every time he let us sneak it.
But here's the point now. Let me take it to you guys. We had election 2011, 2017, 2027, and 2023, and so. Now, all you guys will say, oh, we are the best candidate in the race. Candidates in the race, but we'll start with binary choices. We'll start with. So now, if you said you have best candidate in the race, why didn't you support the best candidate in the race? Why you supported the binary choices you had? You answer that question.
Who? Me?
All of y'all.
What do you mean?
Where you support the best candidate in the first round, when going to the second round, it's a binary.
Who are my first choice for president? I'm asking you. You aware? Who are my first choice? George Weah has never been my first choice for president. He knows that.
I gotta tell you, I advised the CPP campaign. You already know where I stand on that.
Exactly. So my point is, and even at that,
all four choice were Cummings, okay?
Even at that, Tomalin George, Cummings, there's no way we could predict. Say Cummings would do this 100%. We had a sense of what he probably wanted to do, because they say past performance predicts future performance, right? So we say, okay, you know what? There's somebody who has ran this. There's somebody who done this. But Komiko are going in there and change.
And be a different man. You never know.
Be a
Or
totally
you roll in the
different
dice.
team.
I mean, every election you roll in the dice.
Yeah.
Every election you roll in the dice.
So what would have stopped a potential President Cummings? It's a system.
The system.
It's a system. Again, until like my friend and brother Thomas Awaji Jepo, Thomas, maybe we need to send you the link to come on the show. You know, a proper system will compel people to perform. Or you will be removed.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We're trying to reinvent the wheel in Liberia. There is no problem in Liberia that have not been solved.
All the solutions we're looking for, Ben, they're right there in Liberia.
They're right there.
We just refuse to acknowledge or go by them. That's what our problem is. You know?
Like you said, look at the national legislature. Look at the House of Representatives. 49 people to remove the speaker.
The speaker.
Something that simple, written in black and white, that your rules, the rules you adapted, they can't follow it.
No, Ben, no, you're making it easy for them. It's not the rules. It's written in the Constitution.
Thank you very much.
And then,
you affirm it. And
it's in the Constitution.
Exactly.
And then the argument say we got quorum. I like, how can you have quorum with all an authority? Quorum is not when you more than the normal. Quorum is not a simple majority. Quorum requires an authority for you to have quorum. And the worst part, you got educated people talking about where the people got quorum. And that's my disappointment in the Liberian media. And then these people put a name onto themselves, majority black, and the media just ride with it. No, they're not majority black.
And it all has to do with it all again. And has to do with the society.
It's not they're not majority black. You call them majority black, you're giving them some sense of authority. Majority over who?
Look, let me give you an example.
Yeah.
Talking about mindset, society, and habits. Have you seen, and this is President Weah, Sirleaf, Buckeye. Have you seen when the press asking them question? Do you even listen to some of the question the press people can ask the president?
No.
Okay, you know what the question will sound like? You know when you come from work and your gate man open the door, Chief, how are your day? That's what the question will sound like.
The last time I was watching President Buckeye when he came from, I think, one of the summit, the first question I asked, this is so, Mr. President, so what is the dividend for Liberia from this summit? Oh, yes, Mr. Well, we went there, we discussed this, we discussed that, so. You know what the second question? So what does Liberia stand to benefit? The same question.
The same question, right?
Yes. Again, guys, we have a problem, and I think we tend to,
But why you think when Manasadi was being interviewed by what a born name? That Arab, he's
Mehdi Hassan.
Mehdi Hassan.
Why you think she got pissed for? Because she should not used to that kind of grilling.
She's not used to that.
That kind of.
Yeah, Hassan is a hard hitter.
And they got her back down. She's like, I mean, her. She said, "Well, you want to take the way you brought me up? Other ways, that way you want to take this press conference?"
Because guess what? Her 12-year presidency was always Africa first female. And she sit on the stage, and you get all these platitudes, and you talk about women and girls. It was a smooth ride. Now you went to a real guy who was say, "What about this? What about this? What about this?" And when she tried to explain it, that guy is hard nosed. That guy is hard nosed.
That's a black lie. L-I-E. Lie.
Let's say something about these lawmakers.
Yeah, no, I want us to go back to final.
So these lawmakers, what about for me, like the senators, like I said, we are victim of copy and paste.
Yeah,
we copy these people things. So in America, the Senate, it referred to say at the higher house, because guess what? The threshold for doing business is different than the House of Representatives. In Liberia, the only difference between the House of Representatives and the Senator is the numbers and the nomenclature, because everything done down simple majority, but then they call themselves the House of Elders. I say everything done on simple majority, and they call themselves the House of Elders. So, as a senator, what leverage do you have? Nothing, because it's simple majority. They just got to convince more people than you, and things get done. Yeah. So it's like we are victim of copy and paste. We are victim of copy and paste.
We've so watered the process down. I mean, I haven't seen all of the candidates, the manifesto. Usually it's a one pager, bullet point. The thing that they're promising, they almost the same thing. All of the
all candidates all got the same thing. They will do this one, they'll do that, all the same.
Because like this is saying, and about the press, we're not pushing them. We're not pushing them to dig deeper.
Yep.
Guys, like I said, right? I think so. Generally, I think we and look, folks, in the comments, if you think otherwise, state your difference.
Yeah, I just want to address Amadou here. Amadou, we are a country that went through coup, multiple field coup, and a civil war. We don't need no military. We are competent people. We can do this in a civilized manner. We don't need no military, Amadou. So please, when we're talking about change, we're not talking about military. We're talking about change.
Go next. Let me ask Mr. Garguah a question. Mr. Garguah, I know because you guys, I think it was a topic on one of somebody wrote a post yesterday. I think it was ISIS Central about the progressive, right? And if I put a guy attack on that post, somebody insulted me all, but I don't have time. Because all I said was, my comment was, the progressive of yesterday, they were fearless. They were people who you could trust. They were not ballot driven. And honestly, you couldn't go out with Brabham overnight for them to switch sides. You guys were they believe in a cause. The only problem I have with them, what I believe is that they didn't plan that if power will come to them, what they're going to do. I think that the part of missing because
I disagree.
They plan that so when power gets in our hand, how we handle power, what we're going to do. Because how we transform the legislature, how we make the legislature a whole functioning body. I don't think they plan.
Did they ever get power, Tomalin?
Did
they ever get power?
They came close to power during the interim time.
They didn't get it.
But there was at least there was almost like a piece meal of it, Ben. Okay.
Tomalin, the way our system is set up.
Ben, let me learn, right? But now, Ben, the problem, Ben, is that if you see all the letters between I know they had their own internal disagreement where you have Moja and Pa. They were not. They had some internal. That Moja was the what Amos Sawyer, Chipotle group. I think do missing them. They were the Moja group, and then Bagos, Deacon, Carlo, all the guys, and Oscar Kuya. They were different guys, and they had no base stuff. But the idea they were all going for the same cause. One multi-party democracy in our country. We went for it, right? But my thing is that you couldn't infiltrate them and divide them and say, well, we're Brabham and can't get them job and get them something and they will stop talking and switch. But the problem we face today with our own new progressives or you could call it revolutionaries because the
Pewee you're talking so?
No, not Pewee, man. The minute you talk about, I'll tell you an example. During Ellington, the students, they got together, the young guys said they were going to protest. But I think they said somebody, I think the same VP who got the president today, they infiltrated that group. And somebody gave some money and they compromised. The whole thing changed. That what happened. I was like, yo, what? Even, okay, come to June 7. The only one that really took place, but later on, they couldn't reach the finish line because they all they could do, but the guys almost get the finish line. Something happened and they couldn't reach that finish line. So my point is that the progressive yesterday, what were your plans? That what were you guys driving when you get power? What about the democracy coming to place? What were you thinking? How kind of society were you trying to bring about?
Yeah. So first of all, there you go. In the cause of the people. So Tomalin, the shortest answer to your question is April 12 was not in our plan. It was that abrupt coming to power was not our plan. It was a long-range plan, starting at very low levels, mayoral levels and stuff like that, but working our way into government. I mean, Carla or some other Deacon was on another network yesterday. You were talking. I think the target was around 1993. I forget the reason for that, but when we work it out, that was around that time that we think we thought we would have come of age and ready to roll. But like you rightly pointed out, Moose and his the group. Oh, I'm sorry, Amos Sawyer. Moose. We call him
Moose. Yeah, remember.
Yes, with the Moja fellows. The only place we differed was that they believe in using the campuses, university students. If you notice, if you notice, they're very popular with the soup. First of all, from Tottenham High School, they had a student Uhuru movement, and then you go into soup, and then the Moja, and then you begin to seek government office. For us, the PPP and eventually UPP. We believe in engaging the people, the people in the streets and all of that, the market women, whoever will listen, and make our case. That so far that's the only place we differ. But as to multi-party democracy, all of that, I mean, we supported the Sawyer for Mayor campaign, even though Amos was from Ibo. We're not too fundamentally different from each other, and you are right on that. But as to taking power in 1980, that is something we did not have in the cards, as far as I know. I wasn't in every meeting. I was not on the executive level. So if it was discussed in the executive meetings, it never got down to us. We were unaware of that. And so, in a sense, we were caught with our pants down when April 12 happened. So the guys went into the government, in the PRC government, loaded with their ideal ideologies. If you notice, most of them didn't last more than a year in the government. They got kicked out because the PRC couldn't stomach them. Matthews at Foreign Affairs, people that are planning, family at education. They were in the government. They had top posts. But if you notice, people that are calling for abolition or so many things when you went to Ministry of Planning. And the guys couldn't put up with it because they thought it was impractical. And that's what they all got.
And that's why they left so early.
So let me ask Mr. Nangwe, because so that's a minute here. So let me tell you, guys, remember in the early 80s, there's some of the progressive writing, like mainly Dr. Famla writing in the 90s, used to talk about, I think like 82, 83, when John G. Ramsey came in the fold, and that's when the progressive really got kicked out of the door inner orbit. And that whole thing was John G. Ramsey planned though for the presidency, because the initial plan though promised the American people that the soldiers would go back to the barracks, and I had to do the heavy renovation with BTC 72nd barracks there. So that whole you can get a little historical fact about the whole John G. Ramsey and the progressive thing.
Well, yeah, I think John Ramsey was working with Buchanan or something.
No, Lamco, he was in Lamco as the administrative manager there.
Exactly. So he was not around in the initial stages. But if you know, John G is from, I think, Granger. It was from Granger.
Yeah.
So he eventually, got to Do, and Do the Dodie thing, he really he respected that kinship. And so eventually John G got to the president, and we heard it was a plan and all of that, how Do should do X, Y, and Z. But you're right, we John G came in and crept on Samuel Doe, and he practically took the president under his wing.
That was brilliant.
But John was very good.
Yeah,
he has some very brilliant, bright ideas. Not all of them were good, but he has some very brilliant ideas. So the president took to him. The president took to a lot of people. The president took to Emmanuel Shaw as well. The president, the big afro and all of that. that was Emmanuel Shaw. So it
was John. It was Ramsey that he brought about the International Assembly, that those should change it to it. That idea was that.
I honestly, Tomalin, I can't put my finger on it now. I would be misleading you if I told you I remember who it was. But I know that John G was really in the kitchen cabinet with the president, and he had a lot of influence over the president. He did.
Yeah, because the rumor was that, so he orchestrated that whole thing, and the only way it could be successful was to take General Kurangba from the barracks as commanding general and make him Secretary General of the Assembly. That how when Kurangba said he didn't want to be Secretary General, that had the whole thing fell out, and then they had a different, because he couldn't keep Kurangba on top of the army, and because he had a whole different route to be president. I mean, that's why most of the ratings were out there. I don't know how true it is.
To be honest with you, I don't know myself because
the International Assembly, where they say, okay, take him. Whenever he was ambassador to Great Britain, they said take him and bring him. And then, though you change from military, you become International Assembly and president, and you bring J. Patrick Beto, you bring him to Secretary General, and how they just change everything and brought some civilians there, and it led to the election, and then the rest of history.
All right.
All of them were in this, you know.
And then you notice that within that time frame, they had a lot of the young technocrats from the top of government became minister, like Baron Todd became minister of planning economic affairs. Yeah. You know, you had those guys coming back in government. They said that was the whole Ramsey plan. He brought those people back in government and just kicked the progressive out away. So I don't know how true it is, but there will been a whole bunch of writings about them.
Yeah, I mean, it took the president a good bit of time to find his bearing, President Doe meaning. And so for a while he relied on, you know, the fellows, you know, Sawyer, Matthews, to put the order them. But then eventually, you know, he started to strike out. And then of course the fellows you're talking about, they start coming, even some of the same TWP people who were removed, you know, they started getting closer to the president. And the president has other ideas, you know, his appetite for, you know, the Western, you know, stuff. So the guys, most of them were very exposed to the Western culture, you know, where to get the best suits, you know, how to look nice. And so those little things actually helped the president sway him into their direction. And so, so the guys, I mean, Chechipo, I think he was forcibly removed from the temple, the Minister of Justice.
The impeachment, right?
Exactly, yeah. You know.
After you sanctioned the killing of all the people.
Yeah.
So, Wilfred, we want you to chime in on, before we continue on this historical journey. I want you to chime in. I don't know if you were listening about the whole bicameral legislature thing. What are your thoughts on it? Do you think we need a bicameral legislature? Do you think we need one house or we need two? Because like I said, my argument moving forward is that the lower house have shown us that we really don't need them, right? Because for the last 6 months, we really have not had a functioning House of Representatives, and the country seems to be going on fine. Apart from the fact that it's just been a distraction for us. That's the only reason why there's noise in the country, because they have actually been a distraction. So if we can get rid of the lower house, maybe shrink the Senate to one senator per county, we'll be saving a whole lot of money. And the other proposal is that we make it a part-time legislature, a very part-time legislature. We're going to call them when we need them. And
on demand, yeah.
That way we don't have to be paying
a national legislature on demand. A Congress on demand.
Buy cars for them. We don't have to pay their cooks. We don't have to pay their house boys. We don't have to do all the things that we do right now. So I don't know what your thoughts on that, and then we'll go back into the historical stuff.
No, I would support the status quo. I would support the Congress where we have a House of Representatives and a Senate. I think this is the short-term phase that we're going through. We will for sure overcome it. I don't think, I disagree that the country is functioning, like smoothly and well because of the chaos that we have in the House. I think that the chaos that we have there and what we see going on there is a clear testament that we need both houses, both the Senate and House of Representatives, functioning well-oiled and functioning for the country to be able to, to function well. There are a lot of underlying chaos and dysfunction that's going on because of what we see happening at the House of Rep. So I wouldn't, embrace the idea of shrinking or shrinking the legislature or eliminating one of the houses and just or have or on demand Senate or on demand legislature. So I wouldn't support that. I think that'd be bad for the country. I think yes, we're going through some crisis now. We're going through some. I see it more of a political hiccup that we're dealing with now, that will be addressed sooner than later.
And let me ask you, this is fascinating that we have another opinion here for this. Well, I want you to tell me what's the value. What value do they bring at this particular point in time? Because I believe what you expressed just now is a functional democracy, a functional society, is a society with guardrails, is a society with strong institutions. That's what you just outlined, which doesn't suffice for us in today's Liberia, right? We do have the institutions on the books, but they're not functional, right? They're not strong as they should be. And again, I said earlier that I think we did a copy and paste of our constitution. We took a constitution from the United States.
But there's no question about that. Yeah, we all know.
Right?
Yeah.
So the Constitution of the United States of America, a totally different society, more enlightened, more educated, and we brought it into Liberia. So I'm asking you, what is the benefit of having a House of Representatives? What are they doing that unicameral? Is that the right way? Unicameral, one, right? Exactly.
Yeah,
There's
one.
bi and uni. Well, what are they doing that a unicameral would not be able to do? I'm not saying abolish the legislature. I do believe there have to be another branch. If we're going to keep an executive and a judiciary, we need another branch that will kind of hold things from an oversight perspective. But why will a bicameral benefit us compared to a unicameral? What are they doing that a uni would not be able to do?
Providing the checks and balances there. So if you have a car, the way I look at it, if you have a car and you have one or two of the cylinders in the car not working properly, doesn't mean that you kick out the car. I mean, it doesn't mean that it is now a car or
But if the car has never worked. If the car,
what do you mean it's never worked? I mean, we have this impasse. Doesn't mean that it's never worked.
No, I'm not only talking about the impasse. I'm not only talking about the impasse.
Okay.
To be quite honest with you, I think the impasse has only showed that the emperor is naked. From my estimation, right? Because we all, like I said, if we have a unicameral legislature, right, the Senate can pass the budget. The Senegal is doing fine with a unicameral. They had a bicameral parliament. They decided that, listen, this is a waste of resources, total waste of our time. We pay the same thing. In fact, Senegal are worse. Their legislature was way worse. Their lower parliament was way worse in acting the actuality of waste, right? There was a waste decision that they made. We have to cut costs, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's not just this. For me, I think this issue only exposed that the emperor is naked.
Ben, there is a Percy, and he's raising something. I'm on board with this, but he's bringing another side to it. When we do this, are we denying the people their representation? Because these people, they represent the population.
Yeah, Percy. I wanted to see if I could get. I thought I had Percy's number. I was just texting him.
Percy Harris.
Percy Harris. Yeah. The number I got from him.
Bring it on.
Percy, if your number is the same, then I will send you the link. If it's not, then maybe try to send me a message in
a messenger. You can send
messenger. Yeah, maybe I can.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So go ahead.
Yeah,
I don't know. No, I just wanted to bring that point in. I'm happy you're bringing him in.
Yeah.
And Winfred is talking, so I think I'll let him go ahead and land.
Winfred, you want to finish, and then
No, I mean, the interesting thing is that not to I think that you bring up Senegal is interesting, and the reason it's interesting is because a colleague of mine at the University of Minnesota together, he's a lawyer, and he's right here next to me here.
Oh,
and he helped to usher in this,
Joma Fai?
Yeah, he helped to usher in this government.
I'm trying to wave to us.
Well, Mamadou.
Maybe he can. Me tell you say I'm a huge fan of Joma Fai. Let me tell you, go visit. That one president I want me. That one the way I let me the president be.
But the interesting thing is that he's already disillusioned.
Oh my goodness, no, no.
That is normally the case.
Yeah. So Mamadou, okay, come here for a second and say hi to my
Katiola.
So yeah, the way to wave. So we're talking about what we're looking at the legislature in Liberia versus the parliament that was in Senegal, and why Senegal changed from a bicameral to a unicameral.
Yes.
And so my colleague here was trying to provide some insight as to why the Senegalese, why you all decided to go the unicameral route. Can you
to save money?
To save money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just as exactly what
Thank you.
Okay.
To save money, yeah. Because people
just
don't
to save
want
money, and we need to save money.
Okay.
Yeah.
But is it working?
It was not really effective.
I mean now the
Is uni working?
Yeah, one.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's working. Yeah, you just
thank you.
One assembly.
Okay. One house. Yeah, I know the unicameral one assembly. But I'll just say versus what.
Winfrey won't run for representative.
You got to think I'll be there for another round, right?
Winfrey won't run for representative.
Okay, yeah, you had a sense.
You're gonna watch out. Maybe we're going to be lucky.
Hey,
wait, the guy explained this.
Let me explain, please. Yeah.
You want to put it on camera?
Yeah,
Put it on camera.
No. Okay, wait, but you come closer to hear you. Yeah. So come
closer. We used to have a Senate.
So you say
Abdullah Wad.
Okay, Abdullah Wad. So Abdullah Wad.
We had a Senate, and Macky Sall, when he came, he just actually dissolved.
Oh, was Macky Sall who dissolved?
Macky Sall,
like I said. He dissolved the Senate, but created two other institutions.
Two other institutions
like senates.
Okay. Macky Sall did.
Yeah. He dissolved the Senate and the Wad, but created two other institutions that just look like senates.
Really?
Yeah.
But so how did that help? Because if you are trying to get away from having to spend all this money, and then that was being spent on the Senate, and then Macky Sall comes,
dissolved that one,
and he dissolved it, and then he created two
other institutions, which were not called Senate.
Okay.
But was bringing politicians.
Okay.
In those institutions, just for.
Okay.
Just,
so how did that work?
Those two institutions and the
the Macky Sall, the arrangement that Macky Sall set up.
I mean, definitely there was no effectiveness.
Was that effective?
No, there was no effectiveness. Basically, those who were sitting in those two institutions were politicians of Macky Sall political party.
Okay.
Were Macky Sall political party's members.
Okay.
And when Bassirou Diomaye came, he just actually dissolved those two institutions and said that we don't need to pay this politician to sit in those two institutions.
Okay.
This is a waste.
Okay.
And now we return to what we used to have.
See? Hey,
one chamber.
Okay.
So
technically, at the end of the day, they end up with one chamber, right?
A single.
Okay. We only have one national assembly.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Abdullah Wad is the one who came and actually created the Senate.
The Senate.
Yeah. And when Macky came, he dissolved the Senate, but he created two
other bureaucracies,
different institutions.
Yeah.
You know, that look like senates.
So was there a referendum? I mean, but can you just do that?
No, there was a referendum. They did.
No. Yeah. I think for Maki, it was.
Maki had a referendum. I remember that.
Okay,
yeah,
Maki Sahara.
Yeah,
Maki
He
Sahara.
it even applied what? It was through referendum.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was through referendum because they changed the constitution.
They changed the constitution.
Yeah,
to be able to do that. Yeah.
Because I remember Maki.
But so I will let you go. But so you are actively involved in bringing this current government to power. This young government to power.
Exactly.
Yeah. And you know, he's a lawyer. You know, but you dissolution. So what? If so clearly it's not working.
No, actually, no. It's I mean, there's some. Basically, what happened is we want things to move faster.
Exactly. That's all we're
faster. You know, these guys, Sonko and Jomai, they promise a lot of things, but people really realize that it's too slow. Some decisions.
That's a reality. Reality sinking in.
You know, like this currency, the CF.
Oh, okay.
Currency.
Yeah.
We don't want it anymore. This has to you know.
And he's taking it.
He's taking time.
He's taking
But at least the decision under the pressure of the people.
Yeah.
Now the French troops are leaving by August.
So he's making some
French soldiers who used to be in Senegal.
Yeah.
They are leaving now.
Yeah.
So this is good.
Okay. So he's taking Dusman.
We want these guys to be fast,
to move fast.
Okay. Decisions.
So Wilfred.
It's not a change of regime. It's a revolution. Okay. We want different.
So that is the point.
And so that's what Ben wants.
That's the point I was making, right?
We need a revolution.
We need a revolution. We need to get away with
no foreign troops in Senegal on Senegal's soil. We want that. So we don't want CFA anymore.
You don't want CFA?
No, it has to go.
Very good.
Wow.
All right. Thank you very much.
The justice system. Those who work on the stole the money, they need to go to jail.
Oh wow!
Well, you see that? You see the gap. The gap is.
Tell him I would like to speak to him offline. I will reach out to him.
So
I would like to talk to him. I love to talk to.
So now you see the problem is now.
I started a lot.
Hold up. He said he wants to correct something.
I made a mistake. Actually, what Jomai did, Jomai cannot dissolve these two institutions which were created by Macky Sall because it went through the referendum.
Yeah.
It has to go through referendum. But what he did, he just actually fired the head of the institutions.
Good.
He fired them. Now the institutions are not working. Basically, are not working. But they are there in the constitution, but they are not working. Because
not working. So there's he replaced them.
I mean,
he made it non-functional, pretty much.
Yeah, fired them.
He made it non-functional. Okay, great.
Yeah. Wow. He made them non-functional.
Thank you. Listen. Tell him he's my Senegal brother. I will call him. I love that guy. But I'm serious. This is what I'm talking about. And Wilfred,
then you are against revolution.
No, but
no, Tommy, I never said I was against revolution.
Yeah, that was the best message. It's not to change the regime. You need revolution.
Yeah, but you see that.
I said you are against it.
No, but you see the thing. You see Tomalin.
The thing you're talking about.
You see Tomalin. There's a difference right now. The men are in power. The president sees a lot.
But what I'm trying to say here is, and to also state, right? In Senegal, they actually got rid of the Senate and kept the Assembly. And in Liberia, I say we get rid of the lower house because they are the most dysfunctional ones. To be quite honest with you, they're noisy. They're all over the place. And then I know Percy raised the issue. I see him in the back. Percy, are you coming on? I don't see you. Are you coming on camera? Write in the chat and let me know. But okay, good. Let him read. So I know Percy raised the issue.
Let me fix my background.
Can you hear us?
Let me fix my background.
Okay, good.
I had to go to camera up here.
So I know Percy raised the issue of representation. Listen, look, representation would be one senator per county. Let me tell you something. This notion that
but more than that, Ben, I don't cut you. You're not saying abolish it completely. On demand, we have a burning issue we put in a mechanism that will select, the people that come and assemble, whether it's 1 month or 2 months,
So you say keep what we have, but just do it on demand? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't know if you want to call it keep what we have. I'm really all for sending them home.
Because my point is when you even keep them on demand,
complete abolition.
Yeah,
let me rephrase what I said.
I'm not putting it right, but I'm agreeing with what you're saying. I'm just trying to figure out the mechanism.
Yeah. My argument here is this. Even if we keep what we have and say we on demand, right? We getting rid of your coke money.
But what we have now is almost like part-time, man. I mean, somebody said
we paying them for
right?
It is part-time.
It is part-time, but we're paying them for 12 months a year.
That's right.
That is my argument.
Yeah.
So my thing is, look, even if you keep them right now and you keep them on demand, I still plenty of money that we got to pay them on demand. That's my point, right? Because we got to pay 73 people on demand, whereas we can get rid of 73 people and keep 15 people in the Senate.
15.
15.
So you get rid of 73 plus 15. That's what you're getting rid of.
You get rid of 73, you get rid of 15, you keep 15, but you capacitate those 15 with human capacity, with a secretariat to do the heavy lifting. They can do the political thing. They can go do the voting. They can preside over the hearings. When Minister Winfrey Russell comes and say, you know what, I'm coming to defend my budget. Yes, we'll do the hearing, but you got a staff. You got a secretariat that's documenting everything. Listen, we got to get desperate time calls for desperate measures. My argument, what I made earlier, Winfrey Russell, was the reason why I say everything functioning perfect. I actually said that for the last 6 months, we have not had a functional House of Representatives. They're pretending that they're functional. They're passing budget. We all know the budget they passed. It's just because, we want the country to shut down. But legally, that budget is illegal. It is a fact.
Well, what I heard is they're operating on the 112 that is allowed by law. I don't know if you guys
they're not operating on 112. They passed the budget.
Full budget.
They passed the budget. So my point is the same thing they did. Those 15 men that we have working part-time in the Senate will do. They will just have a functional secretariat that will be comprising of CPAs, wherever we will put in there. We can decide that one. We can get professional, get plenty of professional Liberians. And when you, Winfrey Russell, decide to run for the Senate of Montserrat County, you are fully cognizant that this is a part-time gig. You're not getting money for car. We're not paying for your cook. We're not paying for your nurses. We're not paying for your security. We're not doing any of those things. In fact, Winfrey, you are a professional man. All you want to do is to go and serve for that time. Like you do here. They got judges here that serve for election judges, all of those different things, right? You know the system, Winfrey. You speak to this more than I do. Again, like I said, desperate times calls for desperate measure. We want to save money. That we can start doing that one, and then from there we start looking at other ways to save. Percy, you ready? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready.
I really think it's an idea that is really worth,
So we welcome Percy Harris, who has a different. I haven't seen him in a long time. This is
Percy, what's up, man?
Yeah, Ben.
This is my brother from way back from 2014. We started talking about revolution a long time ago.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, Refer. How you guys doing?
So, Percy, what's your gripe? What's your gripe with us? You say representation. First of all, you want to run for House of Representatives?
No, I know. All right.
Okay, I'm just making sure. That's all. I just want to make sure that you're not winning for a whole time.
Ben, hold on a minute here. So, I agree with you part of the way. My only thing is we have to decide whether we want 15 senators or 173 representatives at a district level, so the representation can be closer to the people. That's what we have to decide. But it will either be one or the other. It can't be both.
You're not even closer to the people right now. That argument, I can win it. I can win that argument.
No, I mean,
if you go in the people district, out of the people, that's closer to them.
Well, no, then guess what? Then election is every 4 years. Then you already be on your heels.
It's still long.
Okay.
4 years,
Okay.
you know how much money we will be spending?
No, guess what now? 4 years part-time. I still going to part-time basis.
But they are part-time. I mean, our state legislature, Shafa is part-time, but the money is they get paid for 12
But
months.
do they pay for you, Wilfred? Do they pay for your cook?
No.
Do they pay for your drivers?
No, they don't give you card. They don't pay for nothing.
Yeah, but when you go home, but Wilfred, after a session, when you go home, when you come, when they pass all the bill and they shut down, they go home. Are they still getting paid?
Yes.
Or they getting paid how much? No, I'm talking about year now. I'm talking about year now.
Yeah. So a rep here gets about 40. It's under like $60,000.
So they spread it 12 months.
Exactly.
But again, before Percy come in, Percy, don't worry, come in. But again, this is a state. What is the budget of the state of Minnesota?
Oh shit.
Exactly. You answer my question right there.
Well, I can give you the budget, but Minnesota is a mid-sized economy, so it's about $480 billion economy.
Thank you very much.
Liberia is barely 5.
What is the budget of the Republic of Liberia again?
The University of Minnesota budget is 5 times the size of it.
So don't you get my drift here? Don't you get my drift here? If I could get a part-time president, we'll get a part-time president. But go ahead, Percy.
Man, I don't know, Ben. Look, people.
I'm telling you, I'm starting a revolution.
No, when you're talking about the thing, you have to be careful about, because Mr. Nyenwolo, when they topple the government because of representation, you have to be careful with these things when talking about it. So it has to do with representation. Nyenwolo when they toppled the two party because they said it were not represented. Yeah, you can be taxing or taxation or representation, right? Mm-hmm. No, but on a very serious note, the Liberian legislature.
I know you would go on, but representation doesn't always have to be physical, though. I mean, you can come to you and I tell you what I want you to tell me. I mean, what I want you to say in the assembly, and you represent me. You can go there.
True, right? I agree, but this is
what we were arguing for was to be heard. That's all.
But man, y'all want that more than that. Y'all stop that thing.
Okay, go ahead.
The history that we've been reading it in here. Y'all stop it. Go ahead. And I was listening to Deacon Carlos yesterday. He said he and Pacos went to the president. So if y'all wanted to be heard, y'all had audience with the president. Y'all were heard. So then why y'all continue?
And they allowed them on the president's scholarship.
And don't forget, but if the argument is we wanted to be heard, you had an audience with the president backwards, and Carlos then went to the president. President's in my turn. I mean, in my turn, what y'all want? They rest beneath y'all talking here. And, so if that just wanted to be heard, you had an audience. So then it was going to be no, you're supposed to go back. But there was more to that. But I will come to that part. But I like to give a historical basis for this argument, for this conversation, not argument per se, but for these conversations. Mm-hmm. It will interest you to know that the Liberian, what you guys are talking about, the Liberian legislature.
Look at
the Liberian legislature as we know it now. The Liberian legislatures, as we know it now, started off as a part-time entity, right? It was a part-time institution. There were no full-time representative there. These people used to, first of all, the distance between Grand Bassa to Monrovia was very far. So you can't keep somebody that may have to go back to his farm, right? So it was a part-time entity. It was the idea of representative being full-time is a novelty, right? It started little on towards the 20th century, but for the most part, this entity has been, you never have full-time people, and like you said, nobody was paying cooks. Nobody was giving lubricant for cars. Nobody was doing all that thing. So all those things, those are power that these guys have amassed to themselves and decide to abuse the ordinary people, a privilege that they have given them to represent them. So I don't think we should have, when I say representation, is the House of Representatives is a function of the population of a particular locality. So if you have several times in villages here, and you have another several times villages here. Those people want to have their own representation. So that's how we account for their voices in our government, right? So if you have just one senator who's for the whole county, that making that you're not incorporating the entire the many voices from that locality. So that's why I meant by representation, and that's what the argument that Richard Sherman brought about doing the American Constitution, because that's a borrowed thing, right? Richard Sherman brought about doing the American Constitutional Convention. Yeah, they too was arguing about, okay, do we want a bicameral legislature, or we just want a single house, or just a single house? And the argument from guys like Sherman and others was that if you just have a single guy here, you're not be incorporating the voices of the different people that we have in this country. America was a vast, I mean, even though it was just on the East Coast, but they had different values in different areas, right? So he said, you're not incorporate everybody into this thing if you just have one guy who's representing the entire thing, right? He can't go around the country, you not know who. And so we want to have two houses here. One would be representing people at the local level, like at the county, and at a smaller level, and then you want to have the entire county itself. So that's what we took from here, and that's what we went back to Liberia with. And even in Liberia, when we took that idea to Liberia, it was not a full-time thing then. It was a part-time thing. This thing you're doing here now is a novelty, right? When the boys it started later on towards the 19th century and stuff like that. But the actual legislature, as we know it, the Liberian legislature, when it started from 1847, matter of fact, from 1840, these were part-time position, right? You go, you get elected, but I was not full-time position. But mind you, let me tell you the flip side. The corruption was still there, because when the men want to stay long in session, because the more you stay in session, you are paid per session, right? The more you stay in session, the men want to stay in session longer so they can get paid, right? So you got speech from Joseph Jingi Rawa, even admonishing them to not stay long in session because there was no money to pay, right? So so those things were there, but the idea of like having a single house of representatives, I mean, you'll be missing my people in certain districts and whatnot, and those voices are needed in the broader body politics, so to speak.
So let me ask Ben. Let me ask Percy this question. Now I agree with you, Percy. I think you know as far as that's concerned. So
let me say for the record that I disagree with Percy, but go ahead.
Yeah. So if we so the whole representation piece. Now, do you think we could accomplish that representation? Okay, where you have a unicameral system where you have say one senator in Nimba County, okay, represented the entire county, right? But then we have elected officials. So we have mayors and paramount chiefs and all of these folks,
superintendent.
Yes, superintendent and all of those folks, elected. Then you have one person in Monrovia representing the county. Yeah, but locally you have all of these different elected officials that would serve as the representative, of course, of all these all these different folks working with the lone senator or lone representative or whatever that is in Monrovia, the Capitol Hill.
Yeah, but the thing, yeah, you can have that, but here's the thing, like where we are right now, as a country, and it's always been that way for the most part, right? We have differences of opinion. The thing that people in Grand Bassa want, the people in Sino might not want. And if you have the thing that people in Cape Mount want, the people in Maryland might not want it. So how do you get those voices heard? By just having one person, so to speak, in Monrovia to
So Winfred, let me add some spice to your thing. Welcome, Robert Garguah. Whatever, it's good to see you, my brother. We're gonna get you in on the conversation very soon. What if we do this? And I like where this is going, right? Because again, the goal here is save money, get rid of the dysfunction that's happening on Capitol Hill in the Monrovia noise that's happening. Because in my mind, anyway, right, what we have right now is not a true representation of the people anyway. Their voices are not heard anyway, right? The only time their voices are heard is when they vote for them and send them to Monrovia. But have 98% of the time they're doing their own thing in Monrovia. There's no accountability tool that is in place. If there was an accountability tool in place, the people in those counties should be able to recall their representatives. So maybe what we do, and I hear your argument about representation. My initial thought was, hey, get rid of the whole thing, so and so. But what about what Winfred said? You have one senator, you have a superintendent that is elected, you have a county council that you have representation from the respective districts on that county council, and they communicate their messages to the senator in Monrovia, and that senator in Monrovia is answerable and accountable to the county council, right? Meaning there are things in place for the county council to be able to hold that senator so he don't go rogue on them while he's in Monrovia, because that's exactly what's happening right now. And I still think that would be cheaper than having 72 people in Monrovia who would pay in the cook, the nurses, and the securities.
But here is what I think. You just put the answer for those for the quagmire that we have. Why don't we put a recall in? We put a recall clause into the Constitution. Why don't we have that? Why can't we recall? Why can't we have that recall clause?
We can do that, but then we still don't answer the question of saving. I am also interested in saving interested in eliminating the waste, because it's a total waste of our resources.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Let's go back to the part-time model, right? If you're not, the people they go to session, I think 2 days a week, if I'm not mistaken, right?
2 days a week, yes.
Everyone of us here, you have to work to get paid. Right, equal work for equal pay. So why not go that? Let's do equal work, equal pay. If you go into a session for 2 days, make it in part time. The people don't go in government and play. They don't make nothing government and play where people can get rich. You won't get rich. There's a private sector that put more time and energy there and get into the private sector. But if you want to do public service is not to make you rich. It's only in Liberia where you can. It's funny that the richest people. I won't talk for all Africans. I'm talking about my corner, right? The richest people in our society are politicians. They guys don't make nothing. You know what I mean? They're not productive in terms of, and they don't produce nothing. And they are the wealthy people because why? They have found out a scheme wherein, right? They can go into the government. Everybody money. I let to call it everybody. They can get everybody money, and either rich people or God will be hungry here today, tomorrow. The man he get elected, and he building houses, he setting up businesses and whatnot. I mean, and then meanwhile, the people that were running behind him, they're still living in squalor, right? So my thing, Ben, you have a solution here. You don't have to like dismantle everything.
I want to cut this system.
But sorry, Ben. I think that what Percy is, I think he's seeing this in through the eyes of the centralized government. But I think we have a fully functional decentralized government. I think it answers the question of engaging the people at the local level. Because I think that's what you're concerned with. How do we make sure that the people who are not in Monrovia, for instance, are heard, are represented in government? So I think if you and I don't know, maybe a fully functional local government, but decentralized. The senator who was here, he was talking about the cash cow and all of that, because some of these counties, they generate so much, but the revenue sharing is absent. They send the money to Monrovia, and then Monrovia is supposed to send them their share, which doesn't usually go to them. So I think if we can do that, that's one way. And you also advance equal time work and pay for time work. Maybe instead of paying them for 12 months, if they're working 6 months, let's pay them for 6 months.
That's it.
And then when they go over the 6 months, they don't. We don't pay them for that.
The man say go to agriculture break, then we pay him for going to a own farm. Why would I do that?
Yeah, we're giving him money to do that, and we give him money for engagement.
So the Winfred.
That's what I'm telling you. The other guy take money for engagement in bed. He said you were bidding what rehabilitation.
The other guy got married.
Yeah.
So you got
So Winfred, today you had a senator on the closing argument, right?
Man.
Yeah. Okay. So that senator is on vacation, getting paid.
It's getting paid.
He's getting paid. So listen to this now. If the president called them for emergency session on Monday,
get extra pay.
They got to get paid again.
Yeah. Yes.
They got to get paid again.
I mean, how does it? And that's my point. How?
Is that legal? Is that?
It is legal.
That's what they do right now.
That's what they do. That's what they do.
It's legal.
But even here, if there is a special session here for Congress, they do get paid.
They do get paid. That one I don't. Yeah.
Because the president is calling them back to work.
Calling them
right?
back.
Yes.
But you know what? Yeah, the congressman makes $174,000 a year. I come in. No, listen.
But
listen, that's what I'm coming to. That money he makes, if he wants to rent an apartment in Washington D.C., it will come from that money. If he wants to own a car in Washington D.C., it will come from that money.
They sleep in the offices.
They sleep in the offices and they go home on Friday. So, but in our place, we pay them. We pay for their cook. We get them free car. We get them free car every 3 years.
I think that is a function of
and guess what? And all those things are not in law. They just push it on us, and we just accept it. They just push it on us.
Yeah, but that's what.
And guess what? I come to a point, person. They push it on us, and we accept it. And what they do, they gaslight the population. When this government came in power, they say, "Oh, we're doing a system audit in the Senate." Okay, these are people that have been living on taxpayer money for 18 years. Say system audit. Oh, can we change our processes? Rather you change the processes, you take taxpayer money and give it to a senator in your bank account for him to go buy a car. What happened to the procurement process? I thought the procurement process covered every money that's being spent for the government for goods and services. What happened to the public financial management law? So why to change it? And they're still operating the same way. If these people are now audited, they will still pass around that country looking at heroes. And that's why they all rich, and then they keep you poor. That everything that dropped down to you, you appreciate it. These are not laws. These are not laws.
So I want us to come back again. Let's come back to let meet in the middle, right? Let's meet in the middle. Robert is back, so let's hear what Robert's thoughts are on this, and I'm sure he's been listening. So let's hear what your thoughts are on this, and then let's come around the table and meet in the middle and see what we are going to be proposing from here so that we can start a revolution in Liberia.
So my thing is, and I've been listening a lot, great idea. Ben always have these thought-provoking
I know, right?
Right? And it makes you think. But the objective of a one house legislature is to shrink the size of government. Am I right?
Yeah, that's one major.
That's one. Two, the question I'm going to ask is, because currently we have a very big legislature, right? And they are essentially part of Liberia's problem only because they have been less effective, right? And so to the question here about this one house of legislature, if you shrink if we go with the idea and that revolution starts, Ben, is it going to make them, does it solve the problem? Yes, we save money. I get that, right? We save money. And the money that has been saved, the next question to that is, where is that money going? Secondly, would it solve the overall problem from our perspective when it comes to the effectiveness of the house, the legislature, right? Does it matter right now if we made the house one and we got rid of all of these other representatives and senator? Does it solve the problem when it comes to the major problem? I think is the incompetence, the ineptitude. All of those things are the biggest problem. Do you think that solves the problem? That's a question I want to ask.
So, if it does it solve the problem of ineffectiveness, ineptitude? Is that what your question?
All of that, yeah. Does it?
I say yes. I say yes. It does to a certain degree, right? To a great degree. And let me tell you why I say yes. One, when you are doing this, you also ask the question of where that savings go, right? That savings clearly because guess what? You're not abolishing the legislature, right? The legislature that will be left, the skeleton legislature that will be left, right, will still have the power of a legislature, will still have the power to review the budget. The budget doesn't pass if the Senate doesn't pass it. If they have the power to appropriate in the budget. They can, as a part of that revolution is the savings from this every year goes to health, goes to education, goes to roads, however way I want Patricia. Hey, guys, let's also remember here, we're talking about per hour budget, per hour pie. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars per hour pie. If I'm, you know, if let me say I'm abolishing the House of Representatives here in the U.S., it will amount to hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, right? So I'm just flipping the script. The second thing I will also say, right, on the issue of effectiveness, you have a leaner Senate, 15 men and women, right? I mean, they'll still have their pro tem first amongst equal, whatever bureaucracy they want to have. But you will also, I also said, you set up a secretariat that will do the heavy lifting and lead, generally how they have in this country. The members of the House are the politicians. But you know what makes those members and those elected officials as strong and as effective? It's the staff. They have great researchers. Yeah. Jasmine Crockett don't get on the Senate floor except when she's calling Marjorie Taylor Greene, Bush Blonde Body, whatever. But all of the things she's proposing are grounded on research. So you empower. 1 second. Right now, there's a secretary at the Liberian Senate. Right? There is a secretary at the Liberian Senate. Or like I said, all of the things we're talking about here are not strange things. I'm just saying lean and effective. So I do believe it does answer that question. You empower that secretariat, which will be staffed with civil servants paid well, give them the opportunity to be able to do the things they need to do, and then you have those people.
Yeah, but Ben, again, sounds good, but remember, you are not one of those 15 men. You could be. There's a possibility you could be, right?
Yeah.
The reason why I asked the question is, again, the issue for me, and the reason why a discussion like that comes up, is to fix the ineffectiveness of the current bunch of lawmakers we have. If these lawmakers were patriotic, which means if they were spending more money on infrastructure, if they were spending more money on education, if they was passing laws and putting systems together to build up the country, you and I would not be talking about one house legislature. And so again, to the point, if you have 15 men or even 5 men, and those men are still the representation of 90% of what you currently have, you have not solved the problem when it comes to lean government, shrink legislature, but more effective. So again, I think from our perspective, it's a big old box of it makes us think, it makes us brainstorm, but it goes back to the core of the issue. Those 15 men are not selected. Those 15 men will have to be elected by their constituents. And you know what? You could just end up with 15 of Richard Combs. You could just end up with 15 of Sama Kokoga. You could just end up with 15 of everything that's wrong with the bunch we currently have. And if you end up with these men, yes, you've reduced the size of the legislature. Yes, you've helped, or you start the process of reducing the size of government. But here's what you've not done: you have not answered the questions about effectiveness. I mean, I want us to think. I
disagree. I disagree. How? In 30 seconds, so we can give it to Nambe.
No, I want you to tell me how you disagree.
No, I say I disagree, but I come into 30 seconds for me to tell you my disagreement.
And you know what? There's no guarantee. There's no guarantee that the monies that you're saving will be reallocated to healthcare, education. Again, they will have to pass the budget. There's no guarantee.
This is what I said. 15 of 15, a lean, effective 15-man Senate with guardrails. Accountability tools are in place. You have a county council. You have. Listen, every every bureaucracy you put in place must have an accountability system set up for them, whether you like it or not, right? And for me, I'm not saying all of the answers will come tonight, but what I'm saying is, right, if you have 15 men in place and you have an effective system in place where they are accountable to their people, listen, as uneducated as people in the villages are, they are running effective systems in the villages that we are running in Monrovia.
I agree. But even at that, Ben, let's not act like we currently don't have guidelines on the books. Again, it blows my mind. It's a great idea, but Ben,
we have guidelines on the book.
You get what I'm saying? I'll give you an example, Ben. I'll give you an example. 1 second. I'll give it, since I just came, you've been talking a lot. Because again, I like when you bring these ideas, but I also like to challenge your thought process. That's what I'm doing. That's exactly what I'm doing here. Because again, we're dealing with true systemic issues that goes beyond just the things you're just talking about. You talk about guidelines, all of it. We cannot even respect the Constitution.
Because, Robert, that's what I said. We have guardrails on the book, right? But what is missing is the accountability tools.
So then who holds the legislature? Because guess what? Shrinking the government, the South of the legislature, still give them, but the people still have the power to do so now.
But when the people hold them accountable, and you implore and you pull the trigger that Percy Harris talked about, the recall clause that could solve that problem. That could solve that problem.
But then it's a constitutional. You need a referendum.
Of course you do. Yeah. Of course, I'm not saying you don't. You definitely need a referendum. It's a number you can come in, and then the rest of the folks can come in. But I'm telling you, hold the recall clause, and you empower the people as uneducated as many of our people are. They know what they want. You go in the villages, they tell you what they want.
Yeah, but the people they want
know what you want.
But they've expressed that over these years. But the people,
Robert,
the Taliban of people that they want have done us the worst.
But Robert, because there's no accountability in place.
Okay, so imagine if Prince Johnson, let me just throw his name out there. Imagine if Butnick or Prince Johnson is one of those folks that they want, right? And you have all of these rules in place. You have the record in place. They still can control the minds of those people where they can violate laws and still not be recalled.
Robert, you are talking
unless it's you are not controlling the recall process. Unless it's you are not controlling the decision process.
Robert, no. Then that's not democracy. No.
Oh, but
what I'm saying here, right? What I'm saying here, and Mr. Now we're sorry you coming in right now.
No, go ahead, Ben.
What I'm saying here, guys, what I'm saying here, Robert, and I like that you're doing this. What I'm saying here is this, right? I use the analogy of Donald Trump. Donald Trump wanted to overturn the election results. What stopped Donald Trump from doing that?
The Supreme Court.
No. It was not the Supreme Court. It was his vice president it was his vice president who certified the elections. He wanted Mike Pence to throw the election to the states.
Yeah, but that's what we wanted. It's backed by the Constitution
but that's what I'm saying to you, Robert. What I'm saying to you is, and one of the reasons why Mike Pence could not do the bidding of Donald Trump, because Mike Pence knows that he too is answerable to the law.
Right.
He knows that.
Yeah, but it's great to mention that. But I'll go further. Today, the Supreme Court instructed the Trump administration to bring back the living body of a young man that was mistakenly sent back to El Salvador, a prison. Right. Mm-hmm. But the reason why the system works here, Ben, is because these institutions are able to function independently, regardless who's president. Right. In Liberia, it goes back to this point. We have systemic issue. If the Supreme Court are asking for security to render a single verdict on something as simple as unconstitutional matter.
But Robert, do you know why our Supreme Court is not exercising as much independence as the Supreme Court here? I think over here, though they are appointed by the president, but once they are inducted, they cannot be removed by the president.
True.
we have that the president of Liberia, you know,
can remove them. Yeah,
can remove them. So our justices, they're looking over their shoulders as they're making decisions, and that's a problem.
But you're buttressing my point, right? So again, so to that point,
I'm agreeing with you. I'm
exactly.
agreeing with you that the system we need to. But
exactly.
When I see it the way Ben is putting it, right? If we have a permanent secretariat, right? It's almost like we have the civil service, right? Usually the minister, the deputy, the rest of the people are career civil servants. They've been in the place like forever. They're doing the work of the minister, but they don't carry the fancy titles and all of that. So we have the secretariat constituted at the EJS. They are there, and these 15 people, whenever they come in, those people are the ones who are actually doing the work. Even when these people go, those are the people who will be engaging with the community, the people, and getting their views and input, and order they bring it to the senator. All the senators are doing is, to put forward, the suggestion and all of that. So those people are going to be doing the work, but not getting paid because, like the senator would, because they don't have the titles. I can see something like that. I think, and then we're talking about the justices, making sure that we make them more independent by probably adapting because we copy everything from here. Once you become a judge and you're in there, you cannot be removed easily by the president. That way they can
the
also
president move a judge in Liberia.
Well, no, they can't.
The president cannot.
The president cannot. The president. But again.
Okay, to a point, Ben. We're talking about judges. So that what happened is justices. But what happened is, I don't know how true it is, that after the bill of information hearing, say the president had a meeting with one or two of their judges of the Supreme Court. But let's do a point. Where real country in the world that the president of meeting with Supreme Court?
It's not supposed to be happening.
Justices and the whole country. I'm coming. The whole country is quiet. The bar association is quiet. Is that a serious country? I mean, you know what I mean? Is that a serious country?
So
and then I come in president to a point.
So Dix, you are digging more hole into Ben out there.
So I come in here, Ben. And Ben, guess what? The worst part is that the people who are advising the president should be ashamed of themselves. Because guess what? It looked bad for the president more than it looked bad for the justices. Do you know what the president looked like? That he interfering with the judiciary branch of government? It looks bad for him more.
But Dix, you remember the Julie Andy and the prophecy? I mean, that way it started.
Yeah.
But Percy, let me ask Percy this question. Percy, what they just seem to be like an orgy of lawlessness that's in the country that's been going for what? When did this start, or has it always been this way?
No, it hasn't always been that way. But before I answer that question, here's my thing, Ben. We have we have incentivized bad behavior in our government over a extended period of time.
True.
To change things, you have to change habits. You have to disincentivize people because people go to the legislature in hope that I can get rich. This is a go get rich place.
I agree.
So if we did all the things, you don't have to like spoil the whole house to fix it again, right? We can use the current foundation that we have, right? Disincentivize people. I agree with Mr. Nangwe. I've always been for this decentralization thing. Matter of fact, I think it will even work properly, said, because I think our wage bill is crazy. I think our wage bill is very, very high, right? So one of the ways you can really reduce the wage bill and get a lot of saving is take these unproductive people that sit in offices in Monrovia and have a structure at the local level. We're not firing you, right? Just what Trump is doing here. We're not firing you, giving you another job. We're just taking you from here and putting you here. Now, if you say you don't want to go there, then you fire yourself. You can't tell us, hey, we can get you a job because we're not firing you, but because we need your services at this level. So we are taking you from here and bringing you down to that's how you staff the local level, right? That's how you have a serious local government structure, because you have people from this bureaucracy that we have in Monrovia, you're transferring in there. If you don't want to work in, that's why we did a more Ali. They told him from 5 minutes, they say, I'm going to go do water and sanitation in where Bapolu or wherever. He said, you want to go there. He said, okay, we get you job. You get your job. Just like you wanted a job. So you can say, we get you job. You can go around. So we can do that, right? we can pull these people down, and then it will shrink the Monrovia wage bill. But those that will accept it will have qualified, competent bureaucrats at the local level, right? Running things, they're helping our people to build those structures that you're talking about, or mayor will need them. We'll have to build those different structures that we are talking about. Yeah, that's how you get it. You need another layer of government besides what we have in Monrovia. Monrovia is too far from the counties.
Centralized,
too far from the counties, and there's no resources at that level either. Right, they don't have any resources at that level. So when you leave Monrovia, you go to the counties. It almost like you stay in 1600. Nothing going on there. These places are still primitive, right? Because we don't have no revenue structure or nothing there. So you have to do that, but you have to disincentivize the people from Monrovia first, right? And then you put those things in place, those guardrails that you're talking about, the recalls and stuff like that. We don't have to kill the whole thing, and make sure equal work for equal pay. We don't have to pay people cokes and whatnot. Look, back in the day, you're gonna criticize the old people there, but the men had a farm. Even if they were stealing money, you can't tell and say they were stealing 100%. The men say, but I get cocoa, selling cocoa, then you say I'm stealing. But the men ain't do nothing. This time the men don't have to do anything. All they have to do is may not get elected and start stealing. That's how it is. So for my thing is, in as much as I don't want, I want to disincentivize the bad habit that we have carried over the years. Yeah, over the years, and that's how
you come back to Mr. Russell's question. I know Ben, you want to come in. I think this whole removing thing, I think it started with Nyenwolo, which was, I think, Ellen Johnson time, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, it was Ellen Johnson's administration that started the whole removal thing.
The whole removal thing.
This whole removal thing, yeah. So
that's what I'm saying. I want hopefully Robert comes back soon. My thing here is, like you rightly said, right? And I like what Percy said, de-incentivizing, right? Taking and putting some of that money in the counties, giving, like I said, empowering that county council, right? Making that county council the voice. Like you have governors in this country, right? The governor of Myean could sit in a meeting with the president of the United States.
And then, like we were saying earlier, not to cut you off, we do have these things though. Like we were saying, everything is in Liberia. We just don't allow them to function.
Don't allow it to happen.
We have the county councils.
Yeah. So the county council, you sit down, you saw the governor of Myean sit down in the White House when the president said something about, I think I forgot what the issue was, and he told us we're going to cut funding. We're going to do this. She said, we'll see you in court. We'll see you in court. You know what I'm saying? Imagine a superintendent looking at.
I'm not telling that.
No, Ben. Just a minute, Winfrey. Just a minute, Winfrey. They got us saying that, bro, how dare you challenge the president? Anything the president wants, the president gets. What is outside the law? So you got a bunch of people with that mindset, and then.
Well, now that that's about because we have an imperial system, imperial presidential system.
Yeah, but that imperial system, I mean. As time changes, as we go going forward, these people are still thinking backwards because the imperial presidency started with President Tubman. He was the one and only guy, and so these people are staying in that mindset. What the president gets. I mean,
and that is the thing that is standing in the way of decentralization because the president wants to be the most powerful president in the whole land. I mean, he doesn't want power to devolve from the executive mansion.
Do you know the president appoints notary in Liberia?
Yeah. Mary Howe.
The president appoints notary. Yeah. The notary public.
What's the historian? What's the rationale behind it? I mean,
so Winfred, go to University of Indiana and look at the Tubman papers. You will see the rationale behind all of these things. Everything was centered around the president. They even got a letter where somebody writing the president telling him, say, please tell the man to give me the deed because I've been paying rent to this place for X number of years.
But you do know the president of Liberia. You do know the president of Liberia signs deeds. You know that, right?
That's what I'm telling you.
the president of the republic signed private deeds.
So if you go to University of Indiana paper, you will see some of the communication that you'll be like, yeah, we're still living in the past.
So my thing is, again, like I said, and that's why I said I hope Robert comes back. My thing is, it's not like we're finding all the answers tonight. My thing is, we have to move with time. We can't, like I said on the last show, right? The younger generation, less educated than the older generation, right? It's almost like we're going in reverse. And like Percy said, which I 100% agree with, right? De-incentivize it. Make it look so unsexy.
Right?
Make it look so unsexy that people don't sit down now and all they do is just plot to run for a representative.
Yeah.
They just sit down now and plot to run for representative because guess what? I go around at Capitol Hill. It's not to go and impact. So when I talk about the notion of making it in a way where that's where the radical mindset came from, to say, you know what, just get rid of the whole 73 thing and let one person be there, right? Let one person be there, and that one person know they're a professional person, they got a job, they're going in there, they're just going to go and serve, and it's just it's call it side hustle, but it's side hustle is a patriotic side hustle, right? It's a patriotic side hustle that you're going to go and do. That's it. So there's no, but to counter what I'm trying to counter here from Robert is, there's not going to be a quick fix. There's not going to be a point. And the thing that like Barack Obama said, right? Democracy is messy, and you keep perfecting it. You got to keep perfecting the union. You got to keep perfecting it. As you go along, you will fall. When you fall, that's why even in this country, they got amendments to the Constitution.
Yeah.
What gave rise to the Hatch Act? It was because of Bobby Kennedy and John F. Kennedy. That what gave rise to the Hatch Act. Appointing your brother as Attorney General. Boom.
I think this thing can work, Ben. We just gotta find a way to ship it up. I mean, it's almost like Jewish. It's almost like Jewish you do here, right? They got a kiss. They pick random people. They come and
random people. Yeah.
Do the kiss. They don't. They go home for
and guess what? And like you said, and guess what? The justice system in this country is still not perfect.
Yeah.
But it's close to what you would want to be in. Than rather than be in what you got in Liberia.
That's true. I mean, it's a work. It's a work in progress.
We gotta wait until after Winfrey and Percy's term.
I know, right?
We gotta serve before we dissolve it.
Listen. Listen. My mom told me she want, like, when I was growing up, I used to play football. She used to say, I don't want football money. I will go on the field. I'll be playing all kind of ways. She would say, my man, I don't want football money. So she wanted me to go to school. So today when me and her sit down, she said, I don't want you join to no politics. You'll be talking to people today. I don't want you to join to no. She's from a political family, by the way, and I don't want you to join to no politics. So I'm abiding by her wishes right now, but I try to study the country. There's a whole lot. Like Ben said, we don't have to have the answers tonight.
No,
but we have to think about these things from through critical lenses and try to see how best we can. Because Liberia is an old country. We take it for granted. Liberia is a very old country from 1847 to whatever. And it's about to be 200 years since the establishment of the first colony there. So this is an old country we're talking about. The fact that we don't have our acts together and we're still talking about this thing is a shame. And we have something have to do here, like Ben said.
Yeah. And it's a collective stain on all of our consciences. The fact that that's not necessarily because we haven't held political office, but hey, like I always say, right? Like I always say, Liberia story.
I thought you had political office, Ben.
No, I have not gotten elected to any office yet.
Oh, I elected political office.
Yeah. Okay. So my thing is, look, and even with that, even with my political office, right? Even with me being National Youth Advisor to the president, was groundbreaking. It was the first time a president decided that a young person will sit in cabinet.
Yeah.
Was set in cabinet. To this day, now what President Boyka did, full disclosure. When President Boyka was getting ready to name his youth council, they reached out to me. They did. I was very surprised. The Minister of Youth and Sports reached out to me. He said, my man, we're discussing it in cabinet. Your name came up. And he said, I was mandated to reach out to you. What do you think? The president don't want to appoint one person.
What is the youth council about, Ben?
So what the mindset, and I think they're still working on the fine prints, right? The mindset is that instead of what we had, where you appoint one person and then everybody blame you for that one person, because up to this day, people can still be asking me, Oh, when you're a youth advisor, what you did for the young people, forgetting to understand that I wasn't president of Liberia, right? Exactly. So, so you get my drift. So the mindset was, before we cause confusion in a place, right? Let's set up, instead of a national youth advisor, let's set up a presidential youth council. Let's get a representation from FLY, from LINSU, from the ECOWAS Youth Parliament, from all these
That's a good idea.
Yeah, from all these stakeholders in the youth community. And then they will have, so like I said, they're still working on but the president has named the youth council already.
So there's no purpose for the youth council?
No, there is a purpose now. That's what I'm saying. It's still a work in progress, Percy. That's the same thing we're talking, right? It's still a work in progress. I think there is a TOR. I don't have it off the top of my head, right? But we can reach out to the Minister of Youth and Sport.
They think that people doing that. I think I put Mr. Nangwe in the street. They think that people are doing that. I put Mr. Nangwe in the street. I'm telling you, people play.
That's my second ambition. Every time we meet you, got it set for me, ready to go.
Yeah.
No, Papi, I let him play with you. But on a serious note, on a very serious note, this is what put the young people from the 70s in the streets.
And you know what, though, Percy, whether we like it or not, the young people are smarter than us because the whole life is still evolving. You know, I mean, look at what we're doing now. We couldn't do this during our time when we were doing all this. I mean, we didn't even have cell phones, you know. We had typewriters, you know, but now all the technology, for me to sit down and learn all this stuff, you know. So, yeah, it's very necessary for the young people to be a part of the decision making.
But how do you empower young people? You don't have to form a council. That's my thing, right? The thing is.
Well, how do you want them?
You need some sort of structure, though, Percy.
Yeah, but my point to you is every government since Torgbean or whoever has something to call. They have some kind of special need for young people in our country, right? Torbo, that was his pressure jewel. I don't know, Charter got Ben there. I know. It's just to pacify the young people because the things they're not doing in the country. The policy that government is not driving to elevate these young people. That's what they pacify them by, okay, we got young people in here. We got one or two young people in our midst. We got in here. They don't want to speak for you. That's crazy. You want to empower young people? Face education. The men needs to be face education, face healthcare. Start to do those things, those foundational things that will make young people
agriculture.
That will make young people live up to their potential. That's what you do. There's no youth council in America here. Where the youth council here?
No. There is a presidential youth council. Go
what does it do?
Website. Go to the website. But you see, so there's counter what you said earlier, right? Representation is also important. I'm not discounting what you just said. They can walk and chew gum. You can fix education. You can fix healthcare. But you can also have a national youth council. You can also have a youth representation on the cabinet that will sit in the cabinet, that will listen to the discussions and be able to present their input also.
But Ben, the problem in our country that we focus on all these symbolic things, but nothing substantial to follow. So because guess what? If you president and you naming National Youth Council, you should be naming it with some series of events that are going to follow after the naming. Now you name them. Now what? Then you say, oh, that they're trying to put something together.
And that's what we just said. That's what I just said.
Yeah, but that's the problem. The problem is that it's more symbolic because before I name you guys, I should have when you guys hit the ground running. I name y'all, and that's it. And we just talking about it, but we don't know what they're doing now.
We just identify that we don't have that. So there's nothing wrong.
Yeah. So it's more. The problem is that all these things are all symbolic, but they're not substantial that will follow them. And you know, 170 plus years, it's just only symbolic.
So what's the proposal?
So look, okay, I know you can have the nomenclature National Youth Council, like that's what you say, but I mean, like there's something man said it there. I totally disagree. When you open all these community colleges, these places should be technical colleges that people can learn to make money with their hands. We got too many people talking. We got too many people talking in the country. You got Bon County Community College, Nimba County Community College. They may go there and say, I get associate degree in public administration.
Bon County technical.
Okay, the one in Nimba County is what?
That's what I'm saying. So that was the mindset. And again,
but guess what? So guess what? guess what? It's sat there. They sit there. How functional are they? Yeah, I'm Mr. Nagwe from Maryland, right? When they opened William Via Tubman College, they had professors from Egypt, Pakistan were teaching people there. You come out of TC after 3 years, you're a young junior engineer with associate degrees. You know what I mean? This thing been around for 18 years, and it's just a building. It's just a building. They're all symbolic stuff. It's just a building.
Something happened. Something happened in the country, right? Something happened in the country. You just said when TC was open, you had a system in place, right? You had Pakistanis, all of those things. We had a war. We had a war. We had a war. So again, I'm not finding excuses here. What I'm saying is, I'm with you guys. What I'm saying is, it needs to start. The resetting, it's hard time the resetting started. The resetting should have started a long time ago. It should have started a long time ago. So I don't disagree. What I'm saying though is, we can walk and chew gum. We can do the education. We can invest in education. We can invest in healthcare. We can be able to train teachers. That's something that people don't really talk about, right? We got people building buildings, constructing buildings, and saying they're building schools. You know, we can train teachers. We can put money in the training of teachers. Talking about putting money in the training of teacher, that's where some of the savings can go when we get rid of the national legislature.
We can even refund the LPMC. We can bring back the agricultural bank there to start funding some of these things and why not. The president of Liberia was held LPMC, but he was vice president when they dismantled the whole entity.
They changed it to LACRA. They changed it to LACRA.
That's a regulatory entity there. That's a regulatory
entity. They had two entities.
They
had a LACRA and they had a produce marketing board. They moved LPSC. They had a produce marketing board, but it never took off. It never took off. It was just in name only.
The problem will go back to the fact that we said the problem is not that we don't have it on the books. The problem is implementation. The problem is the political will to be able to do these things.
I think most of Liberian leaders have they hear about stuff, but they don't know how it works. I think that's
nobody. You see, Percy, no. It comes to the political will, because you know what, Percy? These people were people that would tell you, say, the trouble days were great days. So let's say 45 years ago, these guys were in the 20s and the early 30s when we were working in the functional society. Are coming.
Mr. Nangwe will not tell you that.
No, don't worry about Mr. Nangwe will tell you that. And tell me, they had a national housing bank that were giving housing loan. National housing bank was the bank in Liberia. It was the bank. They had an agricultural bank that was focused on the agricultural sector. They had a cooperative, BCADP, LCADP, the one name. They had a carry. These people that are in government right now, Joseph Parker and the likes, they were working in those entities. They've been in government all the years. So why can't they bring this thing back so we can have some sense of normalcy? Why? That's the question to ask.
Why should we be even bringing back the 40s?
No. I'm not bringing the 40, Ben. I'm talking about these. Ben, these are institutions that if you want to invest in agriculture, you can't be going to farmers one at a time. You got to put them in a cooperative. But they know these things. They know these things.
A 21st century cutting-edge solution to these problems.
Ben, guess what? Ben, guess what? I come in, Robert. Let me finish. A farmer cooperative still exists today. Probably they might modify the way they operate.
That's my point. But
guess what?
Modify one.
No, but the entity still exists. The entity still exists.
Yeah, but you can't go to, but Ben, you can't go to modify ones. Again, it goes back to the point that I was making earlier. Ben just talked about why we're bringing back companies from the 60s to 70s or the 50s. Well, this is 2025. But guess what? The president of Liberia is from where? The president.
But that's not an excuse.
The president of Liberia.
But that's not an excuse. That is not an excuse.
It's not an excuse. But
I know presidents who are 80 years old, but they have progressive policies.
Yeah, but in Liberia, it happens to just be different. Listen, I think that this whole idea of one legislature is a great idea, and I think we want a small government. I don't like the fact that government's the highest employer in the country right now. But if you try anything right now, right, to add to the level of unemployment that we have right now, where all of those guys who most of whom came from poverty, they have no idea of how you build the private sector, you create another chaos. I think we need, all of this boils down to the political will. which must be driven by patriotism to get some things done. We need to forget about government. Government, look, the minute you start making, someone said back in the day, as early as 1997, the representatives were not having this kind of benefit that they're having. It wasn't a place to be, right? But look at what it is today. And it's the only place to be now. Not just that, but the government. We need to find another way to make income more attractive and to make career more competitive. And that way is the private sector. When you have a functioning private sector where young men and women can thrive, can make a living in the private sector, you make government less attractive. That's the only way. That is the only way. Other than that, that government, you will continue to have all these different ideas about opening and spending government, and it's still not going to be effective for the people.
Yeah, and then I mean, when you talk about that, also you have to look at the things we're talking about: agricultural development bank, these sectors that you need in the country, because you need more. You need the reason people keep emphasizing agriculture is not because agriculture is a sexy thing; is because you can employ more people in the agricultural sector, and that's where you need to allocate your resources at, right? Farmers need resources to make farm. I mean, I got a 50-acre farm in Bon County. To do it by myself is hard. I mean, the resources, it takes a lot of committed resources to do those things, right? But what if you had a bank that I could go to, right? I could take that loan, get my farm started, employ the people in the community, get people working. Then you take away this incentive, because another thing these guys complain about in the House of Representatives, when they get elected, they say, hey, I have to pay the other person's school fee. I have to bury their main man. The reason they have to do that is because there's no opportunity. They have not created any job. But if you take these guys, people working, you take a man that is working, you don't have to pay for $1 school fee. A man die, you don't have to pay for burial. So we have to think about these things from the bottom up, right? So that we can like Robert said, you want to create a vibrant private sector where people can be able to thrive. Government does not create anything at the end of the day. Government depends on the private sector to get money. They get everybody money, then men taking out of the rich with it. I don't understand that thing for the left of me. You know, I really don't.
I mean, that's desperation right there.
Yeah. But you know, we're talking about those agencies during this president's time at LPMC. He had agencies that carry. I don't know whether carry is still there.
Yeah, it's there. The open.
Yeah, Central Agricultural Research Institute. You had the CDA that Ben was talking about, the cooperative. You know, CDA. So the agencies were there to help. You know, kind of give a helping hand to our farmers. So, you know, and he being of that background, agriculture being part of the arrest agenda, you know, a lot of us had hoped that, yes, this is the time now, you know, to accentuate agriculture, but that has not happened yet, you know. But listen, guys, Ben, I appreciate being here, but I got a funeral.
Nope. But when we talking about the history part, the paper going, I wanted to engage the paper on the history part. We finished talking about
my friend Larry, you know, he lost his daughter here in Philly. So
Nina, our good friend.
If we end this one, I can hang on. Other than that, then I will.
No, I know. I should have been to that funeral myself, but
yeah.
Where is it? In Philly?
I think it's in Philly. My wife has the address. I don't have it. I was just.
Oh my God. Nina was a good friend, though. Hey, man.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, but we're gonna wrap up in. But you can comment on number. Actually, we're wrapping up in 15 minutes at 12.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you so much. Let's do this again whenever we can, man.
Yes.
I'll be here with the progressive papi and I home on, man.
Prezi, have a good night, my brother.
You too, Mr. Nangwe. Have a good
night. Yeah. So guys, you know, just to wrap this thing up. So what are we saying, right? Are we saying, because we did a lot of talking, we had some great ideas, but I'm trying to figure out, are we saying, like Percy, you talk about the private sector just now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are we saying there's no way we can do this thing until we have a vibrant private sector?
To do what?
Start the slashing of government as far as...
Oh, no.
No, you don't need private sector for that.
You can start anytime.
You can do that tomorrow.
You can do that.
I know, right?
No, Ben, the way you want to do this thing is, seriously, I have given it some serious thought. Look at your budget structure. we pay almost 60% of our national budget to salaries to bureaucrats, unproductive people in the city and whatnot. That's who we give money to, right? What if you change that? What if you change that incentive model and maybe put more emphasis on the local level? Because, like I said, when you go at the local level, there's no structure in place at the local level.
I agree.
Right? So what if we disincentivize the central government and say, okay, let's put some money down, let's start some revenue sharing. For example, Nima County got Aselo Mita. They should be sharing that. They should be revenue sharing there. There's no reason why Nima shouldn't have enough money to build her own roads and whatnot. That we gotta be begging donor names to can't give to pay roads in Nima and other places. There should be a revenue share there, and then the Nima people can build their roads and whatnot. But in the interim, maybe Gongloe by herself cannot do it, right? Even though
I disagree with you. I wholeheartedly disagree with that part there with the Asalamita Nima business, because that if you do in the country, then you fracture the country. I mean because the mountain is in Nima, so Nima get most of the proceeds of the mountain.
No. I say anywhere else, not just Nima.
No, I know, but no, I'm just saying. So in the mountain. No, but guess what? If the thing is that
whatever else you do, you need a revenue sharing structure.
No. So you see, Percy, the problem is the country fundamentally is a unitary state. So everything is controlled by central government, and that's why when you come in now, you elect people to represent you. So when they go there, they make sure you get your fair share of the pie coming to you. So because because my Nima is in Nima County. So like I give an example. So if Asalamita pay Liberia $1, so Nima should get more than $1 because the mountain is in their county. That's what you're saying.
That's not what I just said.
But guess what? Because you know what I come into a point. They're having a conversation in this country that is the country is getting very tribalized. They have a conversation. The other day the Senate passed a bill for decentralizing the port. So the port it became to be Grand Bassa Port. They put inside of Bisano Port, you know what I mean? Because this decentralization should be more operational, bringing service to the people. They're more political because they're trying to make it more. Because they're trying to make it more political than operational. Because decentralization is that if I'm in, I will use Cape Montgomery. I don't use another countries will be condescending. If I'm in like some rural part of Golakone and I need to get an ID card, I don't have to come to Monrovia. I can go to my district headquarters. You know what I mean? That's more teaching as you do. So then you look at the Ministry of Public Works. Each county you have a resident engineer.
You know what I mean? You can go to your every county should have their own DMV to those places.
That's what Ellen started the conversation.
Yeah, because that's the decentralization. But this local government act and this it's more political. That's going to fracture the country if it's not thoroughly thought through. Because like right now, the Senate passed a bill to decentralize the port. So the guy who's at the Freeport Memorial, Dukley, will just be in charge of Freeport. So now the port in Picano will be Grand Bassa County on the port. You know what's going to happen? If you tell Winfrey Ruffles, say, be port manager in Grand Bassa, Bassa will say, but how you bring a non-Bassa man here? The country's going to get tribalized. You see what I'm coming at, Winfrey? We got to be very careful. We have to be very careful. We have to be very careful. It's not trivial. I'm not saying your idea is wrong, but we have to tread it. Yeah, because guess what? We do not have a tribal problem historically. All these things are man-made problems, and it's just festering and festering. We have to be very careful.
I agree with your caution. Yeah. I wholeheartedly agree with your caution. But at the end of the day, my brother, what I'm saying to you is, for 200 years, the people of Liberia have been giving the central government all that they have produced in their counties. And look at what these places. Go to Liberia, you're going to get angry. You're going to get angry when you leave. Even Monrovia said when you're there now, you're going to get there. Then when you go, needless to say, when you leave from Monrovia and go to these go to these places, and then why they even get road I can pass there. Go to have to see how these people living. Nothing have fundamentally changed in Liberia, and the question is why.
Yeah, Percy, you know why? Before you look, these people elect people that vote for these deals that don't give them anything back. My country, we got a gold mine that is taking $600-700 million worth of gold every year. See what Cape Mine look like. Okay. And guess what? We had a senator for 9 years that should be in Liberia, esteemed lawyer. He was ruling party chairman. And what happened? What happened? That's what I'm talking about. So guess what? First thing you got to look at the people you put in there. I grew up in Yekepa. The amount of social development or corporate social responsibility Lamco did in Nima County, it didn't have to be pressure. They felt that they were part of the greater society there. You know what I mean? And Nima County has senators that were making sure their people were getting fair share. And it wasn't handout. They were bringing young men into VTC. They were learning skills. They were machinists. They were fabrication people. They were heavy-duty mechanics. Some of them end up coming over to the States. Let me give you a little history. That's why you see Minnesota is heavily concentrated with Nima County, because most of the people used to come here to a school called Dunwoody. You come here 9 months, you become a machinist. You go back, you become a foreman, senior foreman. So, but guess what? All these things were done because the government were imposing on the people that you have a liberalization policy, and when you bring an expatriate, he there for a specific time frame, and he's going to be replaced by a Liberian. Our government, our representatives, they're not doing it. They get handouts, and the people just bring a bunch of people and work in the country. That's the problem we're having right now.
So what I'm saying to you, Cephas, that's where I'm at, right? So that's the only way people like us can get into this government, not into government per se, but get into these administrative positions, because you don't want these kind of kamikaze stunts that people do in Liberia. You come from nowhere today, you want to be president tomorrow, you want to be senator, you have no proven record of doing anything, right? So what the local level is going to do is it's going to give people like Ben, people like you, people like me with these ideas that we can try at the local level. Whatever we have at the local level, the things we're talking about, we can try implementing them at the local level. Say Ben successful as a superintendent, you get elected, you get successful as a superintendent tomorrow. He does well. Nobody gonna be asking who's Ben Sanvee, what he done. You just gotta go to look at where he was administering. So what you do is you create a supply, a steady supply of competent leaders. So when I be in America, people don't be looking elsewhere. They either look for a senator or governor. That's what they're looking for, the people in the air. They don't look for anybody from way down there, right? They don't look for strangers in there. So what the local structure is going to do,
they be looking for people like Russell then. They got Russell in the political lab.
So what the local government structure is going to do is it's not only going to fix things at the local level, it's going to bring competent leader. It hurt me that guys like Moneyba had to run for president at this age he was, and I mean, what if you had a structure that the guys could have been superintendent for Lofa County, prepare himself maybe for 2029 and whatnot, helping his people and
that's a great point.
That's a good point. Things that he needs to do. I'm saying is
what happening with Myean right now? So if
that's what I'm saying. You do tomorrow, yes, you won't be president, senator, whatever. That's the idea. That's the pipeline. The steady, competent leadership in the country that you're going to be developing
at the city council level.
So you just gave us the next topic for the next show. The pipeline to leadership in Liberia.
And
not just focusing on the presidency, right?
The legislature.
Imagine if somebody like you, before running for, even contemplating running for senator, because we talked about that thing long before you even started to run. What if we had a situation wherein, say, Ben can run for, let's say, Monrovia, forget about run for mayor of Monrovia and whatnot. You know what I mean? Let's say, Ben, you could run for mayor of Monrovia and minister the city, the biggest city in the country for a period of time and whatnot. You think somebody will be asking what did Ben do, will be doing there, all kind of things. No question will be there about your leadership.
You know what I mean? It's a disqualification.
They know you. You're not no quantity.
So that's part of this local government thing that we have to think about. That's one aspect of it. The second aspect is you need revenue at this level for Ben to be able to implement these novel ideas that they have, right? So in order to do that, the government, whether that mounting, no mounting, whatever resources in that county, whatever we bring into the county tax, let's share it. Leave some at the county, maybe 40, 20, 40, 60, whatever the split is.
But guess what, Percy? The first thing that we can start with, Ben, we should have a topic in the future that this whole real estate tax thing. There's no reason why real estate tax should go to central government, be putting consolidated account to pay people.
They shouldn't be getting no kind of.
It doesn't. The real estate tax goes to the city or the municipality, or if it's a township, it go to that town, you go to the city. So why should I pay? So why should I pay real estate tax and I still got to grade up my own role?
So you see
for somebody to drive a big car.
So you see the thing I'm telling you here.
Decentralized.
We need to bring the
Decentralized local government.
Decentralize the thing, but you say we unite. We need to bring the thing
Percy,
down.
there's a plan that's already on the books. That the Emma Sawyer, the guy who was at Ben, you know him, the guy who was at, I think we had him on the show here one time. Who's at? I think he's at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
You talking about Ibrahim? Yeah.
Ibrahim, yeah.
Yes.
Ibrahim, yeah.
Yes. They work on that plan. The entire shebang.
No, but the one thing they had in that plan, I didn't agree. Elections of superintendent. I didn't agree with that because I come in because, but then they had the election of superintendent. Then I forgot they had something about the removal because when you elect somebody in a superintendent is an executive position, you know that, right? It's not a
yeah.
So when you elect somebody in an executive position, they should have some means to generate their own revenue because you can't get elected now go big for money, Mario.
I agree with
you know what I mean. You know what I mean. So you can't just elect him in isolation. So what if you elect a superintendent? So what if the bombing superintendent from CDC and the government power at UP, and then he got to go beg the government for money? You know what happened?
No, but this thing where even make politics competitive now because if you forget about the national election in all years we can have all years election here a few times, right? In all years you can have those superintendent elections in Liberia and whatnot and see what are they party and then they are really grassroots as they say they are, that in all year what are people actually turn out to the poll because what they believe in CDC or UP or ANC.
Yeah, but it's more political. It's more political than functional. We want something to be functional.
But what I'm saying is, to make it functional, you have to share you have to leave revenue down, and there's some kind of.
And then, so the first thing I will start with, the real estate. So let's look at Nima County, a vibrant city. What you go call out the real estate taxes in Kanta and send the money to Maria?
No, you shouldn't do that. It makes no sense. But secondly, not only that, you need record keeping also. You can't just be bailing horses in all the place. You need zoning law, you need record keeping, you need all those things then to be in place. And that's what I'm saying. All the people then that we paying all that tax, all our money to in the budget. We need to relocate them and bring it down to the local level and say, my people, you can't do some real work here. The people then need you to do some work here.
Because look.
If you refuse the job, you can't say they get you a job.
No, I disagree because you see something. I disagree. You see something. You know, we're trying to decentralize, but we shouldn't think like federal.
Federal system.
Yeah, you know, we live in America. The only federal republic we have in Africa is Nigeria, and Nigeria is federal because pretty much there's 3 countries they try to make one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the northern, the eastern, and the western. There were three different group of people, lifestyle, culturally. But we are Nigeria and United States of America are the 2 real federal republic where you have a governor, you got Lagos State governor, he has his own revenue bureau to collect revenue for Lagos State. In Liberia, like most other African countries in the world, we are unitary, but we can find a hybrid. We can have a hybrid approach to how we can.
I agree.
Balance stuff.
And that's the word.
The balance stuff.
The key word right there. Yeah. A hybrid approach.
Balance stuff.
A hybrid approach in dealing with the challenges we have right now, in perfecting the systems that we have. Like you made a strong case just now about and let me tell you who I had a conversation with the other day about this election of election of superintendents that opposes it also is one of the former Vice President Joa Taylor. That's the same argument she made. The argument he made that this election of superintendents, except there is a functional system in where they're able to generate resources, it becomes a problem for them, right? Because if you elect someone, you when you say this person is elected, it's almost like this person is the chief executive of this county. He or she is answerable to the people of that county. Okay. Then the person can go to Monrovia and go and buy and kiss the ring at the executive mansion to be able to.
If you read the local government, there's a local government act that is, I think, have already been passed, right?
Yeah, it passed. It has been.
All those things are in the local government act. But what happened is they have suspended the revenue sharing part to 2030. Waiting, the minister won't be collecting the money. So the infrastructure is there for these guys to be, for the revenue sharing part of this thing to be at the county level.
Or the revenue sharing part will be against the Constitution as a unitary state. Revenue sharing cannot operate in a unitary state. Revenue sharing is dependent on the central government. We are a unitary republic. So that's the foundation that we got to. You know, some of the guys write the law and they forget we have a constitution that defines a nation.
Then they need to revisit. Then they need to revisit
Yeah,
that law.
because
Whatever.
You see what if I just said? That's true, because the revenue sharing system is still controlled by Monrovia. The Ministry of Finance will still have that disbursing power. Will still be able to be the one with it. Who appoints the Minister of Finance? The executive mansion.
The tax law will be written. Your tax law will be written by the the lawmakers in a tax law. So I will be from Cape Man. I'll be from Cape Man. I will be voting for tax law for somebody in Maryland. What's going on? You know what I mean?
Myself, the tax law it will have to be.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying now. Is we are a unitary state. When you electing people to chief executive position, that's a powerful position. They call shots. They call shots. You can't be like if you're a mayor, a mayor of a city, it's called a mayor. A mayor has a whole bunch of power. He calls shots, even though he got his governing body, the city council. But he calls shots. He calls shots. He presents a budget. Yeah, he presents a budget. But in Liberia, look at it. We shouldn't look at Nima Monserrato. Then look at Bapolu. You elect a superintendent of Bapolu. What is he going to do there?
What's he going to do?
What's he going to do? I mean,
so you see, to your point, Siafa, to your point, someone like Miape, right? Gongloe, she would not be successful if she wasn't part of the rescue team.
Yeah.
She would not be effective.
Yeah.
If she wasn't a part of the rescue team.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we? That's what I'm saying. But this country cannot continue in the way we got it going.
You see, so it
comes down. And we can talk about it. That's what we're doing. We talk about it.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
It can't continue along the way you got it going, because what's going to happen? Because there's too much potential for
potential, and we're going to have to find a way. Like Charles used to say, you have to break some eggs to make mayonnaise. This thing is going to get. That thing have to get messy.
And for me, we have to elect superintendent, because somebody like me don't want to start at a higher level, even if I want to partake in government. We have to have some point of entry, because part of the reason these guys got in the street, I joke with Mr. Nangwe too, but part of the reason these guys got in the street was because there was no point of entry. There was no legitimate point of entry into the body politics. Everything had to be your mom. You had to be connected. Your pa had to be having certain need. Your mom had to be having certain need, and all those things. That's not how you. They needed a legitimate point of entry.
Wait, but you know something? But you know something, President? When they talk about multi-party democracy, it's a great thing. But guess what? At that time, there was no multi-party democracy in Africa. Everybody was one party, because you know what? Because the geopolitical system at that time was the East-West thing. So when I'm in power, I tell my buddies in the West that the opposition, if you guys allow them to come here, they will go on the other side. So every country was one party. It was either a coup with a head of state or a one-party state.
Stay so long in power in DRC, in Zaire.
I mean, Ivory Coast a one-party system. One party. The Julius Nyerere.
I know I said 12:30, but I'm telling you, I think. Listen, man,
it's Friday night. It's Friday night.
But ultimately, right? We need some sort of legitimate point of entry, Ben, for young people.
I agree with you. That's what I was just about to say. So we need to advance this conversation. We need to start to figure out a way. I don't know how. I don't know.
You can flush it out. It's raw ideas now, but you can flush it out.
Even your argument, even your point about the election of superintendents, the question here is, maybe we need to look at it. Okay, so if we elect superintendents, how can we make them? How can we empower them? How can we? How can we find a way? But then also taking into consideration that we are unitary, like Siafa said, right? We're a unitary state.
Yeah,
we're not a federal system.
Gotta figure it out.
But like you said, like the key word Siafa used, hybrid, right? Hybrid is almost like in project management, right? IT project management, you got agile, you got waterfall, right? You know what I'm saying, right? Now there's a way you can merge the two together. You can say I'm more of a agile, or I'm more of in the middle, right? You use agile for certain things, and you use waterfall for certain things. In the end, you still accomplish your goals. Now, at the end of the day, like you said,
and what you're saying, Percy, this is there's nobody in the Kubia got the right answer. These are all points that we throw on the bowl. Like Ben saying, the IT war agile, you've got your yellow sticker, put on the bowl. We try to build a story, and we try to put things together now. Like electing is great because the people, the person that represents the people,
power is in the people. Yeah,
it's the choice.
Yeah,
and then that's also according to the political laboratory to start evaluating potential national leaders, because the way you perform in your county will get known to your county and neighboring county.
We can take those ideas, and scale it up. Whatever small idea that you experimented here, if it works, you can scale it up to the national level. That's a lab, like you said, that's a laboratory there. You can start to test these ideas and whatnot, but you need another level of government. Whatever.
And the thing I agree with y'all is like you pull the power away from Morovia.
That's what needs to happen.
You pull the power away by pulling the money away. You pull the money away. So and all that comes with real legislation. Because
great legislative experience,
you collect taxes, you put all in the pot. Then we pass budget every year. They play
that generating the tax money or the revenue, then you get 20,000, 15,000, then you're paying coke for people in Morovia. No, we teach our people in the team here, but they need to put the mechanism in place. They need to be in place, Ben. That thing, everybody don't want to be senator right away. At least you got to start from somewhere. The reason why you went in France because our generation really didn't have any voice. We had that conversation. Matter of fact, me and you went through one by one. Who represented generation here? Who can we get? We started coming out with me one by one. We started evaluating them before we said, "My man, boy,
the man were running for Senate. The man had a website. We saw the website. I saw somebody say, "Oh, man, we can recruit them into ANC." While the man go get speech to City Hall, I see Bronsky sitting there.
No, you see, you're not a story, I think.
Because of my Mario, I said,
ANC was the first choice.
But I want to tell you, I will call him Mario.
Ask Cummings to tell you the story.
Matter of fact, we just want that we spent hours on the phone. I was staying in college that time, right, Ben?
Yeah.
I go see the man of City Hall giving speech. The next thing I see Bronsky sitting there. It's just
that our people don't dream. Our people don't dream and they don't believe in young people in our country. But Ben Kennedy say was probably one of the best things that ever happened in the political landscape in a very long time in our country.
You know what, Percy?
Well thought of. It has some serious people behind it. Was it
a wrong timing, you think? Or they had something to do with the timing?
I don't think so. I don't think it was the wrong timing.
Listen, people say wrong timing, but I actually, between me and you, I actually thought that when we are in the race, it elevated it more. I actually think if we was not in that conversation,
we wanted to draw the contrast between we are and our generation. That's what we're trying to do. Can't debate. We are attempting to can't debate. Man say my people my vote already.
So they refuse.
And then Rob jump in it. Then Ebola happened. That Ebola Ebola really hurt us because the speech you're talking about at City Hall was a speech on the economy. I gave a speech on the economy.
I posted that in the other day, Ben. I posted it and tag you in OT. Like I can come around
You know the slogan pro-poor? That speech is pro-poor.
I said Winfred, the man get his speech. I call somebody, I said, "Oh, I mean, but this man here, I gotta recruit the man." I said, "Yeah, my man. Well, I see the man with Bronsky." I
said, now I tell you, there's a story behind that story. Trust me.
I said, there's always a story behind it.
Always a story. Coming for the reason.
I said, "Oh, the man go." I said, "Okay, well, that's it."
But in all fairness, I listen. I think, guys, this is amazing. I think we should do this a lot more. That's why I like to do this at this hour because it's away from all the noise. A lot of people are watching, but you don't see them commenting play because they're just lying down in their beds, maybe chilling and taking it in, right? It's something, and people even in Liberia, right, taking it in and listening, right? And you in the morning, I get all these text messages. Damn, Ben, you should do this more, man. I enjoyed the show last night. I'm like, oh, you are listening, you are watching, yeah, right. So look, I agree with you guys. I think we need to elevate this conversation. You know, like I said, Liberia is the guy, he said, I just tell the story. Give us a snippet. We'll talk. That will be for another show. The story behind Team Sanvee. We'll talk. Even the name Team Sanvee, we debated that in person. You remember? We said,
oh yeah, we did.
We're friends of Ben. We said, listen, we were intentional. We were intentional in our discussions. We were very clear. We're not doing no friends.
That was a serious campaign down there.
Friends of that, we didn't do any of that. We were like team. There's no I in team. This is a movement, you know. And so yeah. But with that being said, guys, I think like I said, we're gonna do this a lot more. We probably put some structure to this. Right?
I could get lost guy. If people get lost guy on one of the
Lloyd will come on the next one. I know Lloyd is
he just sent me a message.
He just he listening.
Yeah, I don't know he listening, but he just sent me a message.
He probably so, but like I said, guys, we have to elevate this. We can't. We got Liberia is such a. I mean, there's a passion here, right? You get frustrated. You know, many times I get frustrated. I'm like, listen, I'm done with this shit. Let me just make my money and live my life and enjoy my children and to hell with it. I'm not gonna.
But it's hard. It's hard.
It's
like a drunken. Like a drunken relative, the person you can see them drunken all kind of way, but you still like them.
But Ben, I should share something with y'all. So last year, November, I was heading to Cape Town for the wedding, and from Cape Town, I called Winfrey, and I went to Nairobi, Kenya. You know, I've never been on that part of Africa before, so Africa is a different animal by itself. But then I spent like a week in Nairobi, and it was just eye-opening.
Yeah.
It was just eye-opening. The things the people talking about, the things the university student talking about. Our university students are still singing Battle Cry.
Exactly. That's all. Listen, every time you say something,
they're still singing Battle Cry.
About this, every time you talk about this, I jot these down. That's another discussion we're gonna have on this show. The militancy at the University of Liberia. You saw what they did the other day at the LFA office?
Yeah.
And mind you,
but when y'all had that conversation,
were they agitated for hire? Were they paid to do
yeah, they were.
You know, I have no idea, but like I said, we need to have these discussions about these societal issues. What is all of a sudden, you know, youth brigades in political parties.
That's a remnant. That's a remnant of what the progressive. That's a progressive remnant that's the lasting impact that it had on the country.
Too bad, man.
Yeah, and that's the legacy. That's the 70s and whatnot. You saw people doing all those things. Then it wasn't like that pre-70s, 50s. People had a disagreement, but there was nobody. And what they failed to realize is this, right, Ben? They be calling all these other African leaders, Kwame Nkrumah and this and that. But in fairness, the Africa that we live in today, that's William V.S. Todman, who fought Bonye. These are the conservative guys, Africa that we have today. They're not heritage. Kwame Nkrumah is the one that's heritage. These are the guys that lost the argument. These are the losers of the argument. These guys are being repackaged and they hail as heroes. Meanwhile, the real heroes, the guys, they were imperfect. Don't get me wrong. We talk about Todman and whatnot. These guys were imperfect. Before Bonye, Todman, Touré, all these, they were imperfect vessels, right? But they were titans of their time, right? It is their Africa that we live in. It's their model of Africa that we live today. The AU, this institution, the African Development Bank. It was a Liberian that wrote the charter for the African Development Bank. Yeah. Princess Chuchu Horton.
No, it wasn't French. It was Romeo Horton. Chuchu Horton.
Sorry. So these we don't tell the world this part of our history, our story. We don't tell them.
I mean, look at the ECOWAS person.
That's the other thing I was about to say.
Romeo Horton was ECOWAS. African Development Bank. He opened the first indigenous bank in Liberia, Benga Liberia, where they got Ministry of Transport today. That what Benga Liberia was.
That's another thing I'm saying, and I'm jotting that down. That's another conversation, right? The historical titans, the historical Liberian and African titans. Let's educate our people about these things. Many of them don't know it. I think there is this notion.
Kwame Nkrumah spent 3 weeks in Liberia learning about manufacturing on the Torgbean. He went to Maryland to the sugar plant they had. So,
but
I'm
Lee
telling you
Kuan
these
Yew,
things.
I was told Lee Kuan Yew credit his thought process and developmental mindset to William R. Torgbean. Lee Kuan Yew from Singapore. He said some of the things that he implemented in Singapore were discussions he had with Torgbean. With Torgbean.
With Torgbean.
Yeah.
With Torgbean. With some of the things that Torgbean was talking about doing. And he said, listen, I'm going to take some of this thing and take it to my city state. I know you got the resources, and look at where Singapore is today. Look at
where me and you come from. Look at where we come from. That estate. That's another way you raise people.
Barnasville estate. Yeah.
Right? Look at that estate.
The mindset, the estate, the concept of the estate. I don't know
if we are being where we are if we didn't see your dad, the lawyers, the doctors. There were market women there. Not also lawyer and doctor were there, but it was a diverse community. But you saw people that you wanted to be like.
You remember Percy growing up the coconut trees.
That's what I'm saying. You go to that place. It can happen how I go to that place, Ben. Don't start another conversation because
so let me ask you, you two growing Barnasville Estate. Who dedicated Barnasville Estate?
Oh, I don't even know our boy.
It was 77. They did it
1981,
right?
So.
I think it was 79. I think it was 79 with Obasanjo.
Oh, really?
Obasanjo got. I thought Obasanjo was head of state when they had the OAU. Yeah. When they had the OAU summit there. Yeah, I thought he was just about to leave. Yeah. And don't forget, you see, Obasanjo never staged a coup. He was not a coup leader in Nigeria. Obasanjo became head of state after the assassination of Murtala Muhammad. And he was the highest ranking among the guys that left, so that he became a head of state. Because it was Murtala Muhammad that overthrew.
He didn't actually carry out the coup.
No, yeah, because Murtala Muhammad overthrew Guar when Guar went to the OAU summit in Kampala. And I had Guar stayed and went in exile. And Murtala Muhammad was this open guy. He's the one that came up with the idea of building the capital city in Abuja. Murtala Muhammad.
Okay.
Wow.
But we can replicate that model, and this is another way you take people out of poverty through housing, through home ownership, and why not? Most of the people that, like Mutai said, people are not poor in Liberia. We have resources there, but how you monetize these resources, that's another thing. Another discussion for another day.
So Torgbean was the chief architect of those housing.
Oh yeah,
most of them. He built most of them.
All of them. Tower built all of them.
That was the whole.
All of them.
Which one did we have built? I thought we had built some.
No, I think he built one in Southtown. I think the Southtown one he built.
Latin and I'm estate there.
You talking about?
You talking? Latin and estate. You talking about pure layout? You say wedding?
I think the first estate was either. First estate was either Cabral or Stephen Tower.
Cabral.
Yeah, Cabral. Then Stephen Tower.
And there is a movie.
And then Barnasville. The last estate that they didn't have a grand opening for was Matadi. Matadi.
New Georgia. What door, right?
Well, I think it started with Tower Time and didn't continue. But the one that was 100% completed was the Matadi estate. But there was not a lot of. They didn't do a grand opening. Then the coup came.
So if there's a move, that's
the new Matadi one.
No. Now, yeah, the secret. The new Matadi was mainly financed and built by FPRC when Tolu Watterson was the MD.
Wow. Trevor, you need to listen. We need to get you here to come and explain a lot of these things.
So if you know that the new Matadi are more single family homes. They're almost like single family homes. They're separate homes like that. The whole idea was employees were going to take that and they have payroll deduction or that thing.
That's true, because Barnasville is
the same thing with Era T was for the teachers for Goodrich too.
Yeah, that had to do it.
So there is this thing on YouTube called The Wealth of Liberia by E. Roy Francis. People should check it out. It's a very nice documentary on the 70s, the Torgbean years. Talk about the Mesurado group of companies where we were
I think I've seen it.
It's called The Wealth of Liberia. The Wealth of Liberia.
It's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube. Yeah, it's been a while.
Fascinating. Winfrey, when you see it, fascinating. I mean, it talks about the shrimp industry, Parker Paint, and
I read an article in New York Times about
yeah.
like Yeah.
And like I said the other day, Percy, on this show, I said it here. I said the ironic thing is that we still live in Totman's Liberia.
Yeah.
And
Well,
to a certain extent, Talbot's Liberia.
Yeah.
Right? Because
yeah.
the roads that we have today, we have really not constructed.
Oh, my man.
You know,
yeah, I mean, we haven't had any major infrastructure projects since upgrade. Because
maybe the first one may be this overpass thing the Chinese are trying to do.
Yeah,
right.
Because
that may be the first one.
Because
where they putting the overpass at? Because I think as far as I'm concerned, that Western Junction there.
No, they're trying to do the ministerial complex though. So you
shoot all the way to that boulevard.
Japanese highway.
Yeah, I think towards the boulevard.
Yeah, but
no, they're not going to Japanese highway. The only thing they're trying to do, they're trying to decongest. They're trying to decongest from Nigeria House to Ministerial Complex. So because they will put you up. If you don't have to go to any other neighborhood, you will just go up and just continue going.
And then come straight on Totman Boulevard.
Yeah, but okay. So that's what I'm saying. So if you go down on the Robert Street Highway now, if you're there, that Boston Marshall Junction is a complete mess now. You know,
no, that one has to be different. That different thing.
That one has enforcement.
That's different. Well, and Winfred, the Ralphie Highway, if these guys were, I don't know, I don't know what the finished product going to look like, but you think you would build a boulevard up to Marshall Junction, and from Marshall Junction to Ralphie should be like a highway with designated exit point. But you tell me they're going to build a 23-mile boulevard? You got the road going to blow like a boulevard.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. At least initially.
Yeah, I mean,
we don't take our time to plan these things or to think. And
we travel. Our
leaders travel. They come and see how these play. That's why I say most Liberian leaders have heard about stuff. They don't know how it works. That's the problem there.
Yeah, but Percy, there's one thing how it works and stuff like that. There's
and knowing how it works
about things, and nobody know how the thing works.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so there are many of us who even live here. We don't know what it takes to when you turn the faucet, the water comes out, and you put your garbage out, and it comes and picks it out. We don't know what all the things that happen behind the scene to make all of that happen.
Yeah, we need to decentralize the country, Winfred, so we can do the thing for our people. So maybe.
I'm for decentralization, big time.
We can have this conversation. No, I think we should do that. I think we should do that thing more often, because there's raw ideas that are here, but these things can be fine-tuned, and we can bring it to bear on the country.
And one of the things, so Ben, you should find Senator Watterson book.
Okay.
What is it called?
The Watterson book.
Acceptance. Yeah, acceptance. Senator Watterson book. Well, I got it through my wife. You know, he's a family member of my wife. So
what are you talking about? What are you talking about inside there? Because people take get something and boy, just Spala and rap. I mean, Spala story in.
This man was one of the real first geophysicists, and he was Minister of Lands and Mines.
Yeah, I know that, but what he talking about in there? He talking about geophysicists or what? What he talking about?
He's talking about his life. It's an autobiography. It's talking about his life.
I wish most of them would have read it. I don't know what people didn't read.
And so Ben, that from that book, I found out that it was FPRC that built a new Matadi.
Oh wow!
Because at that time he was managing director. You know, when the coup came, he was Minister of Lands and Mines.
That's another thing when you talk about it. So they got made it. They got made it look like that. So Congo people were in the government. The time they were doing it, agitation. And so you got a guy from Sasta and and then they made it look like it was.
Yeah, but you know they had to get justification for why they had to get.
No, but look, when you look at let me just make this point here. People look at this thing as a fight between Native and Congo people. It was actually a fight within a class, right? Because Matthew is not a Native man.
No,
Matthew Garguah Matthew is the great grandson of James Springs Pewee.
Yeah, James Springs Pewee. Yeah, Pewee. Yeah.
Garguah Matthew is the great grandson of James Springs Pewee. People don't look when you just read like real history, where you have to follow the characters then in there, then you will understand what's going on. It was a class struggle. Garguah Matthew is the great grandson of James Springs Pewee. If you know who James Springs Pewee is and what happened to him in his political life, then you will understand Garguah and the whole struggle they were doing. Right? James Springs Pewee was the guy that was defeated by E.J. Roy in 1869. When Roy became president. Right? Pewee was defeated. Not only that, he was defeated, he became president the second time. When he became president the second time, he was impeached. People don't know that. James Springs Pewee was impeached by a true Whig party-led legislature. Right? So, yeah, that thing go way back. So, who know what thing they were told young backwards that he was so violent TWP people then?
because if you know the history, you know I think E.J. Roy was the first TWP president.
He was the first TWP
Republican Party, right?
All the board was the Republican Party.
Yeah, the other Republican Party.
And he was dark skinned.
Garguah Matthew name was a Republican name. You have to understand that thing here. So Garguah name came with vengeance, yeah, but he had a country born behind him, making it feel like that people behind. Garguah was fighting their own fight. It was a class struggle. There was a reason why President Torgbean, who killed the son of another president, as David Coleman. Right, David Coleman was the son of a former president. There's a reason why Torgbean could kill Coleman and the other guys then, and Torgbean couldn't do the same to Garguah. You think Garguah was special? That why he could stay in for the whole government and be doing the thing that he was doing? The reason was who he was, the history. The Torgbeans are new to Liberia. The Torgbean came to Liberia in 1878. Liberia was founded, it was already running and whatnot when they came there. Can you imagine a guy like Jack coming killing the great grandson of a man that founded the country? That was within that. I'm telling you the thing because it was within the American Liberian setting now.
Class.
This was not everybody thing. This is within that setting. So the Torgbeans were new to. He couldn't do anything much to Garguah. So that when Garguah and Africa, then his grandma can come pay for him to the president. Meanwhile, then the president will free him unbeknownst to the Attorney General and all these kind of things that were happening. I'm telling you this because this is within the class. I'm not telling it because of what Mr. Nangwe will be telling you. I'm telling you that Garguah were part of a class of people, the American Liberian class, right? So when people talk about this thing, if you don't follow the characters within these stories,
even Sawyer, Percy.
What happened to Sawyer?
I mean, Sawyer he comes from that class of folks there too, the elite American Liberian class.
Sawyer from Sierra Leone.
Yeah, but I mean, I hope.
Yeah, he assimilated. I agree. Because what we call American Liberian was a bunch of people then that melted together. That people from America, my own people named from Barbados, and all of them that came together. But you have to follow the characters within these things. Garguah did not act just by himself. Why they were beating the progressive men? Garguah used to free Garguah. Garguah used to go to the hotel, Bakama, and watch him like when they. No, but people don't understand. They don't understand. They don't understand these things. They think Garguah one of them. Oh yeah, Garguah our leader. Look, Garguah was not one of you. Garguah fighting their own fight down there. They were beating their men and doing all kind of things. And then Garguah getting special treatment because why? Because who he was. It's not about Garguah will be standing in front of president and because what he's standing in front of President Torgbean and be adding first game all kind of things at the time. You know what you are depending on? He couldn't do that thing to a President Torgbean. You saw Torgbean was ruthless. Torgbean, if you want to understand Torgbean, you have to go by the raw. Torgbean was a raw acolyte. He wasn't ready to take nonsense from people in now. So if you look at the people in that Torgbean were killing, right? Okay, so that President Coleman that I'm talking about, he was one of the people that were relaying information from the settlements to the guys in Monrovia, so that raw people were mobilizing in the settlements, right? So he was one of the people that helped to topple Roy. The second one was the guy that did the shooting at the pavilion, that Dumba guy. He's the scion of one of the guys that took over after Roy was overthrew. I think his great grandfather name was Charles Benedict Dumba also. That's a Dumba. So you read these things, you have to follow the character and then anything. That's what Torgbean was killing all the guys and what General is saying he know them because he said the thing you did to Roy is not going to happen to me. You're not going to do that thing to me. So he was very ruthless when it came to them. Meanwhile, but he was kind of lenient with the Barbadians. When I say the Barbadians, that like guys like
the Poets.
Port were not, yeah, the Port, but Port were not an adversary kind of. So what the guy named? S. Raymond Horace. That's my second.
Horace.
S. Raymond Horace is my second cousin. It's my maternal second cousin. So my granddad was the one I raised, S. Raymond Horace. So he come from that Barbadian line and whatnot. And then guys like Neticia Branner, where my family and their granddad and whatnot and so forth and so on. Right. So he was kind of like, you know, kind of on the fence with them. But people who actually had hand in the historical event of the time, he was very ruthless with them. You know, so
who Tubman?
Yeah.
No, but Tubman had to do it because Tubman was handpicked by Barclay because Barclay was trying to outsmart certain people in here, and he got outsmart. He was trying to outsmart Simpson. He trying to outsmart Simpson.
Let me explain what happened. Let me explain now that you bring Simpson up. So what happened was the Papa name was Crookish. Like, he was trying to outsmart Simpson because Simpson had a very legitimate claim to the presidency. Simpson is the great grandson of King Long Peter on a Mansa, and he's the great grandson of President Alfred F. Russell on his Pasa. So the argument was Simpson said, listen, their country changing, the native people children going to school now, they were agitating because before that they had it in the 50s, they had the progressive, they had a precursors like D12 group, right? So he said the country is changing, yada yada yada. The country needs to transition. You need somebody from both camps to be able to continue. So Simpson was the right person, but Barclay had made an agreement that the next president, they had made, not Barclay but King, they had made an agreement. The True Party had made an agreement that the next president that will come after King will be from Maryland, because since Maryland joined the Republic, they have been agitating quietly for their term to be president. So King.
But let me put you to a point right there. Let me put you to a point. There's something in Liberian history that they don't talk about. I would talk about it because it comes from my tribe, the Vai tribe. Have you ever heard about Momolu Massacre?
I do.
Okay, so Momolu Massacre was the one that saved Liberia after the Fernando incident when Liberia were going to. When King had to resign, Momolu Massacre was the ambassador in Germany. That's why he had his children. Fritz, Uncle Fritz, he's deceased, and the Facia living. You know the former editor of Ebony magazine, Hans Massacre Winfrey.
Oh yeah, Hans.
Yeah,
Massacre.
That's the son of Momolu Massacre. So Momolu Massacre was a businessman and an ambassador for Liberia. He had kids in Germany there, and so he helped Liberia to keep their independence after that whole Fernando Pole saga with the League of Nations, and came back. When he came back to Liberia, and he tried to run for president, and he was told by Barclay they told him say he's not a Liberian. They told him not a Liberian, and he left Morea and went back to the Vai Kingdom, and so he used to be the king. He was the king of the Vai Kingdom. Went back to the Vai Kingdom, and they expunged him from the history of Liberia. Everything that he did for the country, they expunged him.
Wow.
So
Percy, let me ask you guys.
So there's a book called The First Diplomat, Momolu Massacre. Find that book on Amazon.
I have an oration from here in one of my books.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
So let me ask you do you think, I mean, because we all hear and read about how ruthless Tubman was, do you think Samuel Doe and his gang or the progressive and all of that, they would have succeeded?
On a Tubman?
Hell no.
Look at the man that D12 and you can't talk about wedding. But long story short, I was explaining something and so Simpson made a claim to he had a legitimate claim to the presidency, giving his.
This is it, right?
Yep, yeah. That's it.
And he had a legitimate claim to the presidency, but Barclay had the Maryland people quest that he was dealing with that had already been arranged by King. That the president after King were going to come from Maryland. That's why you see King 2 vice presidents were from Maryland, H2 Wesley and Allen Yancey.
Yeah.
That's who went there. That my wife, grandpa.
There you go. You're a vice president of Liberia. You see, you come from
you come from royalty.
You come from the elite class. So that's what happened. But then the Fernando Pole crisis happened, and then Yancey had to resign, King had to resign, and so Barclay became an accidental president, but he still had that Maryland quest to deal with. So the way he had to salvage it was, he had a foster daughter who he raised as his own daughter to marry the highest ranking Marylander in his government at the time, who was Associate Justice William V.S. Tubman. So he made his daughter to marry Tubman. Then he come back to Simpson and tell Simpson, say, my man, the man of my son, the man of my family now. No, I can't do the man. So just go second to him. And so that how Simpson went to vice president to Torgbean.
Simpson was vice president. Simpson, I used to have the DVD. Simpson spoke in San Francisco at the Fund of the United Nations. Simpson spoke.
Yep. Simpson was vice. That how Simpson went to.
That's a video.
That how Simpson went as vice president to Torgbean. The rest is history. My great
grandpa.
What happened? Did he die?
No, he got kicked. He got kicked out when Barclay and Torgbean fell out.
Yeah,
and Barclay went against Torgbean.
The independent true. We parted that 55 thing that happened. Yeah.
So that has Simpson got kicked out, and then the speaker of the house was B.G. Freeman from Kehleboe. Should have been the vice president, but then B.G. Freeman passed away, and they took this young guy called William Aratoba to be vice president, and then Richard Henry became speaker.
And do
you know what Richard Henry represented?
That was in Abidjan. That was his dad, right? You remember?
Yeah, B.G. Freeman. Yeah, B.G. Freeman. Yeah.
Benjamin Freeman on the 4th. Yeah.
They're from Kehleboe.
Freeman, and it brought a big rift between Kehleboe and Bensenville because my mom is from Bensenville, and the people from Kehleboe alleged that Torgbean was the one he had a hand in Ben Freeman's death. That's why.
Well, Torgbean was a young representative. It was Torgbean's father that went and brought his son to be the vice president.
Okay.
Because Torgbean was very popular in the Two-Way Party, and they needed somebody that was Torgbean needed somebody to be comfortable with, not somebody would rock the boat.
And I was told,
and so Torgbean he played the role very well.
Yeah, for 21 years.
It used to be in every morning. Now they say that.
No, man, come on.
No. Wait. In Juma Fleming Store was a confidant of President Torgbean.
Yeah, he was.
I still have the text message here from Messenger that Fleming Store told me. Every morning the president will make sure he get the men rough or the vice president, and then you let him know about your kind of way cigar him more. Why I told you not to be disgracing the main vice president, you don't be doing it. So every morning he used to flog Torgbean. Every morning he used to flog him.
You know what? You know what? Favorite song.
Most morning, so I got it right here. It's not the same. I'm making. When I'm born doing that time, I don't know nothing about it. Fleming Store was the one that told me, I got it in writing.
His favorite song, you know what? One of Torgbean's favorite song.
Also,
you never die.
And when I protested to Fleming Store that what he was telling me, it doesn't pass muster. He said, okay, I will give you this. Why do you think when Torgbean became president, the head of the executive mansion guard committed suicide? I asked my mom that, I asked other older people that say, yeah, that person actually they commit suicide when Torgbean became president. Not too long, the person committed suicide. And that's what he gave me. That was his thing. I don't know if we're afraid, but that's what Fleming Store left me with. He didn't explain further, but that's what he left me with. That's what he left me with.
But you know why?
There's information around that.
You know why it still doesn't add up? Because the people that Torgbean brought in the security sector, that Torgbean created what they call EPS today. They were the NB out of thing there. The late Patrick Minicon, the late Wilfred Clark. The people that were those Southeastern the brother the security sector. The people were still giving Torgbean security under the coup. You ever watch Wilfred Clark hearing? TRC hearing? You watch it?
The other day I did watch.
You watch it will be a hair scratcher.
I watched Torgbean's daughter, Wilhelmina's hearing. And like I said, I got this book that I've read.
That's a good book. That's a good book.
You should.
If you watch Wilfred Clark TRC and Wilfred Clark said they nailed the coup, he called Patrick Minicon. These are two top security guys now, people in the deceased. And they met at TB Annex. He said, he kind of drove you up. He said, I call him Pat. So I met Pat. And
you might want to read this too, Ben. You will get a government perspective, somebody who are in the government.
I got that book there.
This is
I got a book.
What is that? Yeah,
I will give you one, Winfrey. I will read it. I will give you one, Winfrey. You got one, huh?
What is it called?
I don't have one. Is that
The Hands of God?
No, that Brother Holder book. That Brother Holder book.
Hold up. Okay.
Yeah. So he said that night they drove from TB Annex and they got to the first gate of the mansion. They were there from 12 to 6 in the morning. So why would you be doing the mansion gate from 12 to 6 while the president getting killed in the mansion? And their brother asking, he said, no, my man, I'm an intelligence man. I can't talk everything open. We can talk the other one in the back.
Wow.
But
Yeah,
mind you,
even Bradley said he was on his way to the mansion. Too.
yeah. Oh yeah, no, that night he went to the mansion.
He went said he was on the way to the mansion too.
If you read that book
from Bensenville.
No, from Sugar Beach on the highway, Ralphie Highway.
Yes,
That's where he used to live.
Bradley was coming from there.
He drove to the mansion and the guy put a gun to his head, but the guy didn't recognize him. And how he left and went back home and told his family. Say, he didn't drive straight to the house. He drove past the house, went to the beach, and jumped in the backyard and told his family, get in the car with the children.
Who I see the book. I'm trying to order it.
Brother Rob, the Minister of Defense.
Brother Holler was Towa's son-in-law. He was also the Minister of Defense doing the He was the Minister doing the arrest riot, and he was the Minister of National Security doing the coup.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. My second cousin too.
So that Wilhelmina Holder, the one you talk about the TRC.
Our husband with Bradley.
Okay.
Wilhelmina, that Towa daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, he passed away probably like 6-7 years ago. He was in Minnesota all along. He passed away 6 years ago.
Cousin Bradley. I think it was 2007, 8 like that.
Wow.
No, he died. He died. Was it? Oh, really?
No, it wasn't 2008. It was way past because Jackson George was Consul General. Jackson George did it.
I was in Maryland when my auntie called me to tell me he died, but I think it was around 2015.
No, but I think
I think it was 2019 or 2018 because Jackson George read the Gazette at the thing and he was Consul General. And he became Consul General we had time. Can't remember. Yeah.
We had time?
Yeah.
Cousin Berlin died doing We Are Town.
I think I said Jackson George read the Gazette at the program that day.
What? We are Jay like that.
But it's in 2018, right? Yeah, we are 2017.
We are to up to 2018. I remember.
Because we had the counselor there in
we had the counselor there.
You remember where I did a show, Ben?
The show, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the place.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean the country is deep.
So at some point, maybe we'll take it to we are 3:34. 3:34. We've been here, so let's take it to 4 hours. So we are 3 hours 34 minutes. So that means, so we can take it to 4 hours.
Did you?
No, I have to come because I disagree with some of you guys. Somebody said.
What somebody
said that had what up Doe would have succeeded with Torgbean. I disagree. Doe would have succeeded.
How?
The fact of the matter is that everyone knows that the coup, like change was inevitable in Liberia at the time. Everybody knew it was coming. Except you look at Liberian history from a different perspective. But everyone knew that the time was getting ripe. That something was going to happen because of the dominance of the Chewie party for so many years. So as a result, people saw it coming. Okay, and so there's no way Torgbean would have. And mind you, now we all know that the coup in Liberia wasn't just by the boys alone, the guys alone. There were other external forces involved. So I want you guys to tell me I want you to defend your point that says you're saying that Torgbean would have suppressed the guys from having a coup.
Okay, let me say something simple, Tomalin.
Yeah.
If you read that Victoria Tower book, there's a part in the book where it said there was a knock on the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we all know the presidential palace, no president.
Inside.
When you lock yourself in, you can stay in there. You can stay in there. But he opened that door.
He opened the door. Yeah,
he opened that door. And guess what? The country, it was a fully functioning republic. You can have Sergeant Corporal come up to the presidential palace.
Yeah.
So that must have been an inside job. But then mind you, what I'm saying, for President Torgbean actually built Liberia. Ben Sanvee we still living in Torgbean, Liberia. President Torgbean built Liberia modern security infrastructure.
True.
It was dominated by the Southeast. Yeah. All the people from the Southeast, they came to Monrovia during the Torgbean era.
Those are from the Southeast.
Yeah, he built that security infrastructure. You know what I mean? So I don't know how they're going to break it.
And And also, let me also state, Tomalin, Torgbean started to deconstruct some of those things. He got rid of the PRO system, right? Where everybody were reporting on everybody.
Yeah, he tried. He tried to align like with other African.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You said your question was how would have Doe? You said Doe would have succeeded in Totman's Liberia era. Our argument is he would not have because of how much control he had, right?
And how ruthless he was.
Let me tell you something. You know what my grandmother told me? You know what my grandmother told me? My grandmother told me something. She said Totman has so much control that when he died, people were afraid to say he was dead.
That's true. I heard that too.
People, my uncle, her last son, Uncle Savannah's, and Uncle William, they were the youngest, they were the kids, the children. They heard the president had died, and they ran to her to say the president that she slapped them in the mouth, and the two of them were bleeding. What kind of beating you talking so? Shut up, you boy. Shut up. The man was a deity. He was elevated to that level. He was not somebody who
they should take it right in how much.
Look, so the point here is, like the Siafa has said, he had the country under control. He had everybody. Maybe Nancy Doe we are reported Doe. Who knows? Because why?
Doe will report that himself. Doe will report that himself.
But here's the thing, though, Ben and Siafa. Here's the thing. So because you had the Minico and all of those guys, the top brass, or all the way up there, but a lot of the rank and file and the guards and many of those folks, they were from that lower echelon of the society that were there, who were the foot soldiers, literally. So when those guys came in, many of those guys who were there melted away. I see my man Siafa there. I see my man Tomalin there. My man, I looked the other way and moved away.
And you forget one of the key things that Totman did. Look, Totman was kind of savvy. He solidified power before Totman. Everything rural Liberia was just that place up there. Totman turned the place into counties. He made the people fee. He got the people autonomy. It became counties. And they had a superintendent, all the thing like that.
Those chiefs.
Yeah. So 64. Yeah, 64. So you want to tell me you able to go tell the people say we're planning on the move that man?
But as listen to me carefully now. Don't forget though. Totman had grip on the country. He established the MBR, all these.
Like Ben said, we still living.
Tomalin, I'm gonna give you a personal family. Sonny, you remember the family incident with 68 and Totman? So Henry family senior, and my grandfathers are brothers.
Okay,
you know they grab all his siblings. They line up in jail. My grandfather in Yekepa, they arrested all of them.
Damn it.
Yeah, but they arrested all of them. When they release you, another person see you on the street, they bring you out of jail.
Yeah, but the reality is this though. They
progressive border wouldn't even gave a speech on the street against Totman.
But man, so how much?
It wasn't going to happen.
How were the security forces that were not that to the extent to say they were that strong and sophisticated?
They were Tomalin. All those guys were Mozart and U.S. trained.
So when Toba dismantled all of that.
So guess what? So Tom, let me tell you something. A security man like to feel welcome every day when Toba start to be in the bureaucracy and tune that down. So they said just fold their hands. They just fold their hand and watch him. They say, I will let you deal with these boys then. And they just watch him.
One second, Tommy. There's a point that even Amos Sawyer made. There's a documentary and Amos Sawyer said it. One of the things that the security put in, like when Torgbean brought in the Guineans, Torgbean set the stage for his coup. He started in his attempt to open up the country to bring down those walls. He also
made himself vulnerable.
He also let himself to be vulnerable, and then he was being fought internally from the Chewing Party, who thought that he was doing things too fast.
Are you guys telling me that the dominance of Tomalin would have just been with nobody?
Yeah.
No.
Tomalin next door, who fait point? Who fait point that when people started demonstrating Ivory Coast? Who are demonstrating Ivory Coast? Who are living?
That's what I'm about to say. The question to you is, why nobody overthrew him till he died? That's your answer.
For 27 years.
But Ben, that was a time, right? There was a time. As everybody will tell you.
But look at the years. The
man ruled the country for 27 years.
I agree.
Was it 9 years?
Parkers Mafia then came back to Liberia at the age of 23, 24. You go stand in front of me.
Hey man, gentlemen, that would have been.
That be honest. I was saying, Wilfred, 1974, 75. You told me I was state president, and the NBI, and you got Baker, you got Steve Wellington Campbell, you got E. Haddon Smart, you got E. Sumo Jr. You will go have you will go get speech.
Like I said.
I mean, let be honest. I was saying you will get speech.
I'll be honest with you
Get
guys.
information for you before you said it. Like I said, Sawyer said something. Also, he said, I think weeks before the coup, there was a thing when the demonstration happened, when the rights riot happened. Talbot came downstairs of the executive mansion in his robe to talk to the soldiers. In a position, he was in a position of weakness, right? He was more of appealing to them, to talk to them, to say, "Listen, gentlemen, you know, Talbot, he was the preacher. Talbot was the preacher. He was the one who fell. He was, so and his thing was, I remember I interviewed very clearly when Amos Sawyer said, and the soldiers started seeing Talbot differently.
Yeah.
That, they got really depending on us to protect him. We actually the one that got the power. Talbot never did that. Talbot made you feel like you were, my man. There's a thing on YouTube I saw. The man, the body was singing, "Oh, Sawyer never died" to the man. He was standing up going to go get his palm butter or his gravy and check rice and gravy or something. And that guy stood up. It just mystical, right? That guy stood up over the buffet. They had all the women. The women that were there trying to serve him. He said, "Oh, no. Literally, the one guy started singing, 'Oh, soldier, never die.'" And Talbot joined in the song. When he got singing, before that guy got up, the thing I'm telling you, people were getting ready to serve. They were taking their food. When the song started and the president started singing, everybody stopped until the song ended. And the president got up. I look at the guy. I'm like, this guy.
I get to him in the chair. Like, I want to really yell how he was.
Yes.
Who are going to be the person to couple?
Who are going to be brave? Yeah.
Let me say this. First of all, don't forget though. I will come to the fact that Talbot had a grip over the country. He was a very powerful ironclad leader. He brought a PR thing where you report on your turn, that thing where you
everybody was telling on that.
Yeah, he brought that stuff there. But now, I don't care how long it would have taken. The progressive, they were brave to confront Talbot. They were going to come and say, "But we can't continue to live like this for forever."
Who educated them?
Exactly.
No, but wait.
Who educated them to get in the kahunas?
Let me learn now. So, and one of the things that would have affected Torgbean, I know you guys will think you'll take it funny, but it's not funny though. He was a womanizer. So as a result, they would have used any kind of means, whether that women to infiltrate and dismantle.
Why didn't they do it for 27 years?
Yeah, man.
Well, but that's what they may say making. He was a womanizer. But he was not going to young girls. He was going to men and whites.
Yeah,
he was not going to young girls. He was going to bigger women. So you're going to be with me.
Too many. After I see what argument you hire a woman,
no, that one of the aspects.
Talk about open.
Tomalin, I'm gonna tell you something. That's why the country is not disciplined, because guess what? When the Iron Hand died, everybody just became wild.
Yeah, but you know what?
Everybody just became wild. That's what happened.
You know what brought Abacha down? Woman. Don't know.
Tomalin, that's us Sirati now. The way you came after you have on a Sirati, after you have on
Tomalin, let me tell you something.
Abacha were importing Ukrainian prostitutes. You compare that with Tottenham?
All the coup in Nigeria, we know were operated by general senior military officer. The one in Liberia is still a mystery that corporal, box sergeant, uneducated that will infiltrate the marshal to the presidential quarter and assassinate the president. It still boggles anybody's mind because, but don't forget, the day after the coup, the first man who was wanted our Major Jebo. You remember Major Jebo?
I remember Jebo. You wanted, yeah.
Jebo was wanted. Jebo got killed in Mana River, and the rumor was that if you read that Victoria Tower book, you will see in the book that Ned Tower should have gone to Bensonville, right?
Bensonville,
yes. But then he tell the people, say, I will go tomorrow and tell Emma Hammer to arrange because it was going to travel to Zimbabwe for the independent or their Rhodesia. And that night he stayed at the mansion and the coup happened. And the next day Jebo was wanted. The rumors were that Jebo had a man to Bensonville. And when day broke, somebody was announced as president. And Jebo was a major.
And
president, and the next thing Jebo was wanted, and they killed Jebo to Mana River. He was crossing the Sierra Leone, they killed him.
A question to you guys: that Tom just for under he died.
But that's what happened.
But that's what happened. He died.
What is your case?
Tomalin, the man took Liberia from Liberia Frontier Force to Armed Forces of Liberia.
That's what I'm wondering.
The man took Liberia from Watchmen to Liberia National Police to SSS to NSA to NBI. So these are people. These are people.
Yeah. Let's get a mention.
Nothing would have been perpetual. And I wanted to adapt. There would have been revolt, even internal revolt. I don't care how long that taking.
People attempted internal revolt.
Yeah, the Tokoma there, right?
There were internal revolts.
If he told me they come on them, somebody would have come back again to do it.
But too many guys, they put Raymond Harrison J. They put Nettie, they put D2J. You know, Tuan went to jail. Not Tottenham. He wrote a book called The Love of Liberty.
Yeah, all the guys.
Let me tell you something. The man had a grip of the country. He had a look. That man, the only person that had grip, but he didn't have a grip of the country. Like Chatterton had a grip on his security apparatus. Topman had a grip on the country and security apparatus.
But then I don't care how long would have taken.
That's the point.
It took long and they didn't work and he died in office.
If he had not died, somebody would have challenged him.
Who?
But that's what I mean. That's the point we are making to you. People did challenging and they ended up dead.
Yeah, but it would not have stopped there. People will continue to do it, Ben.
And they will continue to die.
Okay.
The people but Tomalin, people were not challenging though.
No, but guess what? Okay, very good. And Winfred, those say he survived 32 invasion. Okay. And what happened at the end of the day?
A civil war had to come.
Okay, and you see what happened?
But those were kind of different.
Those were very different.
I remember my late father then used to tell me because they were in LU in the 60s. The student politics were just class prefect.
Exactly. The men never even get people when you come the incoming group, the freshman class get the freshman president. All that thing started 19. All that things, and guess what? Even during the Tower time, so somebody will tell you say is Tito or say a lot of progressive people are going to eliminate them. He was a gangster. Of course.
He was a gangster. He was going to protect your brother at all costs. You're going to protect your brother at all costs.
Video about Tolman, what you say? He smoking. I think he was smoking a cigar.
Obedience.
You got to fight for this.
Of course.
Okay. Somebody would have been somebody that Ben.
But somebody now.
But guess what? I share something with Winfred. We can talk about Topman, but you know, Topman helped Topman pull abroad to be where it is today.
I gain credit for that. Though.
Guess what? If you look at the money concession, do you know that? And Winfred, I share that document with you. In these 2000, we giving people our resources, and then we say give me royalty. Back then, Liberian government was shareholder. They were actual shareholder in these companies.
You know, I have a rough draft of something that I was writing.
They are share in Lamco. Liberian government was 35% shareholder in Lamco. That was about JV. That had Liberian people, Liberian individuals on Lamco board. So Liberian government were getting taxes, dividend. What they did with the money, that's a whole different argument. But they were shareholders. But today, we're asking for 3% royalty.
We had a hybrid model.
We were shareholders.
We need to go back to that.
So
we need to
the worst thing,
nationalize.
the sad story is that we signing worse deals in the modern age when the people signed back then.
And people are taking this thing off for free, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you should put an export tax on these things for you to carry this thing. It's gonna be the bar.
I would drop you the screenshot. I would drop you the screenshot. I would drop the screenshot of the ownership structure of Lamco. I would drop the screenshot of Lamco.
Okay, then Safari, talk about Lamco. Then what happened if you try to make an argument that the Totman administration had this stuff all figured out and all of that, they were getting all these huge dividends other Lamco. What happened at LMC in bombing?
But that's why I said they were getting they were shareholding.
Bombing was a disaster. Right?
No, that's why I said they were shareholder in the entity. What they did with the money, that's a whole different argument.
Yeah. When did Lamco come to Liberia?
Lamco came to Liberia in the mid to late 50s.
In 1953, it started in 1960 something.
Okay, let me give you guys, because I've been doing research on the financial history. So when Roy took that loan in 1871, Liberia defaulted for 10 years. They took another loan. So that loan didn't get paid off. So Torgbean paid that loan in 1964. So Liberia was still heavily indebted to the international community from 1870. That loan did not get liquidated until 1964.
How much was the loan?
Come again?
1 million, right?
How much was the loan?
Yeah, it was about $1 million. It was $1,007,000, I think, in all in finality. No, but that's the face value. But you put interest, you added interest on that component.
The bottom line is, but Liberia was defaulted loan. They still sound a good deal.
But my point to you is, Totman started to do these deals and started to get money. How you were able to defray the country's debt before he could start a development project. And then you see all these things that are going on there because, the country was poorly ran. Totman really, we don't give him enough credit. We only talk about the bad things that he did and the other things, but you need to put him into proper perspective in Liberia history. He literally built Liberia from that's why I tell people to what it is today.
Our Mayor Costa doesn't let Totman, right?
And then guess what?
Costa is not a student of history.
So guess what? That's why you got. That's why. That's one of the reasons why you see those old boys. They just couldn't stand when these young progressive boys were making noise. They're like, do you know how far we have come with this thing? You know what I mean? It was like a rite of passage for them because they came from, ancient Liberia to modern Liberia. They think you're enjoying right now. We didn't have it. We had to work and build it for you. And you're coming here 25, 27 years old and try to tell me what to do. You know what I mean? You look at guys that were clerk from Totman era in the 50s. Some of them became minister. Like you look up with the regional towns. I'm not trying to defend that character. I'm just talking about historically. You being a press officer now. You're minister of state. From 1950 something. Now it's 1975.
Even that position and Safa, even as a clerk, those guys are highly educated.
Yeah, how to get that? Now you got these young kids that just can't. Let's be honest. These guys were young. These guys were in their 20s.
Yeah,
they were not only young, they were
inexperienced. And so it was complete ideology from both that they feel that it could just happen. And the guy like, man, you saw that guy from Senegal telling Winfrey say, the man moving too slow. The president is facing different reality than what we see from outside. He can't just change currency overnight. Yeah. And some of the people need to look at these guys. You look at people like you got Reginald Thompson. You look at people like J. Rudolph Grant. J. Rudolph Grant was the power broker for Totman until Totman died.
Yeah, he wanted to be president too.
Until Totman died.
He wanted to be president.
I thought he was supposed to be a top vice president.
No.
He wanted to be president.
When Totman died, he was Secretary of State.
I know you're Secretary of State, but
So on Tomalin going for London, who he left in charge?
Well, he left in charge because he was Secretary of State.
Yeah,
but
so
constitutionally,
it was a natural.
Yeah, but constitutionally, the vice president will take over. Yeah.
But then why did they wanted for him to be? He wanted to take over.
Because
he was chair of the cabinet.
Okay. Guess what? Now, let's get current the situation. You got Jeremiah Koo and Joseph Boakai. All the people that we have Boakai, you think Koo become president? They will be there.
No.
Or they would take, they would take one of Boakai Allah to carry Boakai's seat, right? That a friend. So when Torgbean died, those guys felt that they still look at Torgbean as an outsider because Torgbean didn't. Yeah, and this guy and Torgbean proved it. You know, the last time Rudolph Grant working in government after Torgbean died, Rudolph Grant got rid of him working in government.
And that's why they didn't target him, though, right?
The only thing that stood between him and the president.
Oh, actually, to be advisor to the PRC, but he kind of turned it down.
The only thing that stood between Grimes and that presidency was Mark Deshie.
Well, Mark Deshie.
But Mark Deshie was the one that said.
Mark Deshie was in law to talk on.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Expand on that. When you say
Mark Deshie
they were about to pass a resolution.
So Mark Deshie defended the Constitution.
Yeah.
No, he was the chairman of the True We Party, I think, at the time. Also, he was the grandson for the Masonic 29. He has so many. He was very powerful. He said, "No, it's not happening. We'll wait for the vice president to come." And then before anybody gets on here, to this day,
I think that's simple thing. Those guys are going to sit in a room and pass a resolution
and say that the Secretary of State could be president.
Yeah, there's a rift. So the day she died, J. Rudolph Graham Webb, there was a rift between the Torgbeans and the Grimes. To this day, probably is still simmering somewhere because of that.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean that's why I mean they were not even and they were not targeted. I mean they didn't target
it is true that when Tomalin died, they kept the death news from Torgbean and because they want to put one of our ground to take quietly.
It could be true that there might be some validity to it.
If you follow the Constitution, when the president died, the state resources is tailored to the vice president to get him to wherever he asks so he can take the oath. The first oath that Torgbean took, you know, he took it from Frank Torgbean.
Oh, really?
Yep.
And
he took it on a farm, right?
He took an oath from Frank Torgbean. He had to drive himself to come to take that presidency.
Belafonte.
Rev Belafonte. And how he came in a regular suit. That's why in suit. He didn't have time to change that. Why they call it sweating suit? He took the oath in that suit. He didn't got dressed up. Yeah.
And where was Richard Herring?
The speaker was there.
The speaker, I think he was second or third in line. He got nothing to do with that.
But the speaker already passed that thing. They already passed it
to the Secretary of State.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
but before the Constitution,
Grimes ran the government.
But before the Constitution was changed, the order was the president, the secretary. That how Barclay became president.
Grimes ran the government.
He was very charismatic, highly educated. You know, I mean,
Grimes ran the government. But you know who are Grimes' sister, right? You know who are Grimes' sister, right, Tomalin?
No.
Yeah, that's
Dr. Mary Anthony Brown Sherman, Grimes' sister.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
At the University of Liberia.
Yeah. Yep.
No boy have control, man.
The boys.
Nobody learned. Ben control alone. They were highly educated. You read Brother Holder, the fools them were educated.
Many of them went to
those guys.
They were very educated.
Those guys were educated. You know, J. Rudolph Grant, right? You see the late all of them passed away now. The late Ambassador James Freeman, the late T. Ernest Eastman, Ambassador Hansford, they all came to the foreign ministry under J. Rudolph Grant.
Ambassador Hansford, charge it up, bro.
Yeah, they all came under J. Rudolph Grant, and J. Rudolph Grant sent them to Fletcher School of Law Diplomacy. That's where they got the graduate degree. Then they came back. They were all commissioned ambassadors.
Percy, his wife, that was the one who was at the UN, right? Is that his wife or his sister?
Doris Grams.
That's his wife.
That's his wife.
His wife, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So my question is why America fell out with Torgbean? What Torgbean did to them?
Well, we don't know.
Was an agitator.
So what happened is when
In the non-aligned movement, when American people were standing in line for gas, Ijoma Fleming wrote an article when Towa went to Nigeria during the petroleum crisis. I mean, when Carter went to Nigeria during the petroleum crisis, on the way back, he decided to stop in Liberia, but you're going to stop at the airport.
Yeah.
You're going to stop at the airport, and then President Towa said, if Jimmy Carter coming to Liberia, he would come to the mansion, he not come to the airport, so that Jimmy Carter had to do a state visit.
And I remember what her name in this documentary, the 60 Minutes, Native Sons.
Yeah.
What her name? This lady, Senator of Monserrado County, forgot her name. She said,
Grace Mano?
No, the during Toba time. She gave a speech on the floor of the Senate, and she said, she was talking about the Jimmy Carter speech. She said, what kind of visit? You say your friend.
Your child. You can't bring your
child with the 5 family 10 later.
in your hall. You pass through that. I was a senator that
one senator.
What the lady name? I forgot it.
And no Tomalin.
A.B. Talbot was sitting right next to her, and he was laughing. Yeah.
It was tough time. It was scary time. They had petroleum shortage in the U.S. cars. The lines were long for gas and all that thing. Nigeria was a major oil exporter. They said they can increase their oil output. They will stay with OPEC limit. President Towa, OU chairman, they tried to use him to influence Nigeria. He said, well, Nigeria will follow OPEC. And at that time with this East-West, this Cold War thing, it was binary. It was binary.
But when you listen to Clarence Simpson Jr., not the senior, Clarence Simpson, when you listen to Clarence Simpson Jr., he said what actually put the nails in the matter of fact is on the TRC thing. What actually the mistake the president made was America America have like an agreement with like bro, they can land any kind of plane there anytime, whatever. So they wanted to use like bro for some operation or something like that. And the president and the president in cabinet meeting, they said no. Is it but what are people not taking the country? I mean, I'm quoting him from not directly now, but something along the line. But other people take the country for a thing like brother colony and yada yada, and that's what like probably because they say they had a whole map, they plan up everything, but they were just going to do it. They were not going to ask, and then the president said, but when other people take that bro for and one, I think. He said that's what really strained the relationship with the US and then because it's one thing to build your son a house, and the next thing for your son to tell you can't sleep in the hall that you build him one way or the other.
No, but that's why it didn't make sense because the American people built an airport, they built a free port.
But let me ask a question, right? Okay, so
the thing when I'm really infrastructure.
The speech that Toba had problem. Hi, America. Why allowing to address the joint session? What was it? What led to that?
The joint session of the Congress. I mean, but you heard the speech that he gave to the UN.
Right? You heard the speech he gave, right?
When he spoke pellet at the UN, right?
No, but you heard the speech he gave, right?
Where?
He talked about the Palestinian and the Israeli thing.
Yeah, that speech. If you listen to that speech.
Okay.
If you listen to that speech and you follow even present day geopolitics, you said, but
he did not do himself a favor there because the thing is where the old man had angled Liberia when he was alive and through all his presidency, he had angled Liberia internationally aligned with America in anything whatever America do. So that's where he had Liberia. And when Torgbean came along, he started to sever those strong diplomatic ties with his support.
He even changed the entire structure
for the Polosorios in the Sahara there and whatnot. And so he started going along with the Palestinians and all those different stuff that he started doing. I think those international factors, coupled with what was going on back home, also didn't help a cause. And secondly, he vacillated a lot. He wanted to be everything to everybody. He didn't take a stand. One thing you can count on the old man for. He was not black and white. He was not gray. You were either black or he was white. But 1 minute you thought to back us nicely. You want back us to be a friend. You want to be a member of Moja and all those kind of. He's sending mixed signals to different people. You know what I mean?
No, but Torgbean was like one of the things that they taught us in Liberia, which is not true, and we still talk today, that Sonny College Summit was not a fund of the OAU. You all know that, right?
No, it wasn't.
No, it
was
wasn't
a
a
preliminary meeting.
No, it wasn't a preliminary meeting. The foreign, when the OAU started, there were two different African groups.
The Morovia group and the Casablanca group.
Yeah.
Very good. Yes.
So guess what? But guess what? The meeting in San Nicolas had Totman, Nkrumah, and Sekou Touré. Sekou Touré and Nkrumah were Pan-Africanists. They were part of the Casablanca group. The Morovia group was the pro-Western group. What? Totman,
Houphouët-Boigny,
Mobutu. Then that was the CI pro-Western group. So, but because do you know that in Addis Ababa when they rebuilt the OAU headquarters, they put Nkrumah statue there, they put Totman statue there. Why didn't put Totman statue there?
But that's a travesty because
but guess what? Because guess what? They felt that he was trying to slow the funding of the organization because he was very pro-Western. Why they got Nkrumah there?
And that was wrong. That was not true. What the old man advocated and giving the thing we intellectually all need to be going to these forums and actually making the case. It's not about who Totman was or what he wasn't. The argument Totman made was what Nkrumah and a labor, they came to the country to learn about manufacturing for 3 weeks. The old man taught him what to do. He went back to Ghana. Okay. What the old man advocated was that they wanted to rush. Everybody, let's phone this. The old man said, but how can you do this thing here? We speak several different languages on the continent. We don't trade with one another. We better talk to one another and one can form a big organization here. So to do that thing, let's start small. Let's do region. That's how you see you got regional organization, you got the ECOWAS, you got the
ECOWAS. In fact,
but guess what? You came to the ECOWAS because ECOWAS came with Totman time that no ECOWAS.
But listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying he funded ECOWAS. I'm saying he advocated for this smaller regional organization that will be integrated first before you go to the large thing that they wanted to Nkrumah and wanted to have. So at the end of the day, you started seeing these smaller regional organizations, the Southern African Union, the ECOWAS. So those were the things that he was advocating, and people were saying he was slowing down the organization. He was saying, let's deepen trade among ourselves first. Let's start talking to one another. Let's start doing this. That's what you call incremental gradualism.
You see the mistake making, Percy. 1960. No, guess what? 1960 something. They were not talking about trade. They were talking about they had just come out of colonialism. It was all about. It was all about liberation. It was not about trade then, because somebody that come on independent. You talking about trade? We were trying to make sure the people don't come back here again. So let's be one. Not say one country, but let's be one big Africa that we can stand up for each other. But the fear was that you have some radicals, what they call them Pan-Africanists, that the West felt that the people could sway these other guys on the eastern side. So they used their ally to kind of slow it down until they can get a certain level of comfort. But it wasn't about trade.
But what you call slow is what I'm telling you, that what was advocated.
But it wasn't about trade.
But that's what I'm telling you.
So trading with who?
ECOWAS is not only about trade. ECOWAS is only about trade.
ECOWAS primarily was funded for trade. We could not get political. ECOWAS primarily funded for trade.
But what the old man advocated, and you need to get this point here. What the old man was advocating was, we can't do this big thing you want to do here right now. We better talk to one another. They men speak French, I speak English, all of men speak this also and so thing. We can better understand one another here, and here you want to pour into the big old organization where we know what we're doing here. So let's start small. Let's start talking to one another across the border. Let me start talking to the people in Ivory Coast. Let the people start talking to the people in Zambia, Kenya. Yeah, then start doing the thing there. And let's do this thing small. And once we get to a point where we have reached a critical mass, we understand one another, we can do more things together now, then you can start. But then they're framing it, the radical that you're talking about, the recruitment of the West are framing it like Totman was a puppet of the West, and they were slowing down the organization, formation, blah, blah, blah. They lost the argument. They didn't win that argument. But the Africa we live in today, the organization we got today, that Totman the idea there. That Totman Africa we live in today.
But then what Totman is not mentioning too much Africa.
Because me and you, we sit down under these people and they tell us what they think they believe. But we don't tell our story. We don't explain.
But guess what? Wait. Our president went there every year. She never spoken. So who was speaking?
I mean, yeah, you got a PR, you invite got a PR Lumumba to come to Liberia and not even acknowledge Totman in the formation of Matter of fact, Ben wrote most of these liberation, so-called liberation organizations. He gave them our passport. We don't talk about this thing. We are like brother, war-torn country, and so that's what we are now. That's what we have become to the rest of the continent. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about our upturning. So we don't talk about these things. So we allow people to railroad these things. We talk about these things. Why when the Nkrumah get a statue in the OAU building when he did not win the argument yet? That's not the Africa we're living in. This is Torgbean Africa we're living in. This is Torgbean idea. This is Africa we're living in.
Well, history books in history, you don't mention Torgbean at all. They called Nkrumah, they called Toure and Cabral there. I mean,
but you think who fought is it?
Yeah, but I mean, because what part you play African liberation struggle? What part you playing?
Are you serious?
Torgbean?
Oh,
Torgbean and Torgbean?
No,
are you serious?
No, but Ben, y'all go down now. What part Torgbean playing African liberation struggle?
Are you freaking kidding me?
No. That two part now. Two part when it came to the independence in the 60s, like in the late 50s, it was the colonial country felt that it was time, so they gradually handed power. But after the first wave of independence, like in the southern part of Africa, like Namibia, South Africa, the places in Rhodesia, with Ian Smith, then Torgbean they were very active in that era. That big no, it started from Torgbean time. So Africa then invaded Namibia. Namibia has to be called Southwest Africa.
I want to know which African country that Torgbean helped liberate.
Yeah, but that person I name it. I say help liberate but guess what? It was a timing. But they kept the people feet to the fire. That you need to give our people the land. You need to give our people the place.
But he was giving money to what the ANC, what we call ANC now into Africa. That's even that they were using Liberian passport to move around.
No, but guess what? That was something agreed in OAU. Those guys were giving passport to every country they go to.
Same to Germany were coming to Liberia for funding. Liberia was this mecca that everybody came to. Because she had been independent so long, she knew how to do that. Everybody came to Liberia. Everybody.
But what did it go wrong? But where did it go wrong?
Our history book upside down because
but where did it go wrong?
My man, you're educating people on Joseph say Guanu ne, and then you can't talk about where did it go wrong, eh? All the children in Liberia, that Guanu ne, they reading, you can't talk about where we go wrong, eh? You teach children, you get children Guanu to read, you can't talk about say where we go wrong, eh?
No, but then my thing is that then what Torgbean is not
because we're not telling our story, Tomalin.
What are we saying, Tomalin?
Tomalin, Manasari were president.
Yes. What's happening?
Tomalin, Manasari were president, dedicated that place. She went to the dedication ceremony when Nkrumah started there watching, made a remark for President Torgbean.
You know,
we can talk here. She had the biggest microphone there.
You can say anything you want to say about Charles Taylor, but he would never have led.
That was the person who fought.
Oh no, you were not going to take it.
He never have led this sort of movement to pass by for stupid people that will be making on Nkrumah and the this and that. Nkrumah has small ball of Torgbean and making here in 1952. He spent 3 weeks on the old man there learning about manufacturing. 3 weeks showing how to do manufacturing.
But guess what? I'm not going to praise colonialism, but there's something that they had, and the people went through multiple coups. You got Afrifa, Accra, Achapon, Ado, all the major people went through multiple coups. But you know something they didn't do? They didn't destroy the fabric of the country. Yeah.
No,
you mess up the economy because Martin Achapon say everything might be made in Ghana. I think it got help. That's how he got chased up. But guess what? In Liberia, we got spoiled. We thought, first thing before the destruction, we thought we were Americans.
Yeah.
No, we thought we were Americans, but we're not Americans. You know what I mean? So we lost a lot of things that were brought us together as a country.
I take Torgbean and the Torgbean, man.
What happened? What happened? The opposition saw what
there will be no Torgbean with Torgbean.
The opposition saw what they did in 1985 with the elections, right? The opposition saw what he did with the election in 85, right? And so this guy did not believe that they were going to have a free and fair election come 1990. Right, so they're like, you know what? The guy is not going to be removed easily. He's going to rig this thing again.
Well, trust me, it's a foot.
And
trust me, It's a fool's dream to think that I would stay your cool, have an election, and I will be the loser and go back. Then why I will go after I lost the election?
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. And
it's a fool's. And guess what? Let me tell you what happened in the 80s when Doe got elected. Who was the speaker of the House of Representatives?
Doe?
I don't know.
That is got a Hill.
Samuel Hill. Samuel Hill was minister in our government. Let me tell you, people were smart. So some people say, you know, the poor will win. I will put my hat on the side. The other radical then said that no way we can work with the poor. We're going for our own party. At the end of the day, they weren't running and they came by war. There were a lot of people. That came from the Tower government that sat on those sides there too. And they were
just in Tower government. Were they really supporting Tower? Because they were actually
no. But
were they actually supporting Tower?
No, but you know what? I can't question somebody. I didn't know he worked in the government. He was a minister in the government.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Were they actually supporting Tower himself? You know what I mean? I don't know.
Internal distance started from Tomalin before they reached Tower. So that just started. That's why I say Tomalin would have eventually. He not die.
Tomalin, don't even try, man. Don't even try.
Tomalin, lead out an argument, my man.
Look, Tomalin, let me tell you something. Tomalin, you see Doe. Tomalin, you see Doe and Toba. They have soft heart. You know, they will arrest you, they put you in jail 2 weeks, then they will free you. Tomalin, arrest you, put you in jail, you disappear.
Yeah, Brett.
They put you in jail, you disappear. When they arrest you, put you in jail. Like you see the Victor Nangwe there, those student leader there. When Doe grab them, the council of church interfaith mediation council go meet Doe. Back our friends say Bishop this, then they go to the Doe. They go, okay, get the boys and or they will reach the student there. Who are going to talk about them to talk about time?
Remember how that Tomalin put in jail?
Yeah.
Wow.
He got out of jail until 71.
After Tomalin died, right?
Yeah, that Tower free him.
But I think when family went to jail 68, he was sentenced for 25 years.
And they were radical boys then. These guys were radicals.
No, not radical. Family was ambassador to the east for Tomalin.
To Kenya.
Yeah, my man. Don't talk that in Tomalin. They're going to crush the people in Nigeria. You're crushing ants.
Eventually somebody. You can't say he
was. Tomalin, every day is on it. You see Hoover Boy dying in office. As old as you are, the security imperative, your security imperative don't get old with you. They stay forever.
Look at Oman Bongo. Bongo, nobody can see Oman Bongo, but he stay president for a country.
Tomalin, the older you are, the security that gets stronger.
That Paul Biya, sorry. Paul Biya from Cameroon. You can see the man, but he stay president.
So look at that Paul Biya. You think boy been trying to move him? You think boy been trying to move him?
And he in the 20th century, the 21st century.
And you think boy been trying to move him?
With everything. And nobody can spark to move the man. It's the control you have over your country. They see control where a nigga in China, Xi Jinping.
Yeah.
You were talking about, they said the man, I was reading something about Xi Jinping. They say he is on the pace to be more powerful than Mao.
Yeah.
Xi Jinping, the kind of consolidation Xi Jinping has
done. Umar Bongo. Tomalin, you have Umar Bongo in Gabon. Umar Bongo in Gabon. He died in office. When they move in office, they over to the song. He's yelling on TV, make noise. You think Umar Bongo? Look, Tomalin.
His son was acting like Tottenham. His son was acting like Tottenham. His son start acting. Look, first of all, I think the mistake they made, you know, like you said, people like Ali Bongo, Dimane, you take over a country from your power. You saw what kept your power in power. You saw the level of scrutiny. You saw literally what they did, how they had the thing in ironclad. You come, you say, oh, you in a social media age now, you want to people. Oh, we open the country up. We get people can demonstrate. And we get 10 political parties. We get this. You can see Amanda.
So basically, when I get 10 political parties in Liberia too?
No, what I'm saying to you is...
No.
What I'm saying is, Torgbean problem came from
opening it up too soon.
He was
They don't
exactly. He probably came from him trying to dismantle what should have kept him in power. I can tell you something. If Charles Taylor was Todman vice president, he probably still be president of Liberia today. If Charles Gange Taylor was Todman vice president and took over from Todman, he probably still be president of Liberia today.
How many political parties here in Ivory Coast? Who were born here? How many political parties?
I know nobody there.
One.
No. One.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And guess what? He said that he doesn't scream and shout, but the people that know, they put know what to do. They know what to do.
So that there was a whole so there was no.
The president said there was a group of what you call it, African Titans. Ganseme Iyadima.
The guys, the Titans of that.
Ganseme Iyadima.
Yakubu Gowon.
William V.S. Totman, Omar Bongo.
You know what they put barrel for Totman there? Haile Selassie then. These guys who fought Bonye, they didn't want to carry Totman.
They want to carry Totman casket.
Now the people then are carrying Totman casket.
Totman da?
Yeah.
Haile Selassie.
Wow.
Now Haile Selassie then was turning Totman casket. They can't talk about the first we are called coming in Kuma because people in
the man was smoking cigar, sitting in a rocking chair in the Oval Office with John F.
Kennedy. That what the people say when the lion get their own historian. The story of the horn will always favor the hunter. Yeah, we call coming in Kuma. When they say Kokon and Garguah that Haile Selassie, Todman, these people in that Tatians then the people in that
Haile Selassie was a poor barrel. That's a poor barrel to Todman. You can't talk about coming in Kuma because I talking.
I want to Haile Selassie.
No, but on YouTube.
Go watch it. That Haile Selassie never holding Todman there. And I only hear calling about it. Other people never there.
But Tomalin, technically there were only like 3 African countries there. Ethiopia, you had Gamal Nasser in Egypt, and Todman, everybody that was colony. I mean, back then.
No, 71 and
no, I'm talking about doing Todman. Todman in the heydays, all the people were colony. Yeah, it was just
former president and a
US president. That's right.
And a US president visited him.
I mean, even you go to the League of Nations, the UK.
No, Roosevelt visited. Roosevelt visited during War. Where you grew up?
The airport.
They smell no taste. You know what they call this smell no taste for, right?
Yeah, Roosevelt visited Barclay. Todman came to America. You saw JFK and other presidents.
You know what they call this smell no taste?
Yeah.
They supposed to be cooking the food and many people.
The army people cooking the food and you're smelling it. I can't taste it.
Yeah, I can't taste it.
Yeah. The
Americans were.
Yeah, the Americans were Ralphie.
Yeah, the Americans.
I got two.
And they were all black soldiers. That's why they had all the black soldiers doing World War II.
You see the amount of African leaders that came with the OU stuff now because of Torgbean.
I was OU.
But Ben, has to stay him.
But people never came to Todman. You know who came to Todman?
Queen Elizabeth went to Liberia.
That was a Jew. Come on, man.
No. My man. Todman was. I will find a DVD when they had that civil war in Morocco and the Polisario people in Morocco. You read that? Yep. My man, you want to see when Todman stood at the OAU to talking Addis Ababa. You know, he had that swab to him. He stood up, he faced a cuffling. He started walking to the podium. All the other leaders, they started clapping at it. The man was a big brother. He was a big brother.
Todman star, he had haircut.
He was a big brother.
I mean, you can. There's so many ways we haven't put him into proper perspective in Liberia in our history, but there's so many you can make an argument for and against the guy. But
you know what?
what
for
you cannot
him,
deny is
for
that
him,
his-
he modernized Liberia.
his-
The bad
his-
side, he turned the presidency to patronage system. That everybody just look to the president
Yeah.
because
But
he
he
wanted to be the only thing.
It
He
was
learned it from
him-
nobody.
it
There was no
him-
powerful president in Liberia until
Yeah,
Tubman.
like the
Who
It was
told
which
you?
time when American secretary said like, group of development. I told my time, right?
Yeah,
Go
but
for-
I mean, the American people then what you mean by they grow or
Or
development? What did they do for the
Well,
country before they talk about grow or
Liberia
development?
were rich. I was per capita. I mean, we're rich country at the time, but
Like bro,
Yeah, but Tomalin Myean,
If you look
from
at the
1847,
exactly.
from 1847, Tomalin, Tomalin from 1847
If you had zero
to 1964,
yeah.
to that's
from
64, we started having counties in north of
Black
the
countries
coastal
have
area.
Yeah.
Those places were not even they didn't care for the people over there.
But they have money. You
Yeah.
think the American king, like the way a lot of the other countries did with the colony.
All the major
down there,
public
all these
buildings.
big money and stuff.
All the major
I
public buildings. were
yeah.
built by Tubman.
I can give you an example like
everything you see that is
like we see called
right
Lamco, where they had Lamco, where Yekepa was when the people came to look for iron ore, they were going to Putu. But when they scoped Manima had a higher grade iron ore. I think it was like 65, 75 Fe content. So they had to just forget about Putu and they started in that place. Oh, straight up bush.
The same thing with Firestone.
And they put build that Yekepa for
the same thing with Firestone.
They started with grass feed. Today, where Asalamita is mining, Togodi. Lamco opened that mine in 1973. They posted money there today. Togodi mine opened in 73. Yeah.
Yeah. My man, I just came from that bed. You see that place, my man. My man, step up that hill.
27 on broken years on your hand. You brought it with the tutorial tendency. Then and the country was underdeveloped. Then you come, you won't give him that credit.
Underdeveloped.
And I tell you something.
Did you see like brother before him?
Did you see that brother?
There was no light. There was no light.
Thomas was a visionary. Thomas was a visionary, Ben.
No, Ben, yeah, no.
You see, nobody discounting Thomas.
You're giving Thomas too much credit.
But the man is the father of modern day Liberia. The Liberia you know today.
The man built the hydro.
Who got Barclay? Who got Barclay?
What Barclay built?
What did Barclay do?
All Barclay did was to sing.
What did he do? No, but on a serious note, what did Barclay do in Liberia? What did he do?
So Tomalin, let catalog.
Barclay opened the Hitler lab, Ben.
No, it was Tubman. It was Tubman that opened the counties.
Tubman that opened the counties. I established it.
Tomalin. Barclay, you know what Barclay did? They opened the place, they went there and took money from the people in the name of taxes and buried the morale. The people never had no means to make decisions for themselves. They were sending people there to go collect taxes. That's why people that go collect taxes, people they say, now you're part of Liberia, we'll collect money from you. But they never empower the people. Thought making them myself Mayor County. That's why they got that thing Vonja my unification monument.
Yeah.
They only went there to take money from the people. Only went to go take money from the people. That's what they were doing.
The country was cash strapped. Liberia was on a payment plan for the same loan that I told you about, right? So the country was.
And a lot of people don't know it. They say, "Oh, they put all the money."
No, Liberia. I mean, maybe individuals had money, but I'm talking about the country. The country, Liberia was cash strapped. Liberia was heavily indebted, right?
Took loan from who?
The loan took from America.
The EJ Raw loan, Liberia did not pay that loan off until 1964. The OMSS said it. 1964 until Liberia paid.
Percy, my red bull, you're a historian. Let me frank. I was sleeping. I started listening to the guy talking. I said, "Well, the man looking young. They talk about history like that day."
The thing they booked the but you know I mean, so Dr. Tapa is deceased, but there's one pop that is still living. And I just seen you gotta have a conversation. Dr. Elwood Dunn.
Where is he?
In Maryland.
Yeah. In Maryland. Dr. Elwood Dunn. Elwood Dunn is eyewitness to a lot of things we're talking. I think that when the cool king, I think he was Deputy Minister or Minister of State for Presidential Affairs when they cooking.
You were Minister of State.
I think he had just become Minister of State for Presidential Affairs when they cooking. I did.
He only reason he was not caught in it, he the one went to Zimbabwe.
Yeah,
really?
so yeah.
Yeah.
You are in Tomalin, monsieur.
No, you are the advance. You were part of the advance.
Yeah, part of the advanced team. Yeah, he was.
He went to Zimbabwe.
You were in the mansion. Yeah, Tomalin. Yeah. Dr. Tom.
He was not in the country, but he went.
You were part of the advance team.
And Lunsa had travel, right? Lunsa travel. Estrada Bernard. Ain't travel.
Yeah, Lunsa travel. Estrada Bernard. Yeah.
Okay.
The last person I want us to talk about, then we can call it a night now. Or morning. Cecil Dennis. I hear a lot of good things about him being this charismatic foreign minister. He was somebody who was well.
He was learned. I think he went to Cornell.
Mm-hmm.
No, he went Georgetown law.
But my thing was about him is that nowadays, right? When you're taking a foreign minister, you won't get somebody who can open any doors, especially in the Western world. And so Dennis, these guys, when the guys in, they could go to Washington D.C. today, and they will see the president.
That way, I was supposed to let Ben to win it in the time that they were coming.
But Tomalin.
That thing we had.
Tomalin, you had J. Rudolph Grams, Columbia, Harvard, Cesar Dennis, Georgetown. So the people you sit in class with, they are policymakers in this country. It's simple as that.
You don't know, right? What is doing diplomacy? When you travel, they say the foreign minister meeting the foreign minister. Before you get there, the credential are already there. They put down peruse your credential and know we come and meet. So most of the time when our people send a credential, say about, I go there from this school just recently. So that recently they just put us to some low level people. But the guys who go in foreign capitals, go Washington, go Paris.
But like Safa said, the people then they were meeting with their classmates. You go to Georgetown, you go to Cornell, you go to Harvard. Those are people then that you probably sat in class with.
Exactly.
Right?
All the guys went to look. Tomalin, all the guys like even this pastor in Liberia, I think he went to Columbia Law. He's up there now. George Henry's. All the guys went to very cool school. Even the other lawyer, Gerald Padmore, in Liberia, the guy were the Ivy League. So the people that sat in class with, we're not just foolish people.
You know it's important because I remember we're in Nigeria and Bagos told a story. Bagos said during the interim government time, he said you're foreign. He said you're foreign minister. He said, but when you're foreign minister for Doe. Butchos Ghali was foreign minister for Egypt. So they had a counterpart, they had a relationship.
Yeah, Butchos Ghali.
Yeah, so when he got to Washington, D.C., they said Chancellor will come address the UN and Taylor and Sawyer together, two government. So he said you shouldn't do that to Sawyer. Sawyer is the interim president. So he said he met Butchos Ghali. He met in his bedroom, in his suite, and told him, say, look, let's Sawyer come address. So, but the minute they mess up, no problem. Just pay your arrears and you'll come. So you sat in Butchos Ghali's suite and told they call Sawyer Moose. So Moose, if you send the capital to send some money in now, you become a United Nations. And the minute it happened, Sawyer working. So the relationship is very important. You see, had it not been so, especially your position as foreign minister, it has to be somebody
there,
a prestige.
And now J. Rudolph Grams, J. Rudolph Grams, one of the longest foreign ministers in Liberia history.
You see, when Chancellor became president, I think he had T. Ernest Eastman, right?
Yes.
Eastman before Money Captain and whatnot. So you had these serious-minded people in there. Eastman and are veterans, right? They come from way down the line. They know these things. Like I don't know what. Then he probably groomed Captain and then Captain. But now our foreign minister, they don't even have personalities. Look at the who got.
You
confused. You know that. You can't tell whether the president personal assistant, personal attendant, assistant, personal attendant.
That person, the protocol was Adolphus During, right?
So there were two protocols. Executive mansion was During, probably Labrador was henceforth.
J. Charles henceforth.
Oh, okay.
Other way around.
No, but then they switched. But before
the mansion,
okay, then they switched because before During was.
When you read a presidential paper, the Taylor presidential paper, by the way, my name is in that. The list of that man cabinet. that man cabinet, when you read that man cabinet,
Like the Roland
somebody,
Massacre.
But part of that too,
Muslim
because Chancellor came from a generation too, just like the generation we're talking about, how sophisticated it was. These are the children, right? The children, the nieces, the grandchildren. Those were highly educated. They were highly educated too, right? So that's why, so that's why you see he were able to get. They kind of like
no, but that even had educated. Okay, let's go to our lawmakers today, Ben. You say you don't have to be you don't have to be highly educated, but you have to respect the institution that you find yourself in. And then you comport yourself, to the norms of the institution. You know what I mean? Like during those time they have fully people that are represented. I mean, you had but they were not noise maker because somebody would just call in the corner and say, "Look, my man, this is how we behave here." But from the first to the last person, everybody yelling.
But you're not the reason why Cyril Allen gave them some education the other day.
Then when they brought a guy back, I
started to invite Papa Cyril one day, and Cyril Allen said it.
That is me.
He said, no, he was very clear. He said, it's not called you guys are not honorables. The honorable title is not something that is. By the time you become member of the representative, then you honorable. It's the Honorable House of Representatives. Yes. It's your conduct.
Yes,
your conduct in there.
Conduct.
Your conduct in there that gave you the title of honorable. That's why when you in the old days, when you read the letterheads from Capitol Hill, it had it, the Honorable House of Representatives.
Yeah.
The Honorable House of Representatives. Men and women of stature walk in there and they you enter the place. The police will say you enter Capitol building, there was an aura. Now the foolish thing they're doing down there. PPE.
Now you enter the stench.
Yeah. But you gotta tell Trump to accept our ambassador now. He been here too long.
I mean, let's talk different thing, man.
We need to talk. Yeah, we talk.
Who are ambassador?
You can't keep the ambassador with him when he presents.
Who are ambassador? Who are ambassador?
Professor.
If you know, I know he better send out the email so he can start working.
No, you gotta meet the president. You gotta get that man. You gotta let's talk to him.
Amen.
No, we don't. No, we talk this here, but it's a tragedy. We don't have any standards in our country again.
Charles Gange Taylor, Minister of Finance, Eli Senator.
Yes.
Man who reconstructed Ghana's economy.
Yes.
That's the man. To be quite honest with you, but Taylor Jenkins Dumba, Minister of Lands and Mines. Philip Cameron, Minister of National Security.
Yes.
I'm trying to the name and pop in my ear as I'm talking.
The other one just died. He died last year.
Minister of Gender.
Who?
Taylor, the Ministry of Gender.
In Muslim of education?
No. He was the first Minister of Gender.
Gender Minister.
He was Foreign Minister under the transitional arrangement. Taylor became president. He created the Ministry of Gender. Emilio War was Minister of Planning. Planning and Economic Affairs was Emilio War.
And then you had Lamin Kawa. Lamin
Kawa was Minister of Transport.
Yeah.
Brahima Kaba. Dr. Brahima Kaba was Minister of Commerce.
Yeah.
The one that's going to, I think, Saudi Arabia right now.
And then Minister of
Dr. Evelyn Kandaka was Minister of Education.
Yes.
That is true.
Yeah.
Yes, Ismail. Serious people. T. Ernest Eastman, Minister of State for Presidential Affairs. T. Ernest Eastman.
A press secretary was gonna. What a
president was Reginald Goodrich.
Goodrich, yeah.
Reginald Goodrich was press secretary.
But then what? Taylor, not look at America.
No. What happened? Taylor,
too arrogant.
Taylor never switched. He had a title, but he didn't switch. He switched over to be president because he was. Suddenly now you become captain of the thing you create. You have all the people there that were depending on him.
Very good. I got it, Liz. Right here. I finally found it.
Oh, Omar Sion up again.
Yeah, I find it funny. So, President of Republic of Liberia, Charles Gange Taylor, Vice President Enoch Dogole, Legislature Speaker Yondwa Mokomena, Senate Pro Tempore.
Where's Yondwa now?
Yondwa, I spoke with him the other day. He's here in the States. He's in Rhode Island.
Quiet.
Yeah. Still sharp.
You know, do Malcolm Blanc.
You know what come now. Then you have Senate President Pro Tem Charles Walker Bromsky.
Pro Tem.
Deputy Speaker G. Patrick Williams. Chief Clerk James Kaba. The Judiciary Chief Justice Gloria Musu Scott. Associate Justices Wilkins Wright, Komosobo Sako, Elwood Jangaba, J. Boyman Morris. The Cabinet. Moni Captain, Minister of Foreign Affairs. T. Ernest Eastman, Minister of State for Presidential Affairs. Eddington Varma, Minister of Justice. J. Wisa McLean, Minister of Planning and Economic Affairs. That was his first Minister of Planning, I remember. Yes. J. Wisa McLean. Dr. Lami Kawa, Minister of Transport. Daniel Chie.
They did the turbos, right?
Yeah. I told nephew.
Daniel Chie, Minister of National Defense. Dr. Brahima Kaba, Minister of Commerce. Erin Coleman, Minister of Public Works. Maxwell Kaba, Minister of Post and Telecommunications. Hezekiah Bowen, Minister of Rural Development. Edward Komo Sako, Minister of Internal Affairs. Francois Massacre, Minister of Youth and Sports. Augustine J. Zeze, Minister of State without Portfolio. Dr. Peter Como, Minister of Health and Social Welfare. Dr. Evelyn Kandaka, Minister of Education. Dr. Roland Massacre, Minister of Agriculture. Joe W. Morba, Minister of Information.
Yeah.
Conte Thomas Bowoyo, Minister of Labor.
Look at that.
Philip Kama, Minister of National Security. Eli Celebi, Minister of Finance. Jenkins Dumba, Minister of Lands, Mines, and Energy.
That was a heavy cabinet.
Presidential Press Secretary Reginald Guri. Banking Institute.
But listen, Tomalin.
Charles Bright, Governor, National Bank, because Taylor was the one who created the Central Bank. Francis Dennis was president of LBDI. Essin Howard York, president of Agriculture Cooperative Development Bank. Charles Salif, president, National Housing and Savings Bank. Security Institutions. Joe B. Tate, Director, National Police. Martin George, Commissioner, Bureau of Education, Immigration. Freddie Taylor, Director of National Security. Benjamin Yeten, Director, SSS.
50.
I mean, the list is long. I'm looking at the list.
The main cabinet loaded.
You know, even the superintendent, you know. Yeah.
I mean,
look, let me tell you.
Was that a result of when you look at those people that you're naming compared to what came after? I mean, what can you attribute that to? Is it the lack of vetting? I mean, because it's not just a name. People say
in the presidential papers, I'm one of the advisors.
National Youth Advisor.
No. The thing is,
the National Youth Advisor, the president. We used to sit in cabinet meeting. We used to sit in the bleachers of the cabinet.
I remember that day until the opponent Ben was there.
The cabinet room the cabinet room used to be on the 5th floor of the executive mansion. I never forget. We used to go up on the 5th floor. The president cabinet.
Then when they put that Ben, after the level, we used to Ben cow in Jeep. I said, what?
Daniel Sando.
No, but Daniel Sando thing, I don't even like to talk about it because I think it's way beneath the belt and there's nobody to reprimand him. So it just the guys continue to do things that make them look bad and they claim to be experienced. I don't understand them, you know.
What's wrong with Daniel Sano?
Oh, they made me insulting everybody. Imagine the president get mosquito.
Yeah, President Joey, I got mosquito brain.
Is it what using a diarrhea?
But yeah, man, I was very disappointed with Pia today. I listened to him. Pia defended him.
For true?
Yeah.
I spoke on Punch FM, and I would tell Pia. I was very disappointed with Pia. Pia talking about the man just talk the thing one time. That just one time business. Other people causing
No, man, Pia can't say that. What wrong, Pia?
I'm telling you, I listened to Pia. You know, Pia is my own man.
Our man. I know about the man, but
I was very disappointed when I heard Pia.
Well, but he was insulting.
Most of these guys, let me tell you something. Most of these guys, this government will show these guys, you will see the guy in true character. You know, their previous time in government are working for a woman called England, so they were well behaved. This government will show a lot of people true characters.
Yeah,
I don't know
so
what other true character you gotta show again.
Oh, that's serious thing.
They want to show you now. We're gonna character.
Oh, that's why I said this comment. Why you will see it.
we have
I mean, like,
the next session we're gonna go into the crazy, like you call, what you call it, the pipeline, the leadership pipeline.
Yeah, that local government thing.
By the way, Lloyd Scott sent me a message and said that Clarence Moniba, our minister of state, with a portfolio, so he did go through a pipeline to decide.
Yeah, he went through a pipeline.
I'm talking about before getting to want to run a country like bro, you can't be minister of state. You are like deputy. I don't know what kind of minister he was, but are you giving him like
a portfolio ahead of the PDU?
There's no training for president. There's no training for president. There's no training for president.
On your Pepsi, on your his perspective of who he thinks should lead Liberia 2029.
Oh God!
We had a conversation. No. The next time I won't hear from him because I know he's bold. Yes, and he bold. Yeah, you will not do.
A lot of things have to happen before 2029. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Keep telling them.
We're not talking about it right now.
I keep telling Ben, but it's
a lot of things have to happen before 2029. You know what I mean?
Pre does not die, you not die. So that one not number one out.
Tomalin.
Move forward.
Tomalin, I keep telling you. The people that got anybody who want to run for president. Anybody running for president? You start talking right now, you're not serious.
I'm working tomorrow.
You start talking right now, you're not serious. Anybody running for president, you start making noise right now, you're not serious.
The person I'm disappointed in.
You run for president, you start making the right. Guess what? What you need to do? You need to work in the back and pull out your political machine together. That's why you need to be doing right now, not to be making noise.
The person I'm really disappointed in, and maybe I might say, maybe the conversation I start already, but the person I'm really disappointed in, honestly, is Mr. Cummings. I'm disappointed, and the reason I'm disappointed, one of the reasons you can tell George Weah anything you want to tell him, but George Weah listened to his critics very well. Whatever George Weah critics said to him, he went and did it. When they said he didn't know boy, he came here to divine, got 2 degrees from there. Whether the school at good school or not, the man listened to his critic. When they said the man he get no government experience, he ran for senator against Ben and won. He became senator. So there was no argument. That you couldn't. I mean, everything you criticized this guy on, he went and did it. And he came back and said, so the Liberian people say, okay, you not do your charge. And what I mean, Mr. Cummings, I don't know.
What did they criticize Mr. Cummings, or he didn't do?
No, that's why he coming to now. He coming to you now.
Okay, let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Cummings
I get no horse in the race there. No, I like.
I listen.
I like Mr. Cummings. If I hammer,
go ahead.
Now we feel
No, I like Mr. Cummings. But you have to listen to your critics. You can't listen to only people that are telling you hallelujah, hallelujah. You have to listen to what your critics are saying to you. You know, and one of the criticisms that they actually gave to Mr. Cummings is like he doesn't connect well with the people.
What does that mean though?
When give me a chance, I come in there and I put the oil. I'm going on a limb and saying it. I could have kept it until the next conversation, but I'm starting it ahead of time. And so hopefully he will listen, right? Because I like Mr. Cummings. If I have my way, probably he will be the president of Liberia, but you have to listen to people when they criticize you. Our people, they might not be the most literal people, but when they tell you, say, you're not doing this and you're not doing that, go back and listen. There's some kind of wisdom might be in it, right? What I expected Mr. Cummings to be doing at this stage, I don't say he should be running rerunning campaign and whatnot, but he should be laying the groundwork, right? Start connecting. In Liberia, before you get out to go vote for Sonny, your people then got to be behind you. Our politics is very traditional, whether we like it or not. It is very traditional. Your people have to say, that was son here. You know what I mean? Mr. Cummings, he need it. He don't need it, but he just have to do it. And that's something that you need. Go back to Maryland, where they say you from. Get yourself whatever amount of land you can get from there. Start a farm there. Make yourself a local person. Like start a farm. Even if you're just doing it for the optics, go back there. Start a farm. Get 1 or 2 people working on the farm. Create, a lot of goodwill there for yourself. before for now to 20. By the time we reach 2025 now, your farm already running. The people then working there, you something like that. When you can't run again, nobody asking you for your base again. The people in the cell will start putting their hand up for you. They are also here that he won and this, that, and then we'll start talking to the other traditional people there and start doing it. This is what you can't stay in Monrovia and listen to Louis Brown there.
Okay, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. So I know that one. I'm talking about communist, but I come upon a general approach. You see, we're talking about agriculture. The biggest farms in Liberia are owned by lawmaker and government official. So you want me? I'm not going to use comments. You want me to go to Kehleboe and open a farm and hire the people, or you want me to help the people to empower themselves? But you want me to have a farm, have 10 person working on my farm, or empower 10 person to have their own farm?
You can start from getting 10 person working on your farm.
Because guess what? We got a thing like, bro. We
ask the question. Let me answer.
That was rhetorical. We gotta have it.
You're gonna say what rhetorical?
Okay, I'm sorry. We gotta have it. We gotta have it setting a standard because certain people not do it. I'm not gonna get beef farm. I'm not gonna never had a farm. They be a finance minister. Every store got beef farm. But some guy got beef farm. But all them so all the people I call them modern day Firestone. So the people get up in the morning, they take their gold, they go work on the farm, then they pay them low Sunday. You know what I mean, Winfrey? So why? So that man, senator, he got people working on your farm. You think that man will pass law for you to own farm? Because when you own farm, then that man ain't get employees.
What you mean?
I got you working on the farm. I got you working on my farm. You think I want you to own your own farm? If you own your own farm, who will work on my farm?
I mean, if you get to the place where you can get your own farm, what will stop you from?
But guess what? How will you get your own farm when the man has so passed law to empower farmers, now passing the law and his farm they're getting big?
So that's why
the whole idea, they got a word they use nowadays is very popular, and without sustainability. Sustainability is not giving people handouts. Sustainability is that I start with you today, but by the end of the year, you should be able to stay on your own. So let's stop using a standard, or let's stop creating artificial standard that everybody might follow. It's artificial. It's artificial.
No, I disagree. Here's the thing.
Artificial.
If you go somewhere today, because one of the problems in Liberia, you will agree with me, is the problem of jobs in Liberia, right? We have the lack of job in Liberia is what get the country the way it is, partly, to a large extent, right? The lack of jobs. Who's going to create jobs there? Who have capital formation more than you name these guys in government, besides the government people and whatnot. Mr. Comey has the capital. He has the capital to do those things.
But that's what I'm telling you. Instead of me opening a farm, I can empower people to have their own farm. But you say he might go open a farm. We go open a farm, then the people gonna work on your farm, so then he empowering the people. That's a different mindset. Why should I open a farm?
So if a man works for you right now, the way like bro looking, I have a farm because I'm not just talking to you because I have a farm. I do have a farm. And this is somewhere. Wait a minute. I'm not saying it because I want Mr. Comey to go make farm. I'm saying that the actual impact that you can have in people, on people, and in their lives when you do such a thing. It might be even the smallest thing. It will have a vast impact on their lives, right? So I do have a farm. When I started going to the place there to have my farm, it was nothing that the people take coal from all the way beyond there on their heads and bring it on the road. The young people that are wasting their way and whatnot. You go there, okay, gentlemen, you can't play. The daily sustenance that you give these people, it might look like nothing, but you are impacting their life on a daily basis. You can't wait for a lawmaker in Monrovia. We just spoke about the people in Monrovia here. You can't wait for people in Monrovia and then to go do those things. You have to take the initiative.
Okay, guess what? You decide to open farm. Nothing wrong with that. I can decide to fix a school in the town. I can go and decide to get medicine in the hospital. That's still helping the people. But it doesn't have to be farm. You understand what I mean? It doesn't have to be farm. The assistant can kind of people in many ways. It doesn't have to be farm. So we can just use this one thing to say
it keeps you with the community. It keeps you engaged. It keeps you it gives you a presence in the community. You face the school. You're not going to attend the school. You're leaving the school there. You're going back to Monrovia and whatnot. A farm.
So if it's not a farm
in the community,
if it's not a farm, it has to be a farm.
What I'm saying is, I'm not saying it has to be a farm, but that would be a good idea. If you want to be president for Liberia, you can start from there. That's what I'm saying to you.
You might open farm.
You can start from there. If you first of all, the people say you get a constituency. How do you get a constituency?
By opening farm.
That'll go better school. That go better school. Why you're not going to attend and get rid of them?
No, I say build a school. I say contribute towards the upkeeping of a school. Guess what? People that donate, let me tell you something.
No.
Let me tell you something, Percy. People that donate, they donate in terms, they use sustainability to donate. They don't come and drop something one time and then they turn it back. And that's what we're doing in Liberia. They drop something one time and you rally them and the thing they drop, it turned to pieces. They will come back after 6 years because they want to get elected again. When people decide to donate, they put you in the pipeline that thing will be sustainable because the name will be attached to it. That's what I'm talking about. But we should stop using one formula to define everything.
No,
Farm can't be the only thing.
It's not the only thing, but I think it would be a good basis. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's the only thing. It would be a good basis because after all that you have tried, right? You did not try this. And you can't tell me, say, because we shouldn't use it because it have never been tried before.
But guess what? I come in, Ben. At the end of the day, I want somebody that true to themselves than somebody that pretending just to get something.
It's not a pretense. We said agriculture.
Go ahead, Ben.
Do you think Mr. Cummings should run again?
Mr. Cummings.
That's
a personal decision, and there's a lot of very.
If Cummings calls you and asks you for your advice, maybe third time could be a charm. Would you?
I would say coming back in 2027.
Huh?
I think I said coming back in 2027.
Right?
Yeah, coming back in 2027.
So right now, you wouldn't tell him, you wouldn't advise, but you're telling him to call.
I'll say coming back in 2027 because there are a lot of unknowns. There are a lot of unknowns out there right now.
Look,
there's a lot of unknowns.
Ben, everybody too now.
Listen.
I know somebody will ask question.
Me ask somebody.
All right, Tommy.
I would tell him about advising. I would say the comments that'd be organic. Just don't say you want to run. Let the people, if the people want you to run, they mean it. Let them be yearning for you, saying, Mr. Cummings, I think this is a moment. Let them come to you.
How does he measure that?
He shouldn't. Let it say yes.
I'm asking you now. And you say you want to ask you. I'm asking you now.
I'm telling you now.
How does he measure things? People haven't been organic. How does he measure that if people want him? And please don't tell me say people yelling and telling him to run because I
come in, Ben. You see, with him, he has the advantage, right? I think he got resources that I think he can. That, for instance, to say, let me just do a nationwide tour. Let me visit the 15 counties, maybe 70 electoral districts. Let me just, and before I do it, my team will tell them, so I'm coming. Okay, let me do the groundwork and
but
test
it's not all of that though.
No. But you need to do it when election time. No,
Tomalin, not true. You see, Tomalin, you see something? Let me tell you something. Tomalin, let me say something. If the same criteria were used across all the candidates.
No, but you see, but listen now, Siafa, I will tell people, Josh Weah, Ellen, Boga, they are different. They compared to other people. The comments then, right? In a sense that Josh Weah, he need to be so much. You see, he's like people need
to be so at all.
Need to be so at all.
Exactly. So
not even much.
So
Joey has a known commodity.
The kind of resources you infuse into our campaign, so will be less as compared to Amanda Cummings. Okay, so
but Tomalin, I want to push this a little bit.
Yeah,
Cummings. What you're talking about Cummings dead. In fact, right after 2017, Cummings was the only candidate that went across the country to tell the people thank you. I remember he was the only candidate. I believe Cummings was the hardest working politician in Liberia in the last political cycle.
So then
let me tell you something.
What do you think is this barrier here? Why people?
You know how many times Cummings went? You know how many times Cummings went around the country?
Already. Go ahead.
So guess what? So let me tell you something now. I will come to you, Percy. That's a exact question I need to answer. You see, Madam Sedif in 2005. Madam Sedif was the most unpopular candidate on that ticket there. Am I lying?
True.
But Madam Sedif has surrogates that stood up and took the bullet for her. George Weah does he have to talk anything until election year? You know that, right? Let's be honest. You got to anything.
Now the president.
My man. Joe, you gotta say anything. You got Eugene today. Eugene was on Spoon. You Eugene on OK FM. Jangako was on Prime FM. Because guess what? And the thing, the ANC coming people lacking, coming advantage, they use that weakness. Coming got money. So everybody feel they will not live for their hand until they get money.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That's a problem.
Name me one right now. The interview Eugene did on Spoon will make news tomorrow.
Yeah.
It will make news today, right? Because today is already today. People will pick up things from it, right? Cummings, the last time, did an interview. When the day he broke his silence.
Yeah.
Remember, there was this long silence. Nobody had heard from him. It was even publicized. He was breaking his silence. After Mr. Cummings spoke, 2 hours after, nobody was talking about it.
Nobody talking about it.
I didn't even remember. If you were to ask anybody right now on the platform, what did Mr. Cummings say during that interview? Nobody remembers. The second thing here is, who in Mr. Cummings' orbit that can do what Eugene Nangwe did today for George Weah?
That's the problem.
That is what CFI is saying.
That's the problem.
So his issue is not about going across the country. His issue is Liberian elections. Either you gotta be popular, and like CFI say, or you gotta have the influencers to be able to push your message. That's what Joe Buckeye benefited from.
I agree. So now I agree. So now if Cummings need and the people are around though. You know, the politics in Liberia just like a professional sport. You got some players there who you vying for spot when they come and be on your team. So I mean I want to take you with dinner with me, but if I need you to help me carry me to point A, I will do anything to get you. Okay, I'm gonna say we'll be going for dinner or going for Thanksgiving dinner together. No, but if I need to carry me to point A, so if I were him, I would go. These are people who are around. He tap into them, get them.
Yeah, but Tomalin, that's the problem. That's why I say his strength is being used as a weakness too. People will order do things for coming get them money because they say the man got money. Yeah. But they got guess what? Other politicians and people can talk for them.
Because
guess what? They're part of that institution.
Yes. So what you need?
So you want me to go hire a whole bunch of people that be talking on the election time because that's why they won.
No. You got some people who are very effective, who are powerful. I mean, you get them, and it can make your. It's how
is he going to get them?
But Tomalin,
how is he going to get them if he doesn't pay them?
When the Cummings political operation in Liberia, they use Western Standard. You hire them, you put on payroll.
You know why?
Like, for this one man, because they say he got money.
No, not
the other people. No. The other people, we are behind the course.
No, not only that. It's about dues you pay. Okay, Myean doing it before the crisis and during the crisis, they are the people then placed on roll there. They were
yeah.
So as a result, people stood up for a cause for certain things. Okay, so for Army Cummings is different from the other guys. You see?
But guess what he did? Cummings is not an independent candidate. Cummings belongs to a political party. Ben say when how political party operate, when Cummings gave that speech, that when Cummings did that interview, there should have been a subsequent interview to amplify some of those points from that interview. Then the message will continue. But you get an interview, and everybody move. But the man is part of a party. He's not an independent person, so why you go look in the street?
Forget even that. Let me tell you what I was trying to say. Forget even that. Even the interview, what was the content of the interview? I listened to the interview Mr. Cummings did.
Yeah.
It was all
policy.
Yeah, I mean policy. Yeah.
Stuff. It was all governing. He sounded more like the president of Liberia than somebody who wants to be the president of Liberia. Right? You look, the thing about our politics, and like I said over and over, and I said this personally to Mr. Cummings, people, I mean, and Tomalin, you know, I've never hated it from him. I've been very clear with him on it. You got to be able, look, he has a problem on the issue that when I said it other day on the show, I'm trying to be very careful what I say before they cut it again. And I saw the I said Cummings has a complicated. I think you were on the show, right, Winfred? When I said he has a complicated political history, they just cut that part and put it. I mean, punch every spread. I think all over. People started calling me, man, what you say? I said, well, you're going to listen to the whole thing. What I was actually saying, I said Cummings came into the Liberian political orbit, got chewed, and was spit out. You know, so he has a complicated yet a legacy on the political landscape. But my thing, though, is you have to figure out a way. You have to figure out a way to break through here.
It's simple, Ben. Ben, it's simple.
No, it's not. It's not. I think.
Look, Percy said something, right? He said something very, very profound. You can't only have the people around you listen to them. No,
you have to listen to your critic.
Yeah. If I were him, your critics, I'll try to bring.
What are the critics saying? Well, I mean, one thing we say that he gave. So what? He big hard. He do. No, big, I mean,
no, one of the things that I'm also frustrated about is that people are acting like Cummings is a new candidate. He's not.
And so that's why. And so guess what? And so Ben, guess what? He is intentionally discounted. It's done intentionally discounted because
you know why?
Tomalin. I know what. Guess what? Because guess what? Tomalin. Guess what? This guy. Guess what? Guess what? They said this guy has the resources and his message sound good. So all we got to say he knew. He'll be at 15 years and they say he knew.
In all fairness, let me say this, and I would say this, and maybe they will call it again. If Mr. Cummings called me today and asked me if he should run for president, I would tell him no. And let me tell you why I would tell him no, right? I may also say wait till 2028 and see what happens because we never know what will happen, right? Nobody knew. Now to say I'm praying for somebody to die, right? But nobody knew that Prince Johnson would not be here today. Nobody knew that, right? There's anything can happen in this instance, but Cummings have a couple of problems right now. One, there is an 800-pound gorilla in the room called George Myean. That is the 800-pound gorilla we got to figure out. You have to figure out. Anybody in the opposition got to figure out a way around that problem, right? The second thing that has to happen, if he cannot find a niche, because right now, he is defined. He has not defined himself. He is defined by other people. Like Siafa is saying, everybody know coming. The local coming from this ATM, right? Like, oh, he got money, and anything that's gonna happen, the man got to spend to do this. He got to do that to do that. Meanwhile, the message is not going through. The message is not cutting through. And the way the Liberian voter think when they form opinions, I saw it with Bromskin.
Yep.
I saw it with Bromskin. I'm telling you, I saw it with Bromskin to the extent that when Charlene used to go campaign with us, people used to look at Charlene and tell Charlene and say that you are running, I'll vote for you. I saw it with Bromskin. People look at Bromskin and said,
Charlene is a better version of her father. I've said that so many times.
When people used to look at Bromskin and say Bromskin was wearing white shirt.
He's stuck up.
They just like wearing white shirt. You know, to the extent where at one point in time, Bromskin used to sit when he in a car. That what we tinted Bromskin car. He never used to let tint business. Bromskin let tint on his car. Bromskin used to sit on his car, but by the time he get in that car, from the Bromskin law firm to Cali Junction, all the way to where he going, he on his phone. Either he talking to somebody, and so and so. People have complained about that. The man in the traffic, he can't even wave to people. He can't even do this. He can't even do that. The thing is, the Liberian voter, when they categorize you, when they put you in that, when they define you, it's virtually impossible. If George Weah, the things that George Weah can do, and I will end on this.
Amen.
I can do. I'm telling you.
No, and they will nitpick every single thing you do.
Everything. And the things that George Weah can do, you see George Weah, the things that imagine Mr. Cummings dancing and what the song that George Weah was dancing.
Buga.
Forget Buga, the new one, the Then pop. I'm talking about the new song, like the new video he did in video. Forget Buga. That on a popular song, right? I'm telling you because I'm saying this, because in the mind, George Weah is one of them. He is one of them.
But that's true.
He is expected to do those things. When he do those things, it looks cool. Damn it, our Prezo. Look at the thing the Prezo are doing. You see what I'm saying? But if Cummings try to do it, they say Cummings fake.
You know what, Ben?
But Tom, let me tell you something. You see JB? You see JB in 2017 coming in?
He's a celebrity. People saw him, saw his growth, everything. People saw a rise to stardom from where he came from to the point he reached. So he's in a different league. The problem Cummings trying to dismantle an entrenched system, corrupt system that have been there for many years, and they fear him that this guy get there. All the thing we do will cut. So what you need to do right now, we need to put together the team, get the best. Look, I'll tell you the truth.
So when you put together that team, how does that team?
Let me tell you now. The team, right? The team put together will use that. We'll use the time around to dismantle, and we'll talk about the two parties that have dominated the political stage.
Okay, so come in, name me 2 members of that team. Name me 2 members of that team.
Ben Sanvee. Yeah, point you want. Yeah, point you one of them.
Okay, name another person. Name another person. Yeah.
Put Tomalin George.
Yeah, point Costa.
I don't
That's
think
one. I'll be honest. I'll be honest with you.
Mr. Cummings problem is
I don't think Costa can shake anything right now.
Mr. Cummings problem is not a surrogate.
No. Guess what?
No, Yolanda, I don't want us to change the conversation to Costa.
No. Wait for it. I say right now. I say forever. There's some many that has to be done.
I don't want us to keep the conversation on Costa. Let's talk about Cummings and this shortcoming thing that Tomalin brought.
Okay, Tomalin, let me tell you something. What Ben say? They frame you and they nitpick everything. Then they got certain people, they have this sympathy for them, they just let it pass. You see GMB in 2017, you might get UP credit, they came up with this message that the woman is supporting him because he said he can't guarantee your protection. The LA need protection for Joseph Walker. Yeah. Exactly. And that sympathy he was riding on. He been riding on it. Yeah. He been riding it. Joe, we had 6 years. What did Joseph Walker do?
Nothing. Absolutely zilch.
The campaign, he's still on the paved road to campaign. He came by, he told Dusty to Lofa.
In fact, the surrogates in Joe Walker campaign told the country.
Now I'm telling you,
surrogates told the country that Joe Walker will not even campaign.
Yeah. Exactly. So what I'm telling you, I say the community.
But so how do you counter that? Is that President Walker?
But the question is, can you?
You had Dr. Chinaway, Richardson, you have Mariah, you had a lot of.
But let me give you an example. When they started this thing, they say that we got a mistake. We say, oh, UP good at propaganda. No, your inability to respond to somebody doesn't mean the person good.
Yeah.
So that's a fact right there. When they started, they say, "Oh, Cummings refused to be Walker vice president." The mistake we didn't knock it down. We the foodie people talking, but look, guess what? They kept beating it. While it became a constant refrain. It was a daily thing. Until guess what? You had a educated relative telling me he should have accepted it that day. I said, "What day?" These are educated people.
A complete albatross.
Yeah, But guess what? We that live here, then you put something negative, somebody will be able to knock it down. They will not even sleep on it. But we just sat down and just, let the people talk the foolishness. No, it's not foolishness. You look at the electorate we're dealing with. It's stuck on him. And guess what? We had a coalition. The man that kept the coalition together, he got punished. The man that tried to break the coalition got rewarded. Where you see that?
So I'm asking now.
So it comes to the point where I say,
so I'm asking the question.
We need surrogates.
So I'm asking the question. Can Cummings overcome this?
Yes.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can.
He can overcome it.
Yes,
I want to hear how he can overcome it.
It depends. It depends on. And Tomalin, I will not call no name. I would just say you invest on a robust political machine. That these are the things that went wrong, and will not allow it happen.
So how does he pay for that investment?
So guess what? When I say invest, And so they had to catch on the two. The man not an independent candidate.
Okay.
The man is part of a political party. They got put in the party with they got put in the party with positions. They got a whole media team and all that thing that you got to sit down and have a communication plan. That's what I'm saying. But then guess what? You recruit. But that's what I'm saying. This man's the only man that they use Western style political standard. You got to hire media consultant. You think we are not to hire media consultant? You think Boga to hire media consultant?
No, they don't.
Just start comparing.
No, but Tomalin. The bottom line is. Yeah, well, we ain't needed. Yeah, but because we are part of a political institution. We are part of a political institution.
But let's say we're doing this thing all over. The thing we did in 2014. Let's say we're doing it all over. Then let's say we're trying it again. First time we didn't get it right. Let's say we're doing it again. What you think? What you think you're doing in the first place again? What will you do now if we try to do that again? What will you do now? What will be your first thing you're going to do?
Okay, so I give you my example. When somebody asked Mr. Cummings, they say, Mr. Cummings, why didn't you run for? Why you can't? People say he might go run for the Senate to become president. He said, well, Senator, you're one person. I feel I can make an impact more than that. They say, oh, the man arrogant.
So, Percy, I'm interested in knowing how Mr. Cummings can overcome this.
Look,
you said
when I go to Liberia, he can't. Look, when I go to Liberia, I'm putting myself here so you can just understand.
Mm-hmm.
When I go to Liberia, I hang around my childhood friends, my big boyfriends there in the government. I hang around them, but I make it a business. When I go anywhere, like when I went to the Calabash and I went in the bathroom. Went to use the bathroom, and I started a conversation with a young man in the bathroom.
About be packed, that's true. About be packed.
And I started a conversation. I started a conversation in the bathroom with those guys. Ben, you won't believe how packed that place got, because it was so engaging, it was so substantive, and it was so. I myself enjoying the thing that my man came come in. My man, you stay here, you come in, we come and go. I said, like, but. You need to engage with the people. You need to change perceptions. You need to people are distant and they're feeding on somebody don't know you, Ben. They come to me and tell you, say, oh, I am Ben, and I said, no, but I don't have Ben looking. It's because I know Ben. I have interacted with Ben. You have to engage people forget about whether you want to be sweep or anything. You have to engage the people. The surrogate will do the work, but people have to know that. The reason George Weah can get away with these things, or he can get away, the people, like somebody said, the people feel like he's one of them. He can engage with them anytime.
He does it effortlessly. It's effortless. It's like it's natural for him.
My corporate America team don't work with me when I get to Liberia. I'm a Liberian. I'm the kid from Bonneville, and I don't try to be that thing when I get in America. I try to engage, especially with the local people there, because I've been away too long. The country have changed behind me for the length of time that I've been away for.
So I want to do that.
So no. Give me the chance now. Ask me question. I mean, I said if Mr. Cummings doing that, then it should be working for him. Then the people shouldn't be saying the thing and it's saying.
No, because like Safa was saying, because they have different standards.
Because Tomalin, I remember Mr. Cummings going to the southeast. The car stuck in the mall, and they were pushing the car and all that thing there. They slept in that time, San and all those places. But other things get discounted. Like when you get discounted.
Let me finish now. So
because there's an agenda.
Yeah.
You have to get people have to be saying, yeah, Mr. Cummings, you have to change people's perception, because it's a perception problem also. People think Mr. Cummings is aloof, right? He's an aloof person. I can't identify with him and whatnot and stuff like that. But when you engage with people at a very visceral level, and you start to talk to them, you can speak their language, they understand how you can speak their language, and you can talk like them. Your background is no different from them. It start to change perception, right? You do that thing over time. The surrogate will do that work. There's a place and time for surrogacy, right? They will do that. They will do what they have to do. But you, as the candidate, you as the person, Ben, you have to do the engagement. You have to put in the work, and nothing. It's not cut and dry. You have to put in the work.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask a question. You see all these things that people that opponent perception of him. You say the person aloof. But the person that called him Man Kennedy aloof, he Kennedy he visited 73 district, but Man Kennedy went to all 73 district. So how can somebody be aloof? How can somebody be aloof? Go through all the forest and 73 district and sit and interact with the people. Then he come back and say, oh, he doesn't interact, but because you know what happened? Probably his media team didn't amplify those events because you say because the point Murray say, oh, the mayor aloof. But guess what? He aloof, but he went to more places, he touched more hands than your man. But you see what I'm saying? Yeah. No, but I come in now. He went there. He went in the town. He went in the villages. In 73 district. They were in the southeast. They got stuck in the mud. They push it. They slept in Sano. One of the places there. Or you know what I mean? But then you say
he was talking to people. He was talking to people, introducing himself, having this deep conversation about their. It's not about Mr. Cummings, about their life. Like what's
but he was talking to them.
He was listening to them, talking to them.
But then I come in. Like we first say, there's some kind of agenda. You know what to do? The devil discredit it. Oh, that man stuck up. But that man stuck up. He's stuck up, but he's always down there. He's always down there. So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes the mistake that the media team they didn't knock this thing down and counter attack. Because I would tell you, you say I'm stuck up. I was in West Point and you're on the boulevard. So who more stuck up than who? You know what I mean?
You have to keep doing those things and being in their face.
Now you see you're changing the goalpost. You have to keep doing it. But before you say he didn't do it.
No. Ben, is that what you heard? Ben, is that what you heard?
No, you say he aloof. You say he has to go test the people.
I did not say he aloof. No, Sifa, you're not listening here.
You say people say he aloof. People say he aloof. They say he has to. That's what I'm telling you. I say he had done. They get discount his effort because they're trying to discredit him. But now they say something he hasn't done. He's now a candidate that just drive on the main road. Ben knows that. Even doing 2020, the 2020 CPP election, Cummings went with all the CPP candidates.
He did.
He went all through all the CPP candidates. But is that being aloof?
It was the most.
Yeah. So
and most prosperous time of the CPP.
Yeah. So let's look at it.
So here's the thing. So for me, from my vantage point, I in a very tiny little way, without due respect, in a very tiny little way, I can understand and appreciate what is happening to Mr. Cummings because I deal with that. It's the same thing, so I can relate to that in a very tiny way. I mean, he's at a whole different level. But people say they say the same thing. So if they have this agenda, they have this agenda against. I mean, you come say, oh, they say what? It's okay. He doesn't. He doesn't go to baby shower. He doesn't come out. He doesn't do this. He doesn't. No matter what you do, So you continuously find yourself, fighting, trying to remake your image of a function.
So Winfred, I'm asking you. So is it something you can overcome, or is it just that, hey, I've been defined?
No, Ben, you can overcome it. Okay. Because guess what? Because the thing they're saying that you are not, and you're doing it. No. You're doing it exactly. So you just gotta let the people know what you're doing. Let me give you an example of Councilor Bronskin. They say Bronskin was stuck up. Why? Because he doesn't get up where and go sit down at the drinking spot, right? Mm-hmm. So, but he said I'm going to read. So because I go to the drinking spot, so I stuck up. I mean, we have this artificial definition of people to fit our own mindset, and that's why it sticks on you. Even if you're not doing it, they will still pull it back. They will still pull you in that direction. They went for a man. You know what Winfred went through here? Oh, you know what he's going through? I mean, Winfred will come to your house. They will say, oh, he just hang out with other people. But you hang out with your own friends. I hang out with my own friends. Where the crime? But they're just trying to find something. They're trying to find something. It's like people find every reason to not support you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but Mr. Cummings, I think I know Tomalin who said it or whoever said it. Mr. Cummings, I think he's a threat to the status quo. a lot of people see him as a threat to the status quo. And they will do everything. Because a lot of the stuff, you know, I was in, all of us were there. I was in Liberia during the election. I mean, I saw all the candidates and what they were doing, and where he was going, and the stuff he was doing. I'm not involved with any of them, but I saw them. You know, so to say that this guy don't go down, he doesn't do this, we all have different personalities. When you have, even like Clarence Monimba, Mr. Mr. Gongloe, Mr. Cummings. Those people work their tail off.
Exactly.
Going to different places, meeting with different folks, interacting with this now.
Because they were going to, because the people, like you said, Russell, they know what they will do. The people know them. So these people can't be different from us. They will change. And so they will fight them. So, like I said, so people that are coming, he needed people, get it, people, do the work. Then, like the one person said, then his personality will change his personality too, in the sense that when you change, we go somewhere, I don't care what happened.
Let me check.
Anyway.
Okay, Tony, I'm gonna give an example. Let me get an example in 2022. Let me get an example in 2022 in Liberia. Tomalin was the D Calabash for that jazz fest. You know, the jazz fest I made you in the Torgbean do that the first day they did it 2022. We got there, I was sitting there with a bunch of friends. Mr. and Mrs. Cummings came, the US ambassador over there that night. That was a jazz fest. That was not Cummings program, you know what I mean? He came, he sat down.
Yeah, I remember people had complained.
Yeah, he went through the program. The person said, "Oh, your man come here." He just said that. So you want me to go to some other program and start shaking people here all in their place? Because I'm a political figure.
But Sefa,
you know what I mean, Ben?
It's expected though.
No, but I'll give an example, right? When
the so every time I go to all the I have no life of my own. Everywhere you go, so then it becomes so unnatural. I was so that's my own because I try to get into the routine. All my team, the people tell me, "Oh, my man, you can be shaking point."
I
know. So you go there. I said, Ben, I went somewhere one time. Just randomly, just shake it by hand. Look at me and say, "What, I said, well, who? So then one woman, I went to some event. I think what the Mason, the Masonic people, something was happening in support of Safa. I went there. I got up my seat, going around shaking it by hand. I said, oh. So I left. So when I went and sat down, some guy, I said, oh, okay. And then possibility, they got call me back. So I went there. So man, you can't win with this.
And
let me give you an example, right? I'll come an example. For instance, right? For instance, let me give an example. When we were on Spoon, we go to programs. People will see Ben and us. They will recognize so quickly. Even our man who was CEO. Guess what? The society number two. To when Kuma was in court. You know what the judge told us? The judge said, "When come to court, did I come to court?"
Yeah, I remember.
The judge said, "When the man coming." When coming to the court, when they post say, yeah.
You know what told me?
Come in convoy. Look, I told you, I said, come in convoy. People see you say, wow, who that come in? You will gravitate towards you.
But I'm gonna give you a confession. I was in Liberia. I went to court with Mr. Cummings. I just went with Mr. Perkins that day. We drove together. Mr. Perkins, I said, that was the Monday after Easter. I wanted to court. Right? No, I don't want to court, but guess what? So prior to that, remember the UP people had that thing when coming Ghana from the car, the year roll. Let me tell you something. You see, your political institution can make and break you sometimes.
I agree.
These guys were sitting down, deliberating to go ask the leadership for money so they can carry people to the Temple of Justice ground. But that's what I'm telling you. Your institution, sometimes the team. So I told the gentlemen, if you got to ask to do the thing, and some of the thing when I get done, and let pocket, you get water, go to the place. Support get the money. When UP people came over there to counter there. things have to be spontaneous. For when you always look, the man plenty money that they claim he got is his weakness because they're always waiting for him to put the money down before they move.
Thank you, sir, for even Jim Tano just said our chair about to say it.
Yeah.
I heard it in the grapevine today.
I heard that one too.
That we are planning to go downtown Montreal next week because what Boca did the other day, right? Saying he's going to go. I think he's doing something in town, and he's going to they're not announcing the date. They're not saying when he's going to do it. They're just doing it. It's going to be spontaneous, right? The other thing though is like Tomalin was talking about when we went to the court. Jawan said it to me. He said, Ben, look at you. He said, look at you, small beginner you. But I tell you why, you see a whole court, everybody turning around making no. Like, oh man, I spoon. Look at Sanvee, look at that. So his thing was, and I did tell Mr. Cummings this. I said, Mr. Cummings, whether you like it or not,
you got to push your way to the presidency.
It's my exact word.
Yes.
I said, you got to bullshit your way to this thing. Look, let me tell you something. I told the Cummings once, I'm talking about because I'm feeling. I said, Mr. Cummings, any person say you the American get in it? He said, yeah. I said, go to America, get one security firm, get two white security firms, and then put a secret service in the back of the ear. And plenty in the news that the American government and get you secret service. American government, I'm sorry.
Those are that minute poor one. That minute American poor one.
And I many American people look at the men security. And you know, I told him, I said, your convoy.
Exactly.
I said, bring 3, 4 black towels.
Suburban or towel.
Yeah. Don't lay them on it. When you enter somewhere, let don't bother be. That's the charter I used to do when charter don't come in somewhere.
Exactly.
You know, Ben. I mean, a couple of people said that.
But your advanced team alone must shake the place.
Exactly.
My man, that's you talking.
Because guess what?
That charter we used to be sitting down on it.
People forget about everything.
In a hard car before they
look at the optics.
Everybody on the wall.
When your advanced team stay in that place, they'll probably be asking, who coming so?
So you got to act the part.
You got to look. The people. There's several ways.
But that's not his personality, though.
That's not his personality.
And that's the other thing right there. That is not his personality.
And guess what happened? And guess what? There's something in the politics that your handlers can take you out of your comfort zone to get things done.
See, let me tell you something.
It's just as simple.
Bronsky now when he said he want convo. I never forget that meeting me, Musa, and I with Bronsky. You know Musa there? Musa said you were right convo. He said, you don't got a choice. You will rap. We had LP. But me, our national chairman, I had convo.
But Tomalin, the men bought picker, they drove the picker all around town. We're bringing the picker to the headquarters.
I get it. When Musa said the picker arrived, Musa called that day. We took out the airport. They said, oh, the picker didn't arrive. Musa said, okay, you know what? He telling the phone on the phone. Okay, y'all just pack them. And y'all take them to the site in Sinko and put them on the parking lot. When he got it, I said, Paul, where on west side? I said, Musa, we parading the damn picker in the city. I said, the first thing you know, I pick up the phone, I call Prince Stores. You know the Prince Store I represented today?
Yeah.
A lot of printing press. Oh, what thing he the one used to print it locally. I said, Prince Stores, because it was 50 pickups. I said, Prince Stores, I need 100. I said, I need 100 LP logo stickers. I need it in 1 hour. That boss said, I said it must be the A4 size. Because I want to put it on one door, one side of the door, the other side of the door. And I took Musa gave up on me that day. I said, Musa, ain't know how the animal were entering the Noah Ark. The Ark. 2 by 2. We release the first 5. The first 5 will lead the port. They will see Liberia Party on it. They will jack for it. They will say, and Liberia Party bringing people, man. They will drive up. When they reach the Vatan, they will pack to Vatan. We release the second 5. Then the Vatan people taking the easy, going up. How we're releasing that thing. When they car them all enter Sinko, the whole place was black. When we reached in front of Liberia, that picture that was on the internet, you remember that picture where we took from the top? When we entered Tomalin, then you know I did now. Then I went in Bronsky office. I said, now you're going to walk on the street to tow your car in. Bronsky got down from the headquarters. See Bronsky walking in the middle of Tottenham Boulevard. You know what happening? The passengers in the taxi started yelling. Whoa, Liberty Party finished winning the election. Liberty Party finished winning.
La Bravo could have get impressed.
You know they had a thing about Ellen was supporting us, right? Oh, Liberty Party finished winning the election. Now they put Ellen one, yeah. They put Ellen one. Even our headquarters. Ask Musa, you know who idea it was for Otto? When we went to visit, we were looking at 3 headquarters. I told them, I said, we will have a headquarters around the main road. There's signage on Liberty Party headquarters. I said, we're not doing sambo. That normal sambo thing I do. We'll go to IAF. We'll put a illuminated sign. It's about imaging. It's about the people mindset. And I learned that thing from Charles Taylor. Charles Taylor used to tell me, he said, Ben, Liberia is the easiest country to be president of. Just know what to do. Just know what to do. The people respond. When Charles Taylor brought Homo to Liberia, you remember? He brought Homo. The Homo. He was the first president, brought Homo. You know what the boys used to say about the Homo? They said, we're going to beat out the president, bring a tail on the whole street.
Yeah, my man.
Well, there you know.
It's not your personality. Is not your personality.
That's not his personality.
That's not Mr. Hogan's personality.
Yeah,
that's not.
Go to South Africa. You know we're in Nigeria, Safa. When we're in Nigeria, working there. So our project was being funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And so with our whole Boko Haram, because I was way up north.
Yeah, I remember that time.
Yeah, so we're up north. So we got a security contract from South Africa. The South African security, white South African security. Amen. When we're driving, we got flying by 2 security cars, one in the back, one in the front, in the middle, going to get to vaccination. That was the rule. When the border get down, the white, you know, we gotta have a $1.2 million.
The
optics of it. So I know, Pasava, when we went, I don't know, I get one white friend here, they call him Anthony, the former military guy. I've taken him to Liberia twice now. We went to Liberia for the election. So we went, so I'm driving. He in the front seat of the car. So everybody thinks that, you know, so everybody thinks that, well, whenever we stop, ability, you know, ability driving somebody around, all this shit. So we experienced it a couple of times. We said, okay. So what we did, we swapped roles. I told him, okay, you drive, and I will be, you will be driving me. When we got that, even and we talked about all that shit. We got that, we were inspecting all the different polling stations. So the guy would cut down, he would wear the Ray-Ban, sunglasses, and we cut down, you know, be around me like this. That whole image. And so we'll come down, we'll get down the car, and they'll open the door for me. And all that shit, we'll cut down, my man. And then start walking around. We say, oh, damn, my man. I said, but the whole attitude changed.
Because Winfred, let me tell you what it is. Because you see, people like to associate with success.
Yep.
What they think is about to win.
Yeah.
Somebody wrote something here that say, Ben, so all I think you did, it didn't end into a success. So what's the point? Let me tell you what happened. CDC got money. In 2017, if you remember, before Liberty Party was doing all those things, CDC, they had no money.
Yep.
They had no money. I remember CDC tried to, I said, the thing that we get talking now. Ask Myean, I said it on the, Myean called me one day. Myean said, but man, y'all want sport, y'all. In fact, President George, we had told us this story. This is just to explain to you what success can do. President George, we had said it.
Or the perception of success.
The perception of success, right? President, we had told me, he said, Ben, he was lecturing the other day. He said, the day y'all released the picker there, he said, Myean and Muna Pelon, that time Muna Pelon was living, they were in Nigeria. He said, Myean and Muna Pelon ran to him and told him, he said, Chi, let's just go join the party at the Tiffany. because you know all the whole Ellen thing, Ellen supporting Bromsky, and you know, and all of that, right? He said, let's just go for one coalition or Liberia Party. Maybe we'll be, you know, but like I said, somewhere between May, June, July, CDC for the 14. When CDC started bringing in their own thing too, you remember for the longest time people started joining Liberty Party. We had
because at the time, I thought you had who was
the fisherman. We took
by the time Ellen Mel Bronsky and the Congo Jungle Goose, he switched.
My man, I beg you, I'll tell you all that one. I'll tell you all that one.
No, but you know the funny thing? I remember that year one look, I saw CDC get blew up. They had this truck.
You see what I'm telling you? I said
that truck. They had that truck with a video playing. I'm like,
yeah.
I'm like, what?
The helicopter.
Go on, Ellen Mel, we have no problem, man. We'll move on. Don't worry.
CDC had a helicopter. Everything somewhere between June, May, and July. CDC resurrected that thing. That thing killed LP. Because you know what our strategy was, right? Our strategy was we don't worry about CDC. Our mindset was we're gonna face we are in the runoff. Get to the runoff and we'll deal with the CDC in the runoff. Our strategy was we will demoralize Unity Party. So if you notice, Bromsky was always attacking Buckeye. He was always going after Buckeye.
But Ben, let me ask you a question. Well, in the past, that Councilor Bronsky and DC made so rest in peace. What do you think if Bronsky and Cummings are team up? You think the election will have a different dynamic?
You're going to spin it, man.
It was going to be the Congo thing. The Congo ticket.
Yeah. That will let people how to go.
Yeah, it was going to be the Congo ticket. Yeah. But you saw it happening with Bronsky and Cummings. Charlie and
yeah. Yep.
You saw what they said.
I mean, Unity Party was spinning that.
Look, the Liberia so look at Bromsky and Harrison Conway. Harrison Conway couldn't put decent number in number.
My man, Harrison Conway, when we put Harrison Conway on our ticket, they put say the man was Samagwan.
I remember that.
I'm telling you, you see, I'm talking that thing. All I say, when I'm telling people, they can say, oh, you know, I had to make a decision as national chairman of the party to change some of our billboards. The first set of billboards that went out, I remember Mr. Kawi coming laughing that day. He said, the people around were doing the taking the picture, were doing the picture, we try to do Photoshop, do different things. The people say, wow, Bronsky Samagua, all kind of stupid things. So look, the country, you got to understand the people in the country. Bronsky,
the psyche
is just different. The psyche is
and then the one that makes me mad. Then soon after the election, then they start complaining. Oh, y'all come back 2029.
Yeah.
So you just living from election to election.
You saw Liberty Party when we open our headquarters. Remember when we open our headquarters?
Yeah.
The first rally we had when we opened our headquarters. I never forget that day when we black and we had a street party. That day, Senator Weah at that time, he was caught in traffic. He called me, he said, "You're congratulations, but you're opening the road so we can go, you know."
Look, let me get your full disclosure. Look, George Weah, every day Sunday, that ball play, it's just the man. So you got Ellie is the Liberia greatest political athlete. Joe Weah had the political gravitational force.
Of course.
That thing you said that man going to Central Maryland next week. It will shut the place. I mean, I think he's doing it on purpose.
Of course. Of course.
Hey, guess what? They're breaking the people's mind. They're breaking the moon both on the sidewalk. All those things like that.
But just look when the man go to funeral.
Yeah.
Just when he go to funeral, when he leaving his car. That's what I told him. I said, anyway.
That why,
So you think not Tomalin?
So you think
can't wait?
I can tell you.
So you think the man coming back for 2029?
Who we are?
Yeah.
You hear Eugene number today?
Eugene number today?
No,
I listened to somebody sending a clip.
My man.
Very emphatic. Very
one of the men went to Congo Brazzaville. You think the poor receiving a president?
Yeah.
So
We are.
Billy D,
Yes.
the video, the plane arrived.
Yes.
The presidential protocol came in the plane. Finna talk about the passport, the presidential
But
protocol.
I want to Liberia again. There is that Joe, yeah. To the airport.
The man came down from the plane, the convoy was there. You got the plane. The man went to the presidential palace to go meet Denise in Guaso.
But Winfrey,
I said,
recently, I haven't seen that
I
video.
said recently.
2 months ago.
Winfrey, when the man go to Accra, when he lands in Accra, he goes to the presidential lounge that the president used. Jubilee.
I said they had the SUV then lined up waiting for them.
okay, the Liberian people let him man, we get it. So then what he giving to them in return now?
Well,
But call here, ask him. Don't ask me that question.
you guess what? You started asking Jesse and said, Joe, we have violated the law of reciprocity.
Oh, man.
No, I get it.
And
get
that
it.
was the argument.
That was the
argument that I
beloved.
made. That was the argument I was making in 2023. Winfrey never getting fair with me.
Give it to him and get you out of the way.
Man, his second term, you get this man out of the country system. 2029, boy can be too old.
But you know, you were just too destructive, man. You were just
Okay. You know, I mean, in all honesty, I was opposition. In all honesty, Joe, we never had a honeymoon.
He never did.
Joe, never had a honeymoon. Right after he started naming a cabinet confirmation, and then they started hitting him, it just took him off again.
Took him off again.
It took him off the game. And then the worst thing was that $16 billion saga with June 7. And then after that, June 7, they had some protests that they had a midnight meeting and all those things.
You remember the protest when the students sat in front of his convoy?
Yeah.
When they said they were protesting for the teacher, the children sat in front of the president. I never forget that video, that picture where somebody took that picture from UN Plaza, the Pan-African Plaza. The children sitting down on the ground, and George Weah convoy is packed. Then COVID happened, took 2 years. 2 years. Then for the men to, and look at the way he lost the election. Just look at the way he lost it. That's why when many people are talking about what is happening today, I keep telling them, do not just overly discount the potential of a ruling party and all of that, because by the time we got to 2023, many people didn't even remember that we had a June 7 in Liberia.
Yeah.
Many people are not even talking about it. Many people forgot that we was so wounded in the first 1 or 2 years of his presidency.
It never recover.
People thought we would never, and the problem was, like I said, there was such a lot of damage that was done.
Man, you were just too man.
The united opposition, the CPP, the united opposition, the damage was just too much. So it was kind of hard to
And then, look, and at the sitting there government going through, the Unity Party government in 12 years, they built that civil service workforce. And so when we had came in power, and then the proliferation of social media, the number of leaks that were coming out, they just couldn't get a grasp. And
the system were working against them.
Then you inexperienced.
Yeah.
And then you got people hitting you from the outside. You got leaks from inside.
Leaks coming from all inside.
I mean, you just know. And so guess what? So now this government now they in power, the same Facebook proliferation, the only leak coming from within. Because the owner man Martin called he the fire one out of spray. They would tell everybody take it. You know what I mean? And that's what I don't understand.
But I think if just hypothetically, if the CDC wins another election, I don't think it will be like the first time. I think they have tasted power. They have tasted power. Not so much Trump said, but they have tasted power. And I think they know.
But Percy, I can tell you clearly, Weah would not have been the same president he was in his second term if he had won. He was not going to be that same president. Because let me tell you one of the things that I believe happened to him, right? And I know because we had this conversation, we talked. One of the things that happened to Weah, the first round gave him one big dirty slap. President Weah was literally in a bubble. He really thought when those results came in the first round, and he saw how close the election was, it almost like he was like, what? I've been sitting down here thinking You know, because you remember I'm the best president since Liberia was founded. Everything you know what it is. They put you in that bubble. When that first round results came out and they saw how close Unity Party was,
You got it cheated.
You know, when they saw my man.
I got evidence cheated.
Yeah. When they saw, I think when he saw how close Unity Party was.
Why you in a terror wave? Make sure don't cheat you.
But I really don't think he would have been the same president.
As far you know, I'm not going to discount his popularity and his poll and all of that, Siafa, and you know, and guys, but I don't think George Weah deserved to be anywhere near.
Yeah, okay, wait for it. But you know the mistake we're making in Liberia, and that mistake wasn't made during those time.
I mean, you run a game and so that, right?
So guess what? Wait for it. Whenever doing the 85 election, there were a bunch of competent people that side and say, you know what happened? Samuel don't win the election. We'll go on that side and fix it with him. Can you imagine all the people I just left doing them by themselves? Just say the people that go through that thing will get me part of it. And so what happened in Liberia right now, and people gotta be careful. You see the CDC, it always like us against them. Oh, that CDC, I can never be part of CDC. And sometimes some people think, oh man, you CDC member? It's like a crime.
Yeah, I know.
You CDC member? It's like a crime. But guess what? You who did political science, Ben? CDC is one of the most organic political party in Liberia history. I mean, people like political science. I'm not talking about governing, just as a political party, as a political institution. Any politician, which they have people like that behind them.
You know, Safa, you look at me and you. I think the man can read my notes because that's why I told somebody. And you're supporting CDC. I said, let me tell you something. If you are a young politician thinking ahead, you want CDC base. And you know the thing about CDCs? CDCs remember when you were in their debt. They do.
And the lawyer, right?
And they will repay you. They will say when we needed Ben was there. You see, Unity Party is a coalition of people who know plenty. Winfred and Winfred and all of them who know how to overanalyze. They know how to overanalyze, you know.
Dude. And in 12 years, she couldn't neutralize CDC.
She couldn't.
How many percent crossover?
She couldn't. Eugene Nambe. They overtook Eugene Nambe. And that is one of the reasons one of the things I always tell Tomalin. I said, Tomalin, regardless of whatever has happened, CDC has proven to be resilient. Chairmen have left. Secretary generals have left. In the end, they say the party remains supreme.
But the ANC that had it, if I know that how the ANC was funded.
I heard.
So in 2012 they went to bombing, and we are with that solo and Goose coming to the party back.
With Digger and Holes.
But guess what? The superintendent, the current Nimba superintendent, that was the first elected Secretary General ANC.
Oh, ANC, yes.
Yeah.
Costa, Miape then. Costa,
ANC. Funny member. Because I remember when I got that call September.
Really?
Yes.
I got that call September 2012 on a Saturday. They said, "Oh my man, we're trying to put a party together. We want to be on." In my Wi-Fi, I call you.
And I remember.
Yeah. And at that time they were just organizing.
I went in Monrovia. I went to the Capitol building. They were all in Geraldine Doe office. Guo, Costa, all of them. I did good. Cool, my man. At the alternative. You got to join. That the alternative.
So the ANC is a brick away of the CDC.
Yeah. That what happened.
Why you think many ANC supporters on the ground would tell you or seditions would tell you Cummings is always their second choice. They'll tell you.
But
they'll tell you we are on the race. We'll be supporting.
But what happened in 2023? Right after the election, I called some people in Liberia. But then I put on the call, they put me on speakerphone. I didn't even say a word. They said, we are going to CDC. I said, I just called to see how you're doing. Yeah. And then the bad blood between the CPP and Unity Party. It couldn't manage.
I said, you already expect that CPP to go indoors, Unity Party, after what happened?
They couldn't manage.
Okay, so let me ask you now. So So for ANC and Cummings to win this in 2029, they have so you're saying, in other words, they have to fake it to win it?
No, I didn't say that.
What do you mean figure to win it?
No,
You gotta bullshit away.
Exactly.
I don't.
But
if the ANC really wants to be part of the thing, maybe.
Okay, guess what? If Mr. Cummings is going to run 2029, I'm just talking on CFR. I'm not speaking on behalf of ANC. He's going to run 2029. It can just be ANC.
Of course.
Because in all honesty, I'm a member of the ANC. ANC is not capable of single-handedly taking Mr. Cummings to the presidency. So if anything, that'll be a different.
That's why I want.
You say what?
Let me ask you one question, Siafa.
If anything, that'll be a different. It'll got to be some different arrangement with the ANC and a whole bunch of other institutions.
ANC and CDC. So boy, you know, yeah.
So Siafa, let me ask you one question. Do you think it was a mistake that Mr. Cummings did not endorse Guar in the second round? In hindsight, today.
Well, you can say it was a mistake, but then post-election here, we are visiting here, we are set it off. So post-election, but then, I mean, we're kind of sticky because he personally didn't do it, but the institution went.
Yeah, but I'm talking.
But personally.
That institution didn't matter until the political.
Yeah. And then,
situation, yeah. I'm saying Guar went to Cummings and Guar sat down with Cummings. And guess what? I remember very well because we were in the background organizing that whole optics after Boyka left Cummings. When we got the message, we can talk now, that open secret. Mariah called me, not they say. I was sitting right here. I was not in Liberia that time. I was sitting right
here. My man, don't be calling name then.
But I mean, that Mariah and I'm talking when she called me and told me, she said, Boyka, with Cummings. And he leave it because you know what they were afraid of, right? The propaganda and the PR of the UP.
Oh,
right?
So that the picture started coming up.
Yes, he said by the time Boyka leave from here, there will be nothing on the internet. But Cummings has endorsed Boyka. Then we the one will have to be clarifying, and the message will have gone out to counter this. We got to get the president to come visit Cummings tonight. I never forget that call. I pick up the phone, I call, because at that time, me, my Unity Party, but I didn't even 1 year, but then, we used to fight Jelle. We used to fight Jelle too.
The cat and dog.
Jelle too. I called Troko. Who I call? I was calling everybody. When I finally got Eugene on the phone. I said, we got to go. Eugene told me, he said, give me 2 or 3 minutes. I called Pepsi, calling everybody. I had went and told him. He said, but I'll go.
You know your man very spontaneous.
Yeah, and then guess what happened? As Boyka was leaving, because my boy, my UP man called. My man told me we were talking later after. They said as they were getting ready to leave, the advanced team was arriving. So when they reached, I forgot who I was Boyka that day when he texted
that was Jake and Ami.
One of them texted. No one of the guys.
Jake, and somebody else.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, the guy message he said, shit, then we mess up. He said, damn, we F. He said, because the news, my man, that the president, forget it. It will overshadow whatever that happened. Then we leak the picture of Guar Cummings. Yeah. No, but I'm just saying. But and
then the updates, they have Boyka on the push. We have the living room.
In fact, we are coming to smoke cigar.
Smoke cigar, drink the cognac.
And just coming downstairs, all of me here.
So for me, I think he should have done it. I think he should.
But for 2029.
No. You see, that's why I tell you. You see, in Liberian politics, they create this funny standard that endorsing is part of the political game in election. Because that thing in 2005, they put that thing on Bronskin back.
And that is the reason why CDC never allow Guar and Bronskin to run in 2011. Because they said Tuchman endorsed and Guar and Bronskin didn't. He stayed neutral.
Yeah, but, but Ben, I think that happened. We have a meeting days. You Labor Day Party people in Ghana, and then they had a program in Philadelphia for CDC. You remember that time? He left for Ghana and came to Philadelphia.
Yeah, but in the end, at the end of the day, it still comes down to.
Then the team leak in Montreal. They say, "Oh no!" Guys are screaming.
So my thing is, like you say, whatever 2029 per se, two things would have ended up happening. Two things, right?
What are they?
One, the first thing, and this is why I come in to say, I come in here and go to bed. It's almost 4 o'clock.
And I can't call him. I started calling you to bed already.
Two things, right? One, Cummings, because remember, after we left the presidency, there was already this notion that we had no interest in running for president again. In fact, even on the pulpit in his church, he made this comment that, you're not going to keep saying, if I was watching the video the other day when he said, all the vision you can be having, you're not going to keep harassing me. I got to enjoy my life or my retirement and stuff like that, right? The reason President we got pulled back into this conversation is because of this very vacuum that we're talking about. Where the CDC people feel, the CDC people have been saying there's nobody else that they feel can win, can win in 2029. I think if Cummings had endorsed CDC, naturally there would have been a natural progress. Because if I remember, even without the endorsement, there were rumors going around that Koji and Molu, they were meeting Cummings. They started having all these.
But even last year,
I don't think that would have persuaded we had to step aside for Cummings, though. I mean, that's just the mere endorsement of him.
No. You see now we're trying to predict. We never know. We're just trying to say some of the things.
But what I'm saying is,
I know there would have been some goodwill, but
but what I'm saying is, even though we don't know, we say past behavior. We can predict from past behavior. George Weah is the only person who have seconded his presidential ambition for somebody else. He's the only person who have given somebody their word and say, "I'm not going to do it," and he did.
But you know what? That 2011 ticket, that ticket was going to be 2005. We're talking about going to win the election.
Of course,
2005.
Right, and so for me, it is alleged, and I can say it with confidence, with all factors. It is alleged that was a part of the conversation.
Stop people say stay watching the thing. 3 o'clock and but stay watching, so you have to put
No, but I was saying, it was alleged that was a part of the conversation. Help me get this thing. I will help you.
I think but I think he should set it up. I mean,
look, and then sometimes I get upset with some of my people when they say, "Oh, Mr. Cummings are coming." I say, "Look, we're part of the institution. Somebody do something. You want the man to pay for it, then you want the man to do this. I mean, somebody do something. You got a chairman, you got a secretary general, you got a vice chairman. You don't hear them talking. Everybody just quiet. Everybody just quiet."
If Judge Weah going to be running in 2029, I mean, I don't know. I think Cummings should just set it out, because if Weah is in the race, it's going to be.
If Joe Weah getting a race, Joe Weah like Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan had to take a time off for Akin to win back-to-back championship. They had 2-year window. When he came back again, he won another 3 in a row. So
The thing about CDC going into the election, the closer they get to the election, and the momentum starts to build. CDC is how they wake up when the election starts. It's easier for them to build coalitions. Who even want to be associated with CDC? Who? Everybody wants CDC, either as president or vice president. Everybody wants CDC. So
did you guys see that picture?
But is he a carry my again, Ben?
People had that with
no, I don't know.
With Weah and Cummings.
You don't think so? You don't think so?
It was on today.
I don't know.
I think it makes sense to carry her again. She brings.
I don't know.
No. You can't.
The middle.
You can't do that.
Let's see.
They have a scenario out there with Weah and Cummings. Cummings is vice president, and then Jeremiah Kuhn and
and we talked about it the other night.
And Nukwe, I think. Nukwe.
Prince Moy.
Prince Moy. Okay.
Yeah.
That one at the Babyface Road. We got the guy in the Babyface Road there.
Jeremiah Queen, who plays Myean?
I gotta go.
I mean,
How
does that ticket win then?
But Tomalin only he was there to talk to 6 o'clock.
I see you, gentlemen.
But we'll do this again. All the viewers will thank you. I Omaru Sayan, I 6 o'clock. You talking me?
I know.
Omaru Sayan, you can start your own. We gotta go to bed.
Exactly. See you guys.